there. I don't know if they're in the afternoons, just the mornings, both. There would for sure be people at the temple, the rabbis and the staff, and there might be various community activities. It's just, again, I don't know what was anything scheduled today or anything like that, but it's a thriving temple, and I can't even. I think I'm in shock, to be honest.
I think we all are, Carolyn. As we look at these live pictures, you can see that police with long guns are headed into the building. You can see multiple EMS trucks as well, as we have a live crew now on the ground looking into the building and looking at the situation. And there is a sea of police enforcement from all different agencies that have descended on this location. Like, I don't know if we've ever seen this big of a police presence.
Can't think of the time we have.
I can tell you that from my office, which is near Telegraph Road and Square Lake, I have heard a constant stream of sirens going by, so I have to believe that police from all jurisdictions are being sent over there.
Carolyn, I feel at a time like this, you were talking about that there's such hate between people. So what I think is important for people to understand is that we are all humans. We get so much further with love. What is your day-to-day experience as we talk about just this increase in hatred and attacks? Do you feel like you live in fear on a day-to-day basis, or is this something that's spoken about in your household? What message do you want to convey to the folks who are watching and listening right now, and perhaps just trying to get an understanding of what it is like to be a Jewish American right now?
Well, I can't say that I live in fear every day, but we are a population that has been persecuted for a long time. And I know, from the Anti-Defamation League and the things that I see and read, that anti-Semitism is absolutely on the rise. And that, as a Jewish person, is definitely frightening. But day to day, although it could change after today, I can't say that I live in fear. But just in a general way, we never forget what's happened to us in the past. And I just don't understand why there is so much hatred toward the Jewish people.
I'm also curious, just because I know lessons in my own household about discrimination and how to navigate in a world like this. What kinds of lessons are passed down in the Jewish community? How do you explain this to children who are coming up and have to learn how to navigate in a world with this much hate?
Right. I can. That's a really good question and a really hard one for me to answer. I mean, never forget the Holocaust is a big part of our identity, and I know that in Jewish day schools, temples, synagogues, the Holocaust. The Zeckelman Holocaust Center in West Bloomfield also. I mean, education is huge.
Yeah.
Education is so important. I mean, I know that there are therapists that I'm sure I could have call in that could talk about this in a greater way, in a more, what do I want to say, educated way, I suppose. But just from my heart, to see this happening is just unfathomable. I represent a lot of extraordinary Jewish organizations, nonprofits, who give back to the community, who give back to so many people and do good for so many people, Jewish and not Jewish. That's the thing. We want to help heal the world. I mean, that is part of who we are. And the Jewish community works to do that, 365 days a year. It's just part of who we are.
And you talk about wanting to heal the world and just what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. We understand this is a food pantry day that happens every other Thursday, so it's possible that today that's what was happening. So again, I don't know if you're near a TV and just able to see some of the live pictures that we have from our crew now, where we have this massive police scene. We see police officers with long guns, and when you think that this could have affected people that may have just been at the synagogue just trying to get food for their families. It's so heartbreaking, Carolyn.
Yeah, I do have Fox 2 on, and seeing all of those cars. Temple Israel is a place that is known for so much joy, weddings and baby namings and bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs and happy mitzvah occasions. Oh my gosh. I am looking at the live shots. I used to live on the street. I could walk to Temple Israel from where I used to live. I mean, this is very personal and heartbreaking.
And your kids were bar mitzvahed here as well? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. I mean, we have so many beautiful memories at Temple Israel. Their clergy is amazing. They are amazing people. I can see the live pictures right now. Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Carolyn, they say that this is a food pantry day every Thursday, so we are making a connection that it is some kind of food pantry day today as well. Have you ever been part of that day, and what does that day mean for the amount of people that could possibly be in the synagogue at this time?
Yeah,
what portion is it in?
Yeah, Lee, I don't know. That does not surprise me that they have that activity there. Might be on their website, but I don't. I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But certainly you can understand just going to any event at Temple Israel and not expecting for that to be a day that a car drives through the building or someone with a gun shows up or there is an attack or a fire. I mean, it just really speaks to the fact that anything can happen at any time.
Yeah. Wow.
I looked up, Carolyn, I looked up the calendar of events today at Temple Israel, and it looks like they have a couple things in addition to the food pantry, but one of them is a movement on the mind, which was scheduled between 1:30 and 2:30. So you would imagine that people that were going to that, maybe they got there a little bit early. So there's that, and then later today, an adult health and fitness class, which was scheduled between 3 and 4 o'clock at the temple, but just more evidence that goes to show this is an active and bustling temple with people coming and going at all hours.
Yeah, Temple Israel is known, throughout the country and probably in Israel and around the world. I mean, it is a very well-respected, well-known, beautiful place of worship and community.
Now, as we go back to live pictures, this is our Fox 2 chopper here, our chopper shot. You can see live pictures of smoke still coming out of the building. Earlier,
I might be watching I don't know, I'm seeing a different picture, but I have not seen that yet. Wow. Oh my gosh.
You might be on a delay as live TV happens, how it happens, Carolyn. We appreciate you taking the time, and maybe stay with us for a second, but we did see a large presence of people walking. You can see right there on the street. I'm not sure if that's Walled Lake Road, just east of Drake, maybe where they are.
That would be Walnut Lake Road.
Walnut Lake Road, yeah. And you can see a huge police presence walking from there.
And that huge police...
now I see that.
The presence, by the way, I just heard from my sister who works in West Bloomfield, and she works at Orchard Lake and Walnut Lake, which is, I mean, as the crow flies, probably half a mile from Temple Israel.
Okay.
And she said that her work is also under lockdown right now.
So the complete area is under lockdown.
It looks like that whole area is under lockdown. As you take a live look at some of the... That's FBI?
Yeah, everybody's on the scene. We've seen FBI, we've seen local police, we've seen also the sheriff's department cars coming through. And as we're looking at this person prepare, he has his long gun. He is preparing ammo and everything, preparing to go. And when this is happening, it means that the situation is ongoing as he gears up. and we don't know exactly what is in that building yet. We are told it's an active shooter. There have been reports of at entrance 5, but as you can see, that there are a huge police presence and federal presence as well on scene in West Bloomfield at a Jewish synagogue, as the eyes of the nation are probably turning right here to Michigan as this unfolds.
Carolyn, I want you to hold tight and listen to this for a second, because we're getting information that parents are now trying to come to the scene and pick up their children, their loved ones. Lee has mentioned we had word of an active shooter. We also saw fire crews on the scene, and it looked like there was smoke coming from the building in several different places. And then, producers, if you don't mind to confirm for me again if that car into the building is confirmed, because that certainly would paint the picture of a more coordinated attack. And now we have this statement from Michigan State Police, and it says Michigan State Police are aware of an active shooting incident that is ongoing in West Bloomfield. We are asking for community members to stay away from the area and to allow the police response. Troopers are also increasing patrols at other places of worship in Detroit as well. So this goes back to everything that you were saying earlier about what it feels like to just be minding your own business in a place of worship, and to have something like this happen and potentially just rip communities apart, rip families apart. Now that this picture is coming into clearer view, Carolyn, and it does appear to be something very sinister here, what are your thoughts and feelings?
Well, I'm just looking at all of the fire trucks and police trucks and the FBI, and it's just such a surreal thing to think that so much love and passion and community happens in this beautiful, beautiful temple. And I don't just mean physically beautiful, I mean spiritually beautiful rabbis and clergy and camp and staff who care so much about one another and about the world at large.
Carolyn,
And I just can't believe what I'm looking at.
It is hard to believe as we all live through this together. I do want to ask, we're getting a report that parents are trying to get to this scene. Is there a school in this facility? Is there, would there be kids in the facility on a Thursday afternoon that you may know of any function that would happen at the synagogue? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you are closer to the synagogue than I am and closer to that area. But I don't know if there's a school on that property, a daycare on that property inside of there as well?
Well, there is a preschool, and again, I don't know the hours of that preschool, but I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Carolyn,
if I could jump in, because this is something that I was kind of digging into, because I think that this is a massive part of this story. Yes, as far as what their website shows, there is childcare happening right now. They have a childcare program, an early childhood program, and a kindergarten program. There are two different times. One of them goes from 9 a.m. till noon. That would have ended maybe slightly before the incident, but there's another one that goes from 9 a.m. till 2:30 p.m. So 2:30 in the afternoon. That is a Monday through Friday program for an early childhood center for childcare. And I imagine that some of those reports that we are getting right now of parents rushing to the scene are probably parents of those kids that are still there in that program.
So I'm sure, and can you only imagine the fear that those parents are feeling right now? Oh my gosh.
Okay, Carolyn, we're going to say goodbye to you for the moment. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing with us your perspective. It was incredibly impactful as we continue to watch this unfold. We're now going to bring in Mike Harville, who is a security coordinator at Kensington Church. Mike, are you here with me? We're going to give Mike a few seconds to connect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So you're a security coordinator at Kensington Church. If you've had a chance to look at our live pictures, we have seemingly every agency on the scene. We've seen police, we've seen FBI, we have fire crews on the scene. There's smoke billowing from the building in 3 different places. Word of a car. I do believe we just got to look at the car into the building. And Michigan State Police are now saying that there is or was an active shooter situation as well. So with your security expertise, what do you believe would be the process to secure the scene, and what do you think is happening right now on the ground?
Well, from what I've been able to see, because I've been watching your live feed, they're going to be securing the entire building and making sure they get everybody out safely. They're going to be going through, making sure that they've stopped any possible threats. If there's anybody else in there that could be a threat, they're going to want to make sure that that's been stopped. And then they're going to look for any wounded and then make sure all the wounded get treated. Right now, we don't know if there is any wounded yet, but we're hoping and praying there are not.
Mike, right as you were hopping on with us, we saw a group of what appear to be civilians. If I had to guess, it might be parents. They were being patted down by law enforcement, and they did. It looked like they entered the building. Is there a scenario in which part of the building would be secured? Maybe that's the part of the building that has we're seeing what looks to be a parent run up right now. Yeah. Would they let the parents in if the childhood center part of the building was safe?
That very well could be. I am not in law enforcement myself, so I can't speak to exactly what their decision would be on that, but that is a great possibility because they're going to want to be able to get those kids out of there safely. And the best way for a child to leave in a situation like that is with their parents. Mm-hmm. So if they've secured the building, they feel that there is no longer a threat, then checking the parents, allowing them in to get their kids and get them out of there is probably what they're working on right now.
Mike, I'm curious how your job has changed over the past few years as we seemingly have more and more attacks on sporting venues and synagogues and places of worship for all faiths. Can you just take us through a day in the life for you? How are you tasked with keeping people safe when there seem to be threats coming from so many different places in today's world?
I've gotten busier. We'll put that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And we do more training. We do active shooter training with our staff, with volunteers. The program that we use is one that was developed by law enforcement. It's called React ASAP. It's a quick, easy course to go through, but it gets a lot of repetition, so you learn the concepts very well. So that's what we're doing to make sure that people have that they're empowered to handle a situation should it arise. But we're making sure that we're being vigilant, keeping an eye on everything, just trying to make sure we keep everybody safe.
Mike, as we're watching the live footage, as somebody that has a career in this, are there any things that we can look for that would be good signs, that would be silver linings, or things that you would see that would say this is moving in the right direction?
Well, so when you're talking about silver lining, if you don't see much activity with regards to ambulances, that is an indication there's little or no wounded, and which is a huge positive. The building can be replaced. The lives cannot. Mm-hmm. And so if everybody is getting out of there safely, in my mind, we won.
Yeah, Mike, real quickly, before I ask you my next question, we did see some police presence from Oakland County. It looked like Sheriff Michael Bouchard walking through the parking lot is who we saw. And so when all these different agencies from federal to state to local come together with the security that's already on staff and in the building, how do they all come together to secure a situation like this, Mike? Maybe you can give us an idea of what the protocols they're walking through right now, Mike.
Well, there's a system that's in place that's a national system that was put in place after 9/11. It's called the Incident Command System. And whenever there's a major situation like this, there is an individual that is the incident commander, and then certain individuals are given different responsibilities, and those responsibilities have already been spelled out on who would do or what responsibility roles need to be filled, and then the commander assigns people to those responsibilities, and everybody has their role to play. And so there is a structure system. Like I said, it's called the Incident Command System.
All right, Mike, we're going to let you go here. Thank you so much for your perspective as a security coordinator at Kensington Church. You definitely helped paint a more clear picture of what we're looking at here on the ground as several agencies come together. We see people hugging here, just such an emotional time. Mike, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now we're going to bring in Fox 2 reporter Camille Amiri, who has been making her way to the scene. Camille, you're there now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Marielle, we just got here, and I'm hoping to get a little bit closer after this next live shot. But let me tell you what we can see. I'm zooming over right now, Brian Paninsky, to see this is right here, all of the police you see. We have been hearing sirens and seeing cars the whole way we were coming here from Detroit. This is as close as we can get right now, but I think that once we get done with you, we can get closer on foot. But I wanted to show you this right now, what it looks like. Police still arriving. Obviously a very active situation. I do not know how many people have been hit, if any, but we know that this is an active police situation right now. I see Waterford police. There are literally police from all over here. More showing up right now as we speak. I think that we may have lost our signal, but I don't know if you can still hear me. I just want to tell you that that's what's going on. But we want to tell you that we've got crews all over the area, and we've got crews closer. We just happen to be coming from Detroit, and that's why we just arrived here, but we're going to work to get closer. The sound that we were hearing in our ear was actually for, I didn't know if we still had the signal, but for an emergency alert for everyone to stay in lockdown. All schools, all synagogues in the area are on lockdown right now. We ran into a photographer who was actually going to his kid's school, a photographer from Fox 2. His children go to school nearby. They are on lockdown. So that is a situation, a very, very fluid situation right now from where our vantage point. Again, just to show you the look of all the cop cars that are here with sirens, obviously at the scene. And again, we're going to work to get closer. But again, this entire area locked down. People being told to avoid this area while police work to do their job. Marielle.
Camille, this is Derek Everett. I got a question for you. As somebody, you have so much experience with scenes like this, with emergencies. Have you ever seen a police presence like the one that you're seeing right now?
No. I mean, obviously Oxford, and I happened to be off that day, but I was watching it all unfold, and was going to come in, but they said no, we had enough people. But right now, this is the kind of thing we're seeing. This is the kind of thing like Oxford, that many people here, that many cops. We're going to work to get closer, and we'll be closer next time we see you.
All right,
I'll send
Camille,
it back to you.
This is Lee. We'll let you guys go and do your jobs. We appreciate you coming live with us. But right now, we have Eric O'Neill, former counterterrorism and counterintelligence operative with the FBI, who is on with us now. First of all, Eric, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, we see a huge police presence. You perhaps have been watching the video and the information that we've been able to gather so far. What are your initial thoughts of what exactly is happening here?
Well, an active shooter situation is something that you never want to take lightly, particularly with the current known threats by extremists who are unhappy about what is happening in Iran right now. And the fact that it is a Jewish synagogue and the known threat between Islamic extremism and those synagogues are something that clearly law enforcement is not taking lightly at all. And anytime there's an active shooter, you're going to see this sort of reaction.
Now, there is a huge presence of multi-agencies here. Maybe you can walk us through the protocol and who has jurisdiction and what exactly is happening on the ground as we watch parents show up. We watch different agencies head in and around the building. What can you tell us about exactly the protocol of what's happening?
Well, typically in an active shooter situation, local law enforcement are first on the scene. Normally there's a call to them with a 911 call. They come on the scene and they will move quickly to try to interdict the shooter if possible. It really depends on the situation or whether the shooter is continuing to shoot, whether they're holed up somewhere, whether they know
Eric,
where they are.
I hate to cut you off and jump in here, but we're looking at pictures and it looked like an armored vehicle as well as emergency vehicles going in. I can add that to the conversation as you talk about what's happening. Darn it.
Yeah, certainly. And so just depending on the threat, and we, from the videos and from what we know, we don't know enough about the threat to really opine on it. That would suggest whether there is additional layering, whether, how fast SWAT can get there to move in, what is the risk to
cannot be completed
civilians and
dialed.
innocents,
Please consult your directory and call
from an
again,
active shooter,
or
and how
ask your
fast law
operator for
enforcement can
assistance.
respond
This is
and
a
move in
recording.
and take that shooter down, because that is the number one goal.
Eric, if you can hold on for a second. You're still with us. We can still hear you. We're just having some technical difficulties as we try to clean up our audio line so we can hear what you're saying. We're talking about the armored vehicle. We kind of lost you a little bit there. Maybe you could go back and you talk about how different agencies have different protocols. Eric, are you still there with us? Please go on.
Yep, I'm still here. Local law enforcement will usually be first on the scene. They might ask for assistance. A SWAT team will normally come in order to try to neutralize the shooter. Obviously, the number one concern for law enforcement and any of the agencies who might be on the scene, and I can't tell you who is there or why, because we just don't know enough, is to protect lives and to safeguard those who could be innocents caught in the crossfire of an active shooter.
Eric, this is Marielle Liu here. I did want to read to you this statement coming in from Kash Patel via FBI Detroit. It says, FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan and responding to the apparent vehicle ramming and active shooter situation out of a Temple Israel synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. Earlier today, while we were watching this unfold, I did mention because of the different elements between fire in the building, word of a car ramming into the building, and then an active shooter, that certainly looked more like a coordinated attack. Can you speak from your perspective now, knowing that there is a vehicle rammed into the building and an active shooter situation, what that might indicate for what type of attack we're looking at here?
Well, certainly, I would suggest or suspect that it is, and is being treated as an act of terrorism, especially if the FBI are immediately involved. It certainly seems to have a lot of the hallmarks. The vehicle rammed into the building provides a point of entry, and then you have an active shooter. I can't tell you, and I'm not sure if the reporting has suggested that shots are still being fired or if the shooter has been neutralized. But the fact that the FBI was on this is a good thing. That means that they're giving all the support to local law enforcement that they would require in order to handle this as quickly and as safely as possible.
Eric, the fact that we've gotten confirmation from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, the fact that there are this many law enforcement officers on scene, the fact that the FBI is involved at all, in your professional opinion, would you say that this is not a coincidence that the largest Reform synagogue in North America, in one of the greatest Jewish population cities in the state of Michigan, would you, I don't want to make a connection, but would you say that that's not a coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidences. If you look at what's happening in the world, we know from different reports from the FBI and other intel agencies that Iranian extremists are active in the U.S. Now, this is everything from potential threats to citizens to cyber attacks, and there have been, a number of different statements from the FBI and others to take caution and make preparations. There has been a rise in violent extremism here in the U.S. for some years, and often what these either lone wolf individuals who are activated themselves or by extremist cells. All they need is a triggering event, and the war or the military action in Iran is certainly one of those triggering events that could cause individuals who are sympathetic or active extremist cells to start to take action. And we know that Iran wants to hurt us, and there are only really two ways they can do it. These sort of things here in the U.S. And cyber attacks, which they're very capable of doing as well.
Eric, I want to hang on that point. You said something that a lot of people are feeling and perhaps doesn't get enough conversation where there needs to be. You talked about the rise in violence here in the U.S. From your perspective, can you go deeper and just explain how has that change affected your line of work? What do you see? I mean, it's not just fear of Iran and what's happening. There's been a rise in white supremacy as well here in the U.S. So when it comes to counterterrorism, there are so many different elements now, it seems, you have to look at. It's not necessarily just attacks from other countries. It's right here at home.
Certainly, and the biggest concern is not a group of Iranians who snuck in. That is a concern that somehow moved through our border and are operating as terrorist cells here in the United States. It's actually homegrown terrorists that are a bigger concern. People who can be radicalized online. In the advent of the internet and making a big world very small allows people who may never have had those proclivities to find people who will help them radicalize in that process, whether they have some mental instability or they just have completely subscribed to an anti-American ideology. They might be radicalized. And look, it's easy to get your hands on a gun, and there are many examples of how to do the active shooting. In fact, you can find them online in different groups and look at what has happened in the past. We have seen this sort of attack before, where an individual rammed, I believe, his truck into a church and then started shooting and tried to set the church on fire. So there are examples that people who become radicalized and become lone wolf shooters or terrorists can use in order to carry out their attacks. But of course, here we should say we don't know whether this is one individual, multiple individuals, or what at this point.
We're thankful to report right now. It does seem as though there are no injuries to report, but I think that you have brought just such great perspective on how, I don't want to say how easy it is for homegrown terrorism, but what do you attribute this rise to be? What is the cause of this?
Well, part of it is the internet and social media. It's very easy now to find people who think like you, who have the same problems that you do. It's easy to radicalize these susceptible people by in effect, the best word to use is grooming them into this using the internet. Now, it used to be very difficult for these these terrorists and supremacists and other groups to recruit. But now you can do it by the people who have a proclivity toward violence might actually find you. And, we saw this. We've seen this a number of different times, from radical extremists who throw, homemade bombs into crowds, to of how online we all are, and how we can find people who think like we do online, even if those people are the worst of the worst.
Here at Fox 2, we've made a commitment to not share the names of people who participate in mass shootings or try to create violence and panic in our communities. Do you find that notoriety is what some of these people are chasing, or is it just about the violence and hate?
No, I think that your policy is wise. I have the same policy in a weekly newsletter that I produce. I don't ever say the names of these people. Part of what can activate someone is that narcissism and hubris, that pride, that want to be famous. We see that a lot in the unhinged people who go on shooting sprees in schools. They want to be known. They leave manifestos. one of the strongest actions that can be taken is to leave them in, in the dustbin to history. Their names aren't known. That can help to deflect some people who might want to be famous and feel like maybe I won't. And that might be why you see people leave these manifestos and make sure their names, because they want their names to be known. So I think that is a good policy, not to publish the names of these kind of people.
All right, Eric O'Neill, this is Lee Thomas. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. You're former FBI counter-terrorism and counterintelligence operative. We appreciate your insight on this, what is unfortunate and groundbreaking event that's happening in our own backyard. Thank you so much, Eric O'Neill. We do want to get some more information before we go to our next expert. This information is in, and we want to make this one clear because it is great news. No one was hurt as of now. That is what we are told was said by Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. No one is hurt as of now. And multiple other reports from the scene are coming in about the crash that was there, about it still being an active scene, if the shooter is still on scene or not. We'll get all of that confirmed. But right now we need to go to Steve Dolan, who is Assistant Chief at Detroit Police Department. He is on with us now. Steve, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Now talk about what this means, because a lot of people, the schools in the area on lockdown, businesses are on lockdown. Obviously, the streets in and around that synagogue in West Bloomfield all on lockdown with heavy police presence. But it extends further than that into Jewish synagogues in all of our city and other places. Talk about what this means for Detroit Police Department and what protocols go into place when something like this happens nearby.
Well, even though it's in the suburbs, there's synagogues in Detroit, one main one downtown, and there's someone right on the periphery of the city. I would think at this point, every police department is sending a special attention to the synagogues, or at least talking to the rabbis in charge of the synagogues, and not just the synagogues, because, like if I'm in Dearborn, I'm checking out the mosques in case there's a retaliatory effort by someone else who is anti-Islamic. So the mosques and the synagogues are on special attention. I'm sure all the police departments have been made aware of this. Everyone's on high alert. I mean, the war in Iran has got everyone on high alert. And again, we don't know this individual. He had mental issues, he or she had mental issues, who did this, but they definitely were trying to get mass destruction and mass casualties.
Steve, I want you to hear this information just coming into our newsroom and get your perspective as the former assistant chief. Car crash into the building. This information, by the way, coming from Temple's Communications. Car crash into the building. Police shot driver. It's unclear the driver's condition right now. Car caught on fire, which is why the fire trucks are there. All kids have been evacuated and are at Shenandoah.
Okay, he's been shot. Is he in custody?
That information we don't have yet, right?
Exactly. We don't have that yet. Was there only one suspect? This is very similar to what happened in Grand Blanc. Didn't someone drive to the front door? Yep, of a church. So is it a copycat? Is it someone who has mental issues? Again, and you can have all the security you want in the world, but if I want to get through, and I don't care about my life, I'm getting through. I don't know if there are cement bollards in front of the synagogue or not. I do know that there's kids there, little kids there, and if you're going to make a statement, unfortunately, nothing's worse than, we've seen the bombing in Iran where 170 kids died.
Yes.
This could be retaliation for that. You don't know what's going through people's minds, and
Steve,
the parents are terrified. Go ahead.
On that note, and this might put some parents' minds at ease a little bit, but we can confirm that the kids and the teachers are safe. There was a message sent to the community members confirming that all of the kids and the teachers that were in the early childhood center are safe and accounted for.
And that's good news from the physical aspect. But what's this going to do to these kids psychologically, mentally? I mean, these kids are little. It's ridiculous that we have to have these drills for these little kids, to run and hide, run and hide. And the parents are traumatized. You can tell me till the cows come home, hey, your daughter's fine, your son's fine. I'm a parent, and I'm concerned about my kids. I gotta get to my kid. And unfortunately, we can't let any parents in because we don't. What I'm understanding is he or she's not in custody yet. So you've got the high school kids at West Bloomfield. They're in lockdown. Some of them might think, what's the big deal? But these other kids are all being traumatized, as are the teachers, as are the parents, and actually, as is law enforcement, because they don't know what they're going to walk into.
I want to talk to you more about that because I've been with you on many scenes. You've done so much in your career, certainly. So you've seen it all, it seems. Yeah. And there's got to be so many different like how do you compartmentalize is my question, because you have parents who don't care what anyone has to say. I'm going to get my children. I'm going to make sure that my children are safe, right? But then you still have this protocol that you have to follow. You have to make sure the scene is cleared. You have to make sure that there's no danger in any other parts of the building. So how are you able to navigate all of these different things that are coming at you once as an officer on a scene like this?
It's hard. You have unified command, and you have people stationed on the outside going. And I remember years ago I had 2 little kids who were basically assassinated at a dope house. And, you know, and I was there and I was in charge, middle of the night, and people showed up that had to see these little kids. I said, you can't go in. And I was actually caught on camera fighting with the grandfather. I said, you can't go in there because it's not secure yet. Yeah. It's hard. I get what they're going through. I do. I do, but we have to make sure there's no other injuries. We have to make sure you're safe. You know, these kids are traumatized, and they're going to have people out there, you know, psychologists, whatever, talk to them. But the parents need to know that I know they're physically safe, but I got to get to my kid. Your heart's beating, you're crying. Every emotion you can imagine as a parent is going through you right now because what if it didn't go this way?
Steve, does it tell you anything that we have gotten reports that the kids and the teachers are safe, but we have not heard reports that the suspect is has been apprehended? So, in fact, we're hearing quite the opposite. That some of our sources are telling us that the suspect is still at large.
Right.
I mean, what happens next? Now what? We're not seeing really any of these police cars leave the scene. Everyone's still there. What do you do next?
Now, again, unified command. You have every agency out there, local, state, county. You're going to deploy them and to probably do a grid search. First, you try to secure the building, and it's a huge building and a huge campus. So you got to do a grid search and make sure everyone knows where they're going, who they're reporting to, so you're not stepping on somebody else or going over someone's tracks. And it's a big campus, so now you're going out through the campus, and you're going to have to go through everyone's backyard, because there's a lot of houses around there, and do a complete grid search and look for any evidence, other weapons, or discarded clothing, anything that might lead you in a direction that this individual may be. And that's why they want everyone, you know, they close the schools, right? They're in lockdown, telling everyone to shelter in place. And they may think it's no big deal. It is a big deal because there's shooters out. And we don't know how bad this individual was wounded. They could blend into the community, just regular clothes, just walking down the street. So it's a massive undertaking right now. Massive.
What does it mean for how quickly the response was? The fact that if our information is correct, again, as everything is happening so quickly and coming into the newsroom, the fact that the car rams into the building, if police were able to perhaps shoot the suspect, whether he's at large or not, as we still wait to get those details in, it still seems to be a very quick response, especially for this to be such a large response from so many different agencies. How does that something so coordinated come together on your side so quickly?
You work on this all the time. In Detroit, we had our own Homeland Security, or, you know, incident response, and you get your hospitals ready just in case, fire, all your agencies involved, and you constantly communicate. West Bloomfield isn't that big. It's surrounded by a lot of other communities. Everyone's on high alert to the synagogues and the Jewish schools, and so you know we're ready. So if something happens, we're going to go. So other agencies could be there in a heartbeat. Actually, at that shooting in, where was it, the other church, they shot the guy in the truck. Canton was the first one on the scene, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or Westland. They have it in Canton. Westland's the first, because they were closest. So you've got a lot of communities here responding. You also have your SWAT teams, your intelligence. Right now, you can bet Intelligence is going crazy trying to track this truck or car, whatever it is, on the cameras. So it's integrated, and the response is what you hope for.
Yes.
And there's no casualties. So I'm very impressed.
All right, Steve, I hate to jump in here. We appreciate your time, but we're getting so much more information we need to get to. Steve Dolan, thank you very much, former Assistant Chief of Detroit Police Department. We appreciate your time every time and your expertise. Thanks so much, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck today. Bye.
All right, real quickly, we do want to reiterate, right after we got the information around 12:30 today at the Synagogue, Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, there was an active shooter. There is an active situation is what it's being called, an active shooter. All kids that were in preschool and teacher have been evacuated. If you're a family member that is watching, they were evacuated to Shenandoah. Now, we can confirm there was a car that crashed into the building. That car, someone in that vehicle, we only know that car came in, don't know how many people, but they did engage in gunfire with officers on scene. We are told there are no casualties that we know of so far, but this is information. We're all living through this together, so we're getting the information as it comes along. But we do want to go live to Camille and Miri. One other important thing, and Camille can help us with this, but we're being told as of right now the suspect is still at large. Yeah. Camille.
Yeah, so the Associated Press is reporting right now that the security officers said security engaged in gunfire and suspect is still at large after attack on Michigan synagogue. No deaths reported. Right now you're looking at live pictures of the vast amount of emergency personnel that is here. They are still coming from everywhere as far as Ferndale. We've seen everybody coming with lights and sirens. Still a very active situation, as we do know, thank God, that there have been no fatalities. But again, if indeed he is still on the loose, I mean, they've got every single police officer, every single law enforcement officer in the area looking for this person. He can run, but he can't hide. We've heard that expression many times, but we know when everyone is looking for you, that eventually someone is going to find you. And if you know who this person is and you know where he is, of course, do the right thing and call 911 immediately. He is to be considered armed and dangerous. And again, the #1 priority right now is to find him and get him into custody. So again, looking at live pictures of this huge situation, this is as close as we can get. We're at the media staging area. This is Drake and Walnut. We're much closer than we were during our first time with you. But this is where all the media is, and I think this is where we're going to be getting briefings from the sheriff, from the FBI, from anybody who may be associated with this case. Again, all schools on lockdown, the neighborhoods on lockdown, everyone considered to be needing to shelter in place while this person is still on the run. That is what's going on here. Still, like I said, it's everything just unfolding as we're getting it. We're giving it to you. But this is a situation. We have not seen this much law enforcement since the Oxford shooting. But thankfully, we are again hearing that there are no fatalities with this situation.
All right, Camille and Miri, we'll let you do your work there on the ground. And it is a huge police presence like we have never seen before. So many wrinkles have developed as we have been live on television. Thank you, Camille. But we have a lot to talk about as we continue the coverage of what probably has the eyes, if not the eyes of the nation, the eyes of the world are now on Michigan for what has happened in this synagogue in West Bloomfield.
Absolutely. Our own Roop Raj is standing by. And Roop will tell you as well, we've heard from at least a statement from FBI Kash Patel, also detailing that they are keeping an eye on this as well. You mentioned this certainly has the eyes of the nation.
Yeah, and not just, not just any temple, but arguably the largest Reform synagogue in North America, a building that spans over 100,000 square feet with 3,000 member families in a city that has anywhere between 15,000 and 20,000 Jewish residents.
So we'll let Roop Raj take over the coverage. Roop.
It is good to be with everyone, even under these circumstances, and thank you for the work that you all are doing to talk about this important story. As you say, the whole world really watching what's happening right here in West Bloomfield, Michigan. As you noted, I think through your coverage, one of the largest Jewish populations in in many large metro areas is right here in Metro Detroit, and namely in West Bloomfield. And so whoever this person was who was trying to do what this person was trying to do clearly understood that he was truly at the epicenter of the culture and the religious center of this community. And so many of us, whether you're Hindu, Christian, Muslim, it doesn't matter. We all have Jewish brothers and sisters and friends, and all of our hearts are heavy as we watch, of course, that community grapple with violence against one of the most special places that they have that they call home. And so, yes, we continue our team coverage. We thank the handoff from the team at Good Day Detroit as we continue our coverage throughout the afternoon. Now, listen, I've been talking to several people in the religious community in the last few days. Let's go to some pictures live right now, what you're seeing. These images right now, as you know, and I think as, you know, Derek astutely put, you know, they remind you of something else that we've seen before. And what we've seen before, other active shooter situations. And again, if you look at the number of people just driving in, I just got in about 5 minutes ago, and as I was driving in, you actually noticed rushing down the highway on I-75, heading towards West Bloomfield right now, armored vehicles, FBI, sheriff's departments. I actually passed by schools that are Christian schools that had police in the front of those schools. The one thing you got to give this metro area is the fact that when something happens, as we saw happen in Grand Blanc, Michigan, with that terrible shooting that happened there, incidentally also involving a car that had also rammed into a building, you understand that how quickly all of the law enforcement personnel from this area, from Southeast Michigan and beyond, rush without asking questions to get to the scene. Right now, the scene out in West Bloomfield, you'll see the decals on the cars that come from Kego Harbor, from West Bloomfield, from Troy, and yes, the Sheriff's Department as well. We should tell you, our Jessica Dupnack, our Camila Mary, and our team of reporters and producers are working right now very diligently to get information to you. Now, here's the thing with breaking news that I think is we're reporting what we know to be true. What you see, we see the messages saying, I heard this was the case, I heard that was the case. I understand the shooter may have been killed. Perhaps the shooter is not. Instead of reporting hearsay, what's going to be different than what you see on your phone, what you see here on this stream, here on this television station, and here on the monitor is clearly the fact that we have verified facts and information. And so that's such an important piece of this puzzle that we're putting together. If you're just joining us right now, we're looking at an active shooter situation at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, one of the largest temples of its kind, not just here in Michigan, but in the country. And joining us now is a rabbi who is on the phone with us right now, Rabbi Shalom, and we thank you so much for joining us here today on our broadcast, just to kind of unpack what it is that you're hearing, what you're seeing. Rabbi Shalom Cantor, and you're with a nearby synagogue. Obviously, this Jewish community, all of us, including those who aren't Jewish, are thinking about the entire Jewish community here today. Tell us what you're hearing in terms of fact from authorities, from others out there right now.
I only know what you all have said. I don't have any more information at this point. I can tell you that the lockdown of my son's high school, which is the Frankel Jewish Academy housed at the Jewish Community Center, the lockdown has been lifted, but the lockout has not, meaning that nobody's in, nobody's out. My son just texted a little while ago and said that FBI agents are in the building, protecting, making sure that everybody's safe. In terms of facts, I don't want to, as you just stated very clearly, I don't want to spread rumors. I don't want to say anything that...
Sure. Rabbi, I think we may have lost you there for a moment, but I think your message stands very clear. I think the rabbi is simply saying, look, he also is following the same thing that we're following, which is we report what we know. And in a situation like this, there's a lot of fear. And clearly right away, people start reporting what they think they may have heard. But what is the truth right now is that we know that nobody that we know of was hurt. That is confirmed. We know that the kids that were nearby or in there have been removed, and that they're going to be okay as well. They're waiting for their parents to pick them up at another location. But in the meantime, the question that does remain at this hour is, who was this person and where are they now? There are some media outlets reporting that this person has been shot. We are not going to report that until we get express confirmation from sheriff's deputies and from investigators on the scene. So we're waiting and watching for that. And Marielle Liu is with us as well here in Studio A. And Marielle, as you've been covering this for the last few hours now, you understand how important it is, because when you look at social media, people say, didn't you hear, didn't you hear? And we got to kind of put the phone and go like that and say, wait a minute, let's figure out what we know right now.
Very important, especially at a time like this when there's so much fear in the community, to just be able to take a step back and to just look at the facts as they are, and then as more information comes into the newsroom, that's what you will get from us, and you can count on us here at Fox 2 to do that every time. We do still have the rabbi.
He's back on the phone. Rabbi Shalom Cantor, we lost you there for a moment. Glad you're with us. You were saying, talking and reflecting with us a little bit about how you don't want to speculate, but what is it that you do know right now in terms of those loved ones and those friends, family members, those in the community that are accounted for? Have you talked to people who are affected by this personally?
So my son is at me, which is housed at the Jewish Community Center. They've been on lockdown until about 20 minutes ago, when the lockdown was lifted, but they still have a lockout, meaning that nobody's in or nobody's out of the building. The FBI has a presence there, as do other police officer organizations, to protect and secure the building. I do know that the children have been evacuated, as you've already reported, but beyond that, I don't have any specific information.
Rabbi,
I talked to. Let me say, I did talk to two grandparents, two of my congregants who have children grandchildren who attend the preschool, and both have reported that they have news that their grandchildren are okay.
I do want to report that we have now confirmed that the shooter in this situation is dead, taken down by security there at the church. This is according to police. So we have now confirmation that the person who was responsible, according to investigators, and trying to do this, whatever it is this person was trying to do, the violence, this person has been taken down, shot, and killed. And so that now we've confirmed the shooter in this situation is dead. That confirmation coming to us here in the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay.
So, Rabbi, yeah, you were. Go ahead.
What else can I add? So in terms of facts, I can't give you any more than you already have.
Here's what we're asking now, Rabbi, if I may, because the shooter in this situation dead, that coming into the newsroom now, but that does not necessarily ease the fear in the Jewish community right now, just on a human level. Can you explain to us what is in the hearts and minds of so many Jewish Americans who certainly feel like there has been an increase in attacks, an increase in hatred, not just coming from afar, but right here at home?
It is petrifying at times. It also brings people together, and it gives us a sense that we together can get through this. But there is no question that there is an elevated level of fear, and following this, I'm sure that there will be many more levels of fear and a need for increased security on many different levels. That will be both visible security and things that won't be visible to the naked eye, but things that we know about that will be instituted at, I'm guessing, many of the different institutions around the community and probably around the nation to a large extent. People are nervous, and people ask all kinds of questions about, is it safe to show my identity outwardly? Can I wear a outward sign, whether it is a head covering, a yarmulke or a kippah, or some sort of necklace, or do I need to hide that? People have asked me. I also teach at the high school one class on Jewish identity, and we discuss this all the time about, is it safe to show Jewish identity publicly, or is it something that we have to hide? And there's not one right answer, but this is going to definitely impact that and impact how people feel about publicly showing. So for some people, it will make them want to show it more and say, I am proud of who I am, and you're not going to scare me. And there are other people who understandably are going to say, I'm not so sure. I'm very proud of who I am, but I need to be cautious, show out in the world. And both responses have to be validated and have to be understood and have to be respected. And I think that is going to be one of the key things going forward.
We've taken calls from one of your members and certainly a friend of Fox 2, Carolyn Krieger, who was in tears, just expressing just how many times people in the Jewish community have had to go through this. If you were to give words of encouragement right now to people who are disheartened by this, who are watching, what would you say to them?
Number one, find people that you can be with. Find community. We need each other. Do not sit in your home and watch the TV by yourself, but find people to be with. Find people to support you and people that you can support in return. Number one thing.
Yeah. Rabbi Cantor,
Judaism is all about community.
Yes.
And the community is coming together in large numbers, not only here in Metro Detroit, but across the world, wrapping its arms around a community that has given so much to our greater Metro community. And Rabbi Cantor, you're a big part of that. We thank you for your time here on the phone today. We want to get to Fox News' Camille Amiri. She's live with us right now with somebody who's been there for a little while now. And Camille, what are they telling you?
Yeah, we're talking to Beth Swiss, one of the first people here on the scene as far as civilians go. Beth, thank you for talking to us. I know you talked to me earlier. Kind of tell me how your day started and how you ended up here.
Yeah, so I was at Henry Ford Hospital dropping something off, and I was driving down the street, and I was talking to my mom on the phone, and there were police officers driving by super fast. There were about 10 police officers down the street, so I told my mom, hey, let's pray. There's something like happening. So I thought it was a car accident. And then when I got to this light, it looked like a mom with a cell phone, and she was running really fast across the street. She didn't even see me or the other cars. And so I told my mom, something else is happening, and maybe there's a school right there. So again, we were praying, and I just started driving down the street away. And then when I hit this dirt road, I was like, I feel like I should go back. Let's just get off the phone, but keep praying. And then when I drove back, I parked in the parking lot, and I just felt from the Holy Spirit to come and to pray with people. And then I texted work, Oak Point Church, and had them all praying. And so, yeah, and then just been with some parents and lots of other people, giving them hope and comfort while they wait.
You were just describing the expression of the woman. Talk about that when we were talking off camera, what you felt when you saw her face.
Yeah, I mean, it was a look of horror, absolute horror. And so, yeah, it was really disturbing, actually.
And when we see these things happen, we always think worst case scenario, but knowing that everything we're hearing, that no one was killed, and that the police have taken out the suspect, that they've neutralized the suspect, what goes through your head, obviously unfolding very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, just for the family, just watching them, there was just even a mom that came out, I believe, holding her child, so that's very emotional. And so there's other people that are waiting for their spouses to come out, to still connect with their kids, but definitely rejoicing in that and comfort, and also even just to see just all the support of the first responders is very overwhelming as well. And then I always have a heart for the person that did it. I always think that's someone's child, someone's son, someone's neighbor. So again, you and I talked about what can we do as a community to diminish
and to prevent this from happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it's just for all of us to pay more attention to people, to each other, to be kind, loving, and then when we do see something that's off, to report it. It's not going to hurt for us to report it. So just really paying attention.
Thank you, Beth, so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Again, just hearing from one of the people who was first on the scene as far as civilians go and what she saw. Everybody here thankful that this did not result in any fatalities. As far as the suspect go, again, the police have taken that suspect down. We have confirmed that, but still, obviously, a lot of work to be done here. Still a very active police situation, and of course, we're waiting to hear from Sheriff Bouchard as far as an update from him goes. But we're going to stand by here live and send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Camille Amiri for us live tonight. Thank you. You know, Marielle, just looking at this, and then you kind of go, when's the last time something like this happened? Mm-hmm. It was in Grand Blanc, September 28th, just down the road, a little north of here, when someone actually, Thomas Sanford, I believe was his name, he rammed his pickup truck into the church. And now you're seeing in this situation, I know a text that was given from the temple to all the members said a car crashed into the building, police shot driver, not sure if he's dead. This is as per the temple sending to members. Car caught on fire, which is why fire trucks are there. And it just kind of reminds you of what happened with this perpetrator, this 40-year-old guy who also ran his pickup truck. It's almost as though the same MO was used in this situation. Thankfully, you know, in the Grand Blanc situation, you had 4 people who died.
Right.
In this situation, no one was hurt inside, which is good news.
We talked to former Assistant Chief Steve Dolan about exactly that, who said, is this a copycat situation? We talked about the policy here at Fox 2 not to give any notoriety to people who choose to create mass chaos in our communities. So we're certainly not doing that here, but you have to wonder just for the people in the Jewish community, this constant fear every time you get an alert like this and you see car into the building. Early when this was happening and before we were getting information back into the newsroom, we see smoke billowing from the building. We don't know if it's a fire. We don't know if there are kids still inside. There is a food pantry day that the synagogue does on Thursdays. That would have been today as well while people were there. Thankfully, we're not reporting any injuries, but this is something that people are having to think about. We have Scott Wolchek on the ground for us as well. Scott, what can you tell us?
Hey, you know what? This is pretty wild to see. It is a good thing to hear that this shooter is down, and it appears that there's no injuries. The second that any of us heard that there's a nursery school there, I mean, your heart just drops down to another level. So we actually just saw maybe a couple minutes ago a young mother walking out, you know, just holding a child so close to her. She did not want to do any type of interview or anything like that, but so much emotion on her face, and you can see this police presence is unlike many things that I have seen in my career. This is truly an amazing show of just a preparation plan, but it sounds as though the shooter had driven the vehicle into the Temple Israel there and was quickly dispatched. So this could have been so much worse. Of course, it is still an active scene, still a developing situation, but there's a lot of emotion on this scene, and it is very hard to tell, you know, when you're actually out here, it's hard to tell, you know, what may have happened in that time period, right? You know, you get this information and it just kind of trickles in, and so you hear things, and it's certainly something that I have not quite seen in my career, but it's something that you have to feel blessed that there are so many police and EMS that have come out here able to support the community, and I think a lot of us are praying that it is true that there are no other injuries. So it's definitely something that is pretty wild to witness.
We know right now. Thank you, Scott Wolchek, and you stay on the line, so to speak, with us here. I know that we're getting some reporting from our team saying, per police source, one security guard was hit by the suspect's car, but their injuries are not life-threatening. This suspect barreling into this, into the temple, and in the process, obviously, people trying to stop him. It seems as though one security person was hurt. But Marielle, we should also point out it was a security person who exchanged fire or shot this person and was able to bring this person down as well. This job, if you're not a police officer and you're just running security, you're trying to make sure that the right people are coming in and out of the building. Right. You're looking out for everyday stuff that you look out for, but this is the kind of stuff that they train for, and clearly that training paid off for that security guard.
That's one of the things we talked to former Assistant Chief Dolan about, is in this moment you have officers who in a way have to compartmentalize. They are trying to make sure that the scene is secured. Then you also very understandably have parents who are trying to get their kids out of there, who don't really care about your request to keep the area clear so that emergency vehicles can make their way through, because they're wanting to make sure that their kids are okay. Again, we're continuing to report no injuries. Kids were moved to Shenandoah, so all good news to report there. But when that's not always the case, there are so many different things that officers have to deal with. So to also be able to respond so quickly, and not just West Bloomfield Police, FBI on the scene, fire, I mean, everyone so quickly. And they said that they've changed for this. And also, Roop talked about how their training has changed in recent years because of the increased threats, not just because of what's happening overseas, but also the increase in homegrown terrorism, white supremacy, things like that, that have made it certainly more of an active job for all agencies involved. How do you protect people when there seem to be just threats popping up everywhere, and on any given day you have someone who, as we see here, decides to drive into a building knowing there will be people there?
You know, and you make a good point. You know, they're seeing more of this, and I think the bottom line is right now, from a mental health point of view, you kind of look at this and say, you know, how much time are we spending in echo chambers? And I say that not as commentary, but as fact. We know that so many of these people, as you say, that we don't want to give any glory to or any notoriety to, but they spend a heck of a lot of time in these echo chambers, kind of echoing other things that they're hearing that could be considered hate. You know, you talk about mental health and watching images like this, making sure you don't get desensitized. There's a therapist who's on the phone with us right now from Birmingham Maple Clinic, Carrie Craywick, and that's a therapist who obviously understands what these images, what these pictures do when we see them, and how we can process them moving forward. And we thank you, Carrie, for joining us here. Your initial thoughts on what we're seeing here, what's unfolding, and how we all can process this, especially those with kids.
Absolutely. I have kids in the Bloomfield schools, so this afternoon I got the text that they were on lockdown, and of course my heart sank for everybody involved. My own sister was an elementary school principal where there was a school shooting in Perry, Iowa, just a few years ago. I've appeared on your show for the Oxford shooting, the Las Vegas shooting. So every time this happens, I think every parent, every person, everybody in the community just is heartbroken and worried, because it does seem like it happens more often and in places that we would just love for there to be safety, such as a preschool or a place of worship.
Hey, Carrie, this is Marielle here. I want to ask, because you bring up a good point. Your sister working in the school system, there are so many different ways that we can relate to this, right? You can be a member of a minority group who understands what it is to be discriminated against. You can be a member of the Jewish faith who is constantly feeling under attack. You might have a wife or a spouse who is a teacher, so you think about the school aspect in that regard. What do you recommend for people who empathize with this situation and who feel so deeply what's happening, but also just to protect our own mental health? How do we all navigate constantly seeing scenes like this play out on a day-to-day basis?
No, I love that as a question. I mean, empathy is a quality that, of course, we would want all the members of our community to have. Empathy is the ability to have an experience, maybe not the same experience as someone, but be able to connect it to our own. And so if you've experienced loss, or if you've experienced tragedy, you've experienced trauma, if you've experienced discrimination, you want to be able to recognize that in other people and really feel for them. And I think, the rabbi mentioned, really turning towards community, really gathering together with other people and people who've had shared experiences is a way we can reduce stress. Our life as it exists is always going to have stress. We need periods of both stress and rest. So to be able to connect with other people and feel safe amongst those people is a way to reduce our own stress. And, even as a therapist, is like when people come to you, it both is stress relieving for the person who's coming to you and for the person who's there to be there for them. So to feel like you should be a part of a community, because it's good for both the giver and the receiver.
And you have, as a mom yourself, you understand that, but as a therapist, you understand it even more deeply so. Carrie, we thank you for your time here today. We should mention that in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we expect to actually hear from some of the officials about what exactly transpired inside of the Temple Israel, because we have so many questions. We know, again, if you're just joining us, that the shooter is dead. We also understand that one security guard was injured when this person ran their car into the temple. And we also know that our own Lauren Edwards is live on the scene right now with the very latest from what she's hearing and what she's seeing. And Lauren, give us some perspective. Who are the people who are kind of surrounding that scene outside of police personnel?
You know, I can tell you we just arrived here on scene at the Jewish Community Center. Over to my right, I'm going to have my photographer, photojournalist, Tim Baker, pan over that way because we're told this is where families are going to be gathering. This is where families are meeting up again with loved ones. Now it's the Jewish Community Center of Metro Detroit. And as you can see, it is a packed parking lot, excuse me, and the Birmingham Fire Department is there. And as I said, we just arrived, I would say 20 to 30 minutes ago. And we've seen police here from all the multiple agencies all around Oakland County, obviously responding to such tragic and awful thing to have happened. And we're just waiting. We're waiting for families. We're waiting to see them reunited, hoping I can speak to them and just ask them, you know, a number of questions, just how they're feeling, their initial thoughts. And I had seen things online that, you know, of course, parents right now are scared, families, loved ones. So many people are scared. And just it's again, what we know so far, everyone is okay, but I can't imagine just going through something like this. So we're just going to stand out here. We're near the intersection of Maple and Drake, and we're just waiting for families to go in, hoping that we can hear from just one about what they are experiencing at this very moment. So I can tell you, Rupa, that we're going to be out here all afternoon, again, hoping to meet with a family and a loved one. It's just about what they're thinking and feeling at this time.
Lauren, Marielle here. Just curious, from a journalist's point of view, a lot of people don't understand how difficult it is to be in situations like this, where if you are able to speak with a parent, still approaching them with the humanity and the reverence that this situation deserves. Can you just speak a little bit about that process, and if you are able to talk to a parent, just what that experience is like from your point of view?
Marielle, I'm so glad you asked that question because it's something we have to approach with sensitivity. I remember covering the Oxford shooting that sadly happened, and I didn't bring my microphone when I approached parents. You know, it can be intimidating to a camera, a microphone, even just asking questions. So you try to be as sensitive as possible. I remember being in Boston at the Boston Marathon shooting, and that's another time too where you just try either to hide your microphone or don't bring it at all, or you have your photographer just stay a little bit to the side so that you can approach them just with sensitivity and grace and say, hey, how are you? Is it okay that, you know, can you give us just one brief comment? We understand that you're going through absolute chaos right now. You know, it is a nightmare. As I've said many times, I can't imagine being a parent or being a loved one, a grandparent, anything, and going through something like this and just getting alert on your phone. Hey, there's an active shooter situation. Those are 3 words, Marielle, nobody wants to hear. So in this situation, I'm going to be as sensitive as possible, but also really wanting to get their perspective because that just all brings it home, and it's very humanizing to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, Lauren Edwards for us live today, I should say thank you. It'll be a long night at that as this investigation does continue. And of course, we get more answers. We're about 8 to 10 minutes away from a news conference. We're hoping on the scene there that we'll learn more. In the meantime, you know, you talk about, we've mentioned now twice, security officer who was able to neutralize the threat, another security officer who was injured. Mike Harville is a security officer who is trained to protect places of worship. We've had him on our show so many times before. Mike, you're on the phone with us here today, and we thank you for sharing your time. It goes without saying that these church security officers and the plan that they have with them is critically important in the moments where it counts most here. Mike? Can you hear me, Mike?
Over there.
It's terrible. Roop, can you hear me?
There he is.
There we go.
Mike, I was just saying that it is very important to note that it was security officers, one of which we understand shot the suspect. And in another case, a security officer was actually hurt trying to neutralize this threat. These officers are critically important, and you do this kind of work all the time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's sad we've come to this, but you know, I heard it mentioned earlier on the news report that it took a good guy.
Mike, we'll have to go right to the sheriff. We'll come back to you, okay?
Check 1, 2. Everybody set?
Here's Mike Bouchard, the sheriff of Oakland County.
Okay, so again, this is all going to be super preliminary stuff. And anytime you have a situation like this, information changes and evolves. Here's what we know so far. A car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. It's been complicated because there was some fire to say the least, with that vehicle. We believe that individual is deceased. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever, okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay. So far, that's our information to this point. We have agencies from all over. Obviously, ATF is here, FBI. More than likely will be taking the lead on this based on some of the preliminary investigative information we have, but we're not going to go into that at this point. But we want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area. We're going to clear vehicles for any explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe was in the building at the time. So we're to continue to maybe pivot to, is there anybody else involved, and the investigative side of what's happened.
So you can confirm that it was security that shot and killed the suspect here?
Well, we can't say what killed him at this point, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire.
Did the suspect have a weapon?
We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but reached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
So do we know that he ever fired shots?
Preliminarily, we have some information, but nothing that we confirm, so we're not going to go into it.
Did he breach the building in front?
He drove in through doors with a vehicle.
There was only one person in that vehicle?
That's what it appears at this point.
What do we know about this fire?
Something ignited in the vehicle. That's a work in progress. We're, through an abundance of caution, clearing the vehicle for IEDs or any explosives. We've got a significant number of bomb dogs on site, bomb techs on site, and all of that's going to be done to check the boxes. We have deployed resources all across the county, just in case, out of an abundance of caution, that there may be a secondary site, but we don't have any information at this time to believe that. So we want people to take a breath. No one was hurt. We're on top of it. The chief and his team got here fast. Everything that was supposed to happen happened. Security did their job, and then the responders did theirs.
Was it a Michigan vehicle?
Sheriff, what did the call come out as?
I believe it came out as an active shooter.
Where and when did you actually neutralize the gun?
The vehicle's in the hallway of the building, inside the building. Again, I can't tell you what he died of until we get a little further. We haven't actually gone into the car. It's still being cleared.
So we did know that the security guard shot this
They shot at?
Shot at them, but it's unclear if he was killed by
Because, in situations like this, you never know. If somebody's trapped, sometimes they kill themselves. So the suspect was engaged. Was it the same? It's the clearest sentence I can give you.
What is the condition of the security?
From information I got, he should be okay. He was knocked unconscious.
So it was a different security officer who fired the shot?
There were multiple security officers on scene, and the one that was hurt was pulled from that area by his team.
Where's the car registered from? What?
We're not going to get into the specifics on the car. Okay. It was a truck.
Sheriff, is this a West Bloomfield scene, a sheriff's scene? I know everybody's here.
Everybody's here, more than likely, based on a couple early pieces of information. The FBI may take the lead. That's yet to be formally determined.
Were there explosives in his vehicle?
That's yet to be cleared.
How much damage to the building from the fire?
That I can't even tell you. And you couldn't even see the hall was completely clear. We had to send people in with gas masks to clear that area.
How are the kids doing?
All the way in the building.
Do we know how fast he was going?
It's hard to say how fast. I mean, he was traveling with purpose down the hall from my look at the video.
Chief, this could have been a far worse situation considering the severity of it, him getting into the building, whatever may have been in the vehicle. Talk about just the response, those security guards, and how this could be far worse than what we're reporting and seeing right now.
No, absolutely. In fact, what I would tell you is that I am deeply proud of the response, not only from the security that was on site, but also of all the police officers and the firefighters that are here right now. We train on active shooter events a lot. The county has a consortium, OCTAC, that trains the entire county on active shooter tactics, and that's something that we believe in and that we support, and I think that training certainly helped to mitigate what happened here today.
And the chief has been in contact with all of the facilities for weeks, and not just on the last couple of weeks, but constantly forever. But in the last couple of weeks, even a lot more integrated communication. You know, I mean, there are ways, and all of the agencies in Oak County are partnering with their religious institutions and schools. And anytime there's a concern, there's communication, there's extra patrol, extra attention, extra warnings. That had all happened for the weeks leading up to this. And the team inside that building was very queued up. And I know the chief had communicated directly with their head of security weeks ago.
Were there any directed threats at this specific temple?
There was no specific chatter about any institution or facility in Oakland County, but they were all on alert.
Sheriff, we see vehicles leaving. Is all clear been issued? Is the shelter in place still in
It's still in place until we clear vehicles and make sure there's no IEDs or other secondary potential. But we believe there's nothing active at the moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Appreciate it.
So it's likely that there could be another press conference here, maybe within the next 2 hours.
Okay.
Something like
Thank
that.
you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there you have it. Sheriff Mike Bouchard addressing the media, essentially saying right now, unless the FBI decides to take over, which often they do in cases like this, Oakland County Sheriff's Department is leading this case, and we can tell you right now, the bottom line is today, we know a car crashed into Temple Israel. We know someone was inside. That person, after exchanging gunfire, I don't know if that person had a gun, but gunfire erupted in that scene. The person was killed. A security person was hurt. At this time, there's no threat, and the lockdown is over. That's good news.
Many Jewish organizations across Metro Detroit were also placed on lockdown. As a result of this, that has been lifted as well. I do believe we have Mike Harville back on the phone with us. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mike, thank you again for staying with us throughout this afternoon. I'm curious what happens next from a security standpoint. Once you have an event like this, someone drives into a building clearly with at least the effort of a coordinated attack, how do you, I guess, change the security protocol, or what happens the next day when something like this happens?
Well, usually what's going to happen is the security force, for lack of a better term right now, we'll do a debrief, go through and look at the situation, look for any opportunities that might have been improved upon, and then make some changes if they see something they could have done better. I will tell you this, knowing the Jewish Federation and their team, I know the lead of their team personally, great guy. They have a top-notch program. And so I know that they did very well in this particular incident.
I do want to ask you, you talk about this incident, and we understand that what happened in Grand Blanc, you and I talked after that, a guy rams his pickup truck at that point into a church. Here we have a car hitting a church. This is the type of thing, the MO that these guys have to try to disrupt or to get people out or to kind of startle everyone. Is that what you all are trained on as well in terms of figuring out what to do in the moments after something like that happens?
Exactly, and that's something that I know not just my teams, but teams at security, I mean, houses of worship and other places across the country are all starting to look at this, because with Grand Blanc and then this, I mean, this is basically a copycat, seems like, almost. And this could be the new norm, where they're going to use a vehicle. They might have explosives in it. Because I just heard this. I was listening on my way home from work, and I heard this on Fox News that somebody was being interviewed and said this very same thing. This is the new method that these guys may be using. So now everybody needs to start training and looking at these options. What can we do if this sort of thing were to come our way?
Well, obviously, we hope and pray that these types of things just stop, because this is a terrible thing and it's a shocking thing for so many people. Marielle, you have any questions for Mike as well?
Mike, I wanted to ask you, because you gave such a brilliant answer to this earlier, and it really did give us insight into just how much your job changes. And as you just mentioned, now kind of having to study every time there's an incident like this and see what can we learn, what can we be prepared for. Can you talk about how your job has changed, perhaps gotten more difficult in recent years as we see more of these attacks happening here at home?
Well, I've gotten busier, I will say that. But we do more training, and we're not just training security teams, we're training staff. We're training other volunteers in the church so that there are more people who are knowledgeable and can react should something happen, and not just a handful of people. So it's very good to have people who are trained. I think I mentioned earlier there's a program that we use called React ASAP. It was designed by law enforcement here locally, and it's a great program. And so that's something we teach with all of our people.
Well, Mike, I do want to ask you, though, and look, this may be tentative, preliminary, but I think it's important to note that if this is their supposed new norm, if this is how they want to do things, everyone else has to figure out how to react to that. So what is it that someone should do from a security standpoint if they hear that someone rammed their car or truck into your place of worship?
Well, I mean, say that again, Rube.
What's the training? If this is common now, it seems like twice in the last 6 months that we've seen this, a car or pickup truck goes smashing into a place of worship. What's the protocol? What are you supposed to do if you're inside that building at the time?
Well, each church can play it out differently, or house of worship, I should say, but sometimes it could end up being a medical situation. And so you want to try to help if it's a medical situation, but you're going to have to approach the vehicle with caution. You're not going to be able to just run up to it and say, oh, my gosh, this person's having a medical emergency. We need to help them. You're going to have to approach with caution and be very slow and methodical about it to make sure that's exactly what you're dealing with.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's sad because that stymies the humanity that we all have. When you hear of someone crashing a car, you think, hey, I want to go check on this person. But sadly, as we've seen in this incident and the one in Grand Blanc, it wasn't that. It was someone who didn't need help but was trying to hurt.
That's right.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for checking in with us again. We may give you a call in just a little bit. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Let's check in with Fox News' Dave Spencer, boots on the ground right now, right at the scene there. And Dave, what are you seeing in terms of reunification and how people are doing there now?
Yeah, Rupa, reunification is a process that's happening right now, and it's about 2 blocks from where we are. And you could see from the massive police presence behind me that it's really impossible for anyone who isn't going to be reunited with a loved one to get beyond this police presence, this barricade, if you will. Mobile command units, we're talking multiple mobile command units on scene here. In the last few minutes, however, the posture of everyone, all the law enforcement agents who have body armor and long guns out and drawn has significantly changed after we've realized that the threat, whatever potential threat there was, has been neutralized. But again, I've never seen a police presence quite like the one I'm witnessing right here. I'm about 1.5 blocks from the temple from where I stand right now, and it is here on Walnut Lake. Police cars beyond count. I can't see the end of them as I look at these flashing lights here parked alongside Walnut Lake, and you could tell by the way some of these agents come in cars that aren't marked, the way they're parked up on a curb, just the urgency at which they were kind of making sure they were rushing to the scene and getting here in order to respond to the perceived threat when we were very unaware of what was going on and how many people could be potentially involved. And as we just heard, and I listened to as well, the Sheriff Bouchard giving us an update that there is no more threat in place. We're watching these law enforcement agents from all over. We're talking state police, sheriffs, the county sheriff, local from West Bloomfield here, kind of take a different posture. ATF agents as well, kind of walk it down and get back to the car. They mentioned they're going to start clearing out the area as best they can, allow the people that were sheltering in place, because these are just neighborhoods here at Greenbrier, and this is all part of where the reunification was going to take place, was just a block and a half down from where we're standing now. We understand that you cannot get, we're going to allow the privacy that's from the law enforcement there for those families to get back to one another after going through that terrible ordeal that they experienced just a few hours ago. And we still see the helicopters up. There's 2 of them, police helicopters circling the scene, making sure that what we know to be true is in fact true, as we kind of just process everything that's happening here in terms of the sheer number of law enforcement agents. Again, unlike anything I've ever seen. I'll send it back to you.
Reporting live for us. Dave, thank you so much. We have Camille Amiri standing by as well. You can certainly sense a difference in the urgency there now that we know that the suspect is dead, and now they are more concerned about getting families back together, being able to have a place where people can meet safely away from all this. You can only imagine all of the emotion in the area as well.
It's probably thick as can be as people are reunited with their children, especially in those loved ones in other areas. Camille, I know, of course, as we all have noted, that the next step is going to be figuring out who this person was and what they planned to do before they were stopped.
Yeah, I mean, that's the million-dollar question. Of course, we don't have the answers to those questions right now, but we do know that he has been killed. Police not saying whether he killed himself or whether he was taken out by an officer. They have yet to confirm. They're still trying to work that out, but we do know that he is dead. We do know that they rammed his vehicle into the synagogue, according to police, according to Oakland County Sheriff Bouchard, Michael Bouchard, and that he shot at that he may have injured one of the security guards, but we don't know exactly if any shots were fired from the shooter. He used his car as a weapon, is what police were saying. And were there any explosives on that car like we saw in Grand Blanc? Police say they do not know at this time, but they said that there was a fire. Was that fire caused because he was driving so quickly and that something may have exploded into his car? We know that he did ram through the front of the building, and we do know that he got into the building with his vehicle. But again, like you said, a huge sigh of relief from everybody, knowing that he is no longer a threat and knowing that nobody was seriously hurt, that the security guard did sustain injuries, but he is expected to be okay. Meanwhile, what led this person to do this? Was this something that he had planned for a while? Was this something that did he leave any clues behind? Was there any telltale sign that this was going to happen today? That is what they're going to be working out. Was there any kind of manifesto, and what was the motivation? Again, people here just very relieved right now that nobody was seriously injured and that suspect was taken into custody. This has been a very, very fluid situation as we have tried to figure out exactly what's going on. As you know, we're very far away from the synagogue itself, but police, so many of them on the scene, doing their due diligence, trying to figure out exactly what led up to this. But again, a huge sigh of relief that suspect is no longer a threat.
Camille Amiri for us live tonight with that. We thank you so much for that report, and we'll continue to check in with you. If you're just joining us, we're approaching the 3 o'clock hour here, and Marielle Lou, along with myself and the whole Fox 2 team, tracking the latest. Now, we can tell you right now, if you're just turning this on your stream, on your phone, on your connected TV, we do have a bit of good news, and the good news is that nobody inside of Temple Israel was hurt, except for a security guard who is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. In the meantime, we can tell you that there was a car in which there was a suspect. That suspect rams the car into Temple Israel. Not clear, Marielle, whether the person took their own life or was shot by a security officer. One of the security officers taken to the hospital. In the meantime, lockdowns have been lifted, and that is the best news we can give you at this hour.
Absolutely. We have Danny Leach on the phone with us now. Danny attends Temple Israel. Danny, are you here?
I am.
How are you feeling right now to watch all this play out on television and to see your place of worship intentionally attacked like this? Take us inside of your mind right now.
Well, it's nice to be with you guys, obviously, on a very tough day. I grew up a mile away from Temple Israel. I've been there over, 300-400 times for bar and bat mitzvahs. My sister was there last night. My brother-in-law's nephew was there today. Luckily, I got some good news from a good friend of mine, Michael Kraft, who was in touch with the teacher inside when everything was going on and the news was spotty, when you guys were reporting everything, to know that the kids were safe. And just to know that a place that I have loved and have attended so many wonderful events and have so many friends that belong there and so many friends that were bar mitzvahed or, confirmed there, to see this happen. And the one thing that you guys have been talking about, the incredible police presence and the response, obviously in this very scary new normal, was something to behold. And I feel so grateful for that. But to know that this happened here, and we have such a tight, close-knit Jewish community, and to see this happen, on our home turf is very jarring. It's very depressing. But I'm someone that has always tried to live my life with love and gratitude and understanding.
Yeah.
And I'll never give up the hope that we can try to come together and have differences, but understand them. But it's still very. It's been a tough day. It's a tough day for so many of us, and I don't think you have to be Jewish today to be upset and be hurt and be heartbroken. But thank God everyone's okay. Thank God the response was great. But it's truly just a crazy world we live in right now, and we've got to adjust. But we can't give up the hope and love to try to come together in any way we can.
And Danny, that is such a great perspective to have, to continue to have gratitude, to continue to hope for just more love and understanding. But can you tell me how it feels on a day-to-day basis? I don't want to say, do you live in fear, but what is it like for you, as it seems that there are more and more attacks? And you mentioned, I go to temple here, I don't expect for this to happen. But is that something that lives in the back of your mind as a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, it's something, like I said, I hate the term new normal, but that's kind of where we're at. I think we all know that.
Sure.
But that being said, guys, it's one of those things where if you live in fear, and I know this is kind of the old adage, but it's the truth. If you live in fear, you're letting the bad people win.
Well, and they didn't today, Danny. I only interrupt politely because we have to go to Dave Spencer, who's live. But Danny Leach, we're glad you're okay. We're glad your family's okay, and we're certainly glad the whole community is okay. We do thank you very generously for your time here today. Dave Spencer, you have someone who you're talking to right now. What do you got?
Yeah, Roop, here. I'm back here at Greenbrier and Walled Lake. Again, the police presence is staggering here. And this is a neighborhood, and clearly there are neighbors here, Jamie Vaughn being one of them, who runs a business out of the home that's just less than a block from where this all transpired. Kind of walk me through your day, when you noticed something was going on, and kind of your reaction to all of it.
I think about 12:50, 1 o'clock, I was having a meeting with my secretary, and I just kept hearing police cars pass, and I just kept counting, and the number just kept growing, and I'm like, maybe an accident, and then they just kept growing. So I came outside, and they just would not stop, and I said, something happened, and I heard the officers, they just kept jumping out of the cars and loading up, and they said, active shooter, shots fired.
When they said those words, what was going through your mind, knowing how close this scene was to where you were?
When I saw them cut through the trees, I thought it was something was happening to somebody's house. Then somebody's possibly going to be on the loose. I had no idea what to think, and the cars were still coming.
Yeah. And they kept on coming. And you said that even though they were parked here a few blocks away, officers were getting out, arming up, and running towards the scene.
Yes, they were running, and they weren't saying anything to anybody, because a couple neighbors came out. Mainly it was just myself at first, and then I decided to go back in the house, and there on the news they said active shooter. I was like, at the temple, I said, oh my gosh. And then more, I guess, families started coming out, and they were stationed here on the sidewalk talking to officers, and I heard the officer, he got kind of loud with them, and it seemed like one mom was frantic, and then all of a sudden they just started running that way.
So these are the parents you were saying, or family members of the kids that were involved in that daycare getting those instructions?
Right, because when I went back in the house, I heard something happened in the daycare, so I was assuming these were parents of the kids.
And then they just took off running, and you can imagine, as any parent would want to know that their child's okay, you could certainly sympathize and empathize with everything they were going through.
Yes, absolutely. I was like, why is this happening? And nothing like this has ever happened over here, and I'm still just in shock.
And you mentioned to me that it just didn't stop. They one police after another, and they still continue to show up even as we're speaking now.
Yes, and I was just like, wow, this is really, really serious. And I saw by the news that it was on fire, and I was like, oh my gosh, and they still just kept coming.
And just to give people a little perspective of how far you are from the temple, it is what, a block, maybe at that?
Probably less.
A minute walk.
Yes.
Wow. And as you're kind of processing this, have police or anybody come up to you, said anything to you at this point?
No, because after the sirens on the phones went off saying to take shelter, we just stayed in the house.
And that's what you did. You listened to those orders. What do you think about this response? I mean, does this restore your faith?
I still have never seen, and then this many officers show up this fast. And when my client was able to get here, because he was due to be back here way before that, the driver said that he saw officers coming from Southfield. So I was like, wow, they are on it.
Yeah, we see ATF, Michigan State Police, officers from all over, a mobile command unit right in front of your driveway there. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
Never.
Unbelievable. Jamie, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Glad you're safe and glad everything is kind of restoring or kind of getting back to normal in some capacity here as we're waiting for more official word from law enforcement. We know that we're going to get another news conference in the coming hours here. But again, the sheer presence of police is staggering at this point, and it's still hard to comprehend it. And we're glad that everything is starting the process of returning back to normal. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that sheer presence of police you speak of obviously speaks to the sheer care that this whole community has for those who have been affected by this, and affected at least in not the worst way. Instead, people who just simply shaken up in a really bad way, and we understand that. But no one was hurt inside of Temple Israel, and that is good news. As we know right now, the person who was responsible for ramming their car into Temple Israel, that person is dead. Whether that person took their own life or died by the bullets coming from the security guard, still unclear at this hour. We're approaching the 3 o'clock hour. As we approach that hour, let's go live right now to Fox 2's Scott Wolchek. And Scott, you're on the ground as well, and in a different area than Dave. Give us an idea as to what you're seeing in terms of the families and the people in that community and what they're able to do.
Hey, Rip. Yeah, you know what? We're a little bit outside of the staging area here. So we just heard from Sheriff Bouchard, as well as a rabbi visiting from the Friendship Circle, who was friends with a lot of people at Temple Israel. So he gave us a little bit of perspective on the Jewish community. A lot of Jewish community centers have had heightened security with the war and just other types of things like that in the news lately. So they were talking a little bit about the security, the heightened ability to be ready for something like this. Sheriff Bouchard even said that they know the guy who's the head security here at Temple Israel, a former cop, and so he's been on site, he's checked out this. So what we also learned in that press conference, this person was driving a truck. They drove it through the doors, and they got pretty far. They went about 40, 50 feet down the hallway into that building after the security guard shot the suspect. Well, that's when the truck caught on fire, and that's why they are so concerned about, are there IEDs, are there explosives, is there anything like that inside of the truck, which makes you think about what happened in Grand Blanc, unfortunately, because it's one of those things where when a truck catches on fire like that, suddenly they've got to take a whole nother step and another look into what could be going on here. So they're looking into that. Big question I had during the press conference was, did this guy have any weapons? Have we found that out yet? Sheriff said they have not been able to talk about exactly what that is. That's still part of the investigation, but that's something that I want to know, because could this guy's truck have been loaded up with weapons? And obviously they're checking to see if he had any type of explosives. So pretty scary stuff. They did say that while they have been having threats around the Jewish community for the past few weeks, there weren't any direct threats here at Temple Israel leading up to this attack, which is a good thing to hear, but pretty scary. I know a lot of people in the community have been pretty worried about this. A lot of different synagogues, temples have gone on to lockdown, obviously lifted at this point, but still a heightened sense of fear.
Scott Wolchek for us live tonight. Thank you for that. It is 3 o'clock now, and if you're just joining us here on the broadcast, obviously we're in black in the moment, but we'll get back up here in just a second. I just should tell you, if you're listening to me right now, as you probably are, you are watching breaking news coverage of a situation unfolding in West Bloomfield. And as you may have heard, what happened earlier this afternoon was someone inside of a car ramming into Temple Israel. And this now is the aftermath of that scene. Temple Israel, everyone inside, the children, everyone else accounted for. They've been put into different areas where they can be reunited with their loved ones. In the meantime, the gunman in that situation, who was inside of that car, we understand, has been confirmed to have been killed. Whether this person took their own life or in a battle with a security officer, that's not completely confirmed at this hour, but we do know that that person who was trying to do harm and who rammed his car into this building is dead. That is the fatality we know of. Now, in terms of injuries, what do we know? We know right now that one security officer was hurt, taken to the hospital after being hit by that car. So, the moments that happened here as that car was approaching and rammed into Temple Israel, how security officers then came back out. Did this person try to ram the vehicle again, ram people again? All of that is going to become more clear as the investigators give us more information. But at this time, we can tell you all of the children are safe. The people inside of Temple Israel are safe as well. The person who did this is dead. And so from the FBI in Washington all the way to local police from Keego Harbor to Bloomfield Township, everywhere in this area, they are descending on Temple Israel to make sure that everything is good. The relaxed posture right now of the officers, relatively speaking, is because, as the sheriff mentioned, the threat has been neutralized. The person who did this is no longer. And they do not believe, as the sheriff has said just about 25 minutes ago, they do not believe that there is any further threat to the community, inside or outside. In fact, we know that the lockdown has been lifted in Jewish communities, centers, and other areas throughout West Bloomfield. And that is good news. But I can just tell you, driving in, coming from the north of Oakland County and driving down Losser, even Christian schools and public schools, there were police officers standing by outside of those. It speaks volumes about the kind of community we have here in terms of how quickly people come to the aid of not only those who need it most at Temple Israel, but also quickly safeguard other areas of worship and also of learning. And so that is the good news at this hour at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to continue our coverage here. I can tell you right now that there is a statement from FBI Director Kash Patel that he actually released not long ago, saying FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan responding to the apparent vehicle ramming an active shooter situation out of Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. And so that is good news as well. All right. Let's go over to Sheriff Bouchard, some sound we have of him talking about this situation and what unfolded just a short time ago. Take a listen. We're going to be listening.
The community. It doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area.
I know. I said sound.
Clear vehicles
I
for
said
any
sound.
Explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe was in the building at the time. So we're on path to continue to maybe pivot to, is there anybody else involved, and the investigative side of what's happened.
So you confirmed that it was security that shot and killed the suspect here?
Well, we can't say what killed him at this point, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire.
Did the suspect have a weapon?
We can't get into a lot of that stuff, but he breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
So do we know, did he ever fire shots, the suspect?
Preliminarily, we have some information, but nothing that we confirm, so we're not going to go into it.
Where did he breach the building, the front?
He drove in through doors with a vehicle.
There was only one person in that vehicle?
That's what it appears at this point.
What do we know about this fire?
Something ignited in the vehicle. That's a work in progress. We're, through an abundance of caution, clearing the vehicle for IEDs or any explosives. We've got a significant number of bomb dogs on site, bomb techs on site, and all of that's going to be done to check the boxes. We have deployed resources all across the county, just in case, out of an abundance of caution, that there may be a secondary site, but we don't have any information at this time to believe that. So we want people to take a breath. No one was hurt. We're on top of it. The chief and his team got here fast. Everything that was supposed to happen happened. Security did their job, and then the responders did theirs.
Sheriff, what did the call come out as?
I believe it came out as an active shooter.
Yeah.
Where and when did you actually neutralize the threat? Where was it?
The vehicle's in the hallway of the building. It's inside the building.
The front hallway.
Again, I can't tell you what he died of until we get a little further. We haven't actually gone into the car. It's still being cleared.
So we do know that the security guard shot this shooter. Shot at them, but it's unclear if he was killed by.
Because, in situations like this, you never know. If somebody's trapped, sometimes they kill themselves. So the suspect was engaged. It's the clearest sentence I can give you.
What is the condition of the security officer?
From information I got, he should be okay. He was knocked unconscious.
So tell us about the
security officer fired the shot. There were multiple security officers on scene, and the one that was hurt was pulled from that area by his gang.
Can you say anything about the response?
Sheriff Mike Bouchard talking to reporters just about 40 minutes ago. We should tell you in the next couple of hours, we expect by about 5 o'clock to hear another update as the investigators continue the work that they're doing on the ground in West Bloomfield. This all unfolding this afternoon. A very scary scene, as you can see here. A frightening situation as all the children are accounted for, all the people inside Temple Israel accounted for. But sadly, this was just such a traumatizing situation to everybody in the entire Jewish community and the greater community because of what happened inside of Temple Israel earlier this afternoon when a man rammed his car into Temple Israel. That person inside that car, not clear at this hour if they took their own life or a security officer shot at them, and that's how that person was killed and neutralized. But the news here that has brought relief to many people is that the person who did this was neutralized, was taken out, and because of that, they could secure the scene, that situation, and move forward, taking all the kids, all the young people, everyone in that temple and moving them out of that synagogue. So the good news at this hour, we can report to you that nobody was hurt, nobody was injured outside of a security officer who, by the way, we say non-life-threatening injuries, dealing with that right now after being apparently hit by the vehicle that rammed into the doors of the Temple Israel in West Bloomfield. And so we're working right now with all of our law enforcement agencies to continue to get updates. And as we say, by about 5 o'clock, the lead agency in this is the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. They'll be with us with another news conference, another update, because the big question that we have right now that we have to unpack and learn, who was this person? What was their intention? Is this pretty much a copycat of what we saw in Grand Blanc when that person rammed their pickup truck into the church out there in Grand Blanc? Sadly, in that situation, you had 4 people who died, and then you had the person himself who was also eventually taken out. In this case, we're talking about a person who obviously was able to do that first step, ram their vehicle into Temple Israel, but then from there, they were neutralized, and that is the good news here. This happened again shortly after noon. The vehicle drove through the front entrance of Temple Israel. The gunman dead inside the car, security guard in the hospital. No one else was hurt. All right, we're bringing in Jessica Dupnack, who's with us here. She's also been following all of this with her police sources as well, and she continues to kind of update all of us on what we're seeing. And Jessica, I know you have been on the phone. We've all been on the phone talking to police sources. Fill in some holes here, some blanks. What are we not talking about?
I actually have some new information. I was just talking to one of my sources, and as they're unfolding, I think it's important to note that when you're talking about when a vehicle's coming in, there's fire, it takes a minute to secure that situation. So in terms of finding out exactly what's inside of the vehicle, it's going to be a minute. But what I did just learn from one of my sources is they did find some kind of chemical agent inside of the truck that usually indicates some kind of bomb. We don't know. We don't want to make that leak quite yet, but they have tested for a chemical agent inside of that truck. That's what I'm learning right now. Again, it's all unfolding, and when you're dealing with a kind of chaotic scene, especially inside the vehicle, fire, gas mask, that kind of thing, it's going to be a minute. But I did just learn that. I'm working to flesh that out a little bit and see exactly what a chemical agent means. It can mean a lot of things, but in this situation, they're treating it as a possible bomb, what maybe would have been a bomb that have gone off, and maybe that's what caused the fire, but some incendiary device.
Well, and it's so important to see what investigators find in terms of what was that? What was that chemical that they found in there? But very good new information for us. I do have to kind of reflect on this with you, Jessica.
Yeah.
We saw, of course, you and I both covered Grand Blanc. We were on the ground there September 28th, and we're talking about, 5 months later? The MO of how this began, luckily it ended in a different way, but how this began was by ramming a vehicle into the place of worship. that is something that obviously, in this case, seemed to be a bit of a copycat.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you know anything about this facility, they have barriers on the sidewalk there, but the barriers, unfortunately, are not in front of the vehicles.
Yeah.
So it's to stop people from going along the sidewalk, but not necessarily in front of those doors. Yeah, very similar, Rope. You're talking about both situations. There was a truck involved, and that was sort of the MO, and possibly what we're looking at is some explosive device, which was also something that they found in the ground blank shooting. So it's very, very parallel here.
Yeah, and we also know, of course, in a separate non-religious sense, there was a person who had apparently a mental break who then ran their vehicle in Romulus through the airport, through the Delta Gate there. Lauren Edwards is with us live on the ground to tell us more about what she's hearing from people in that area right now. Lauren.
I can tell you that we've been out here at JCC all day just talking to folks, and I have someone next to me, Sam Bennett, thank you so much for joining us, but you say your wife works over in this building.
Yeah, she works at the J behind us here on Drake. She works for J Family, which is an organization within the JCC. And she texted me about 10 minutes before everything seemed to get really crazy to let me know they were in lockdown. And I got here as soon as I could. I was leaving Oakland County Circuit Court, so I just came straight here.
And I know you just reunited with her. You were just hugging her. It was such an emotional moment. Describe what it was like just to hug her.
Just knowing that she's here and she's okay. She wasn't at the temple, but she was here, with the kids who were potentially as a part of what happened. And she's very shaken up. I just want to get home and be with her to make sure she's all right.
Gotcha. And I'm assuming kids and families were shaken up as well, because this is absolutely tough and awful.
It's really tough because, if Temple Israel can get attacked, any of us can, because it's a very, very safe place. There's a long driveway to get into it. So it's definitely a very scary situation. So we're all just on hyper vigilant about everything.
And I just have to ask, though, what was it like when you first heard and you got that alert and you got the text message from your wife that, the tragedy had occurred? And fortunately, again, no victims in all of this, but still in terms of the kids and the teachers and the staff. But what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, who do we know who has their kids there? Who do we know that's there? My wife, a couple coworkers had their kids there, so it was definitely a very, very scary situation. And I just wanted to get here as soon as I could to make sure I could observe and figure out what was happening.
Thank you so much. Please go be with your wife. She's right over there. Thank her for it. We really appreciate this, but I'm so glad you got to hear from him, because he's been out here just waiting for his wife. His wife was attending to students, to families, to people who were all inside there. And I can just tell you, about 20-30 minutes ago, we were actually over on the other side, and we saw dozens and dozens of cars coming out with kids and families, all I'm assuming just shaking like he was saying, but we saw all the cars just drive by. And I can't say it enough that we're going to continue to be out here and just get sights and sounds and talk to people. I want to hear from a number of parents just about what they are feeling, what they're experiencing, because I just can't imagine it. So reporting live out here, JCC, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Thank you for that live report, Lauren. It's an unbelievably breathtaking, frightening experience for anyone who was a parent out there.
You can tell, though, there is a little bit of a sigh at this point in time, learning what we just learned a few minutes ago from Sheriff Bouchard. Camille Amiri was actually at that press conference with Sheriff Bouchard. We're going to go to Camille now. She's actually talking to somebody on the ground there. Camille, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. Just to reiterate what everybody's saying, I mean, this is a situation where really when you hear of these things happening, these active shooters, you think worst case scenario, and often it is worst case scenario. It's mass fatalities, mass casualties. We're not seeing that. This is something that we're just all, like you said, breathing a sigh of relief that this could have been so much worse. As Jessica said, some kind of chemical agent in the vehicle. So, of course, police working to figure out what exactly that was. When we asked Sheriff Bouchard if there were any explosives in the vehicle, like we saw with Grand Blanc, he said that he did not know that was something that they were investigating, but that there was a fire subsequently when the suspect rammed his vehicle into the front of in the building and actually made his way through into the building. Again, no one hurt. That security guard, non-life-threatening injuries, who had a situation with the security guard with the suspect. We don't know if he was actually hit by the car. Then he shot at the suspect, but we don't know if that's what killed the suspect or if the suspect shot himself. I mean, still a lot of unanswered questions right now, but the tone here is very different. We're seeing police behind us and fire trucks leaving the situation. We know that the all clear has been given as far as any type of lockdown goes, and a lot of the everyday people who are just here because they were so worried, they have left. So we know that there's going to be another briefing in less than 2 hours. That's going to be at a different location where hopefully we're going to learn more about this suspect and more about the motivation and exactly where they are with this situation, with this investigation. Everything unfolding so quickly. And of course, we're going to continue to be live and bring you the latest as soon as we get it.
All right, Camille, we'll talk to you very soon. Thank you.
Fox 2's Dave Kinchin is live at West Bloomfield High School right now. We know that's a place where so many people are being reunited, an important place. Tell us what's going on over there, Dave.
Yeah, we've talked to parents here who say that West Bloomfield High School has been on lockdown for about 3 hours now, and that what they've been doing is taking a general head count of students. Now, I'm going to introduce you to some parents, Brad and Christiana here. They've been waiting for some time to pick up their kids. Thanks for joining us. I know it's a tense situation here. Tell us what they've told you, what the West Bloomfield School District has told you here.
All we really know so far is that they've been on lockdown for about 3 hours. I received a call from my son roughly around 12 o'clock. And as of right now, they're dividing all the students who are taking the bus home and all the students who are taking car pickup.
How tense is this for you right now? How are you feeling, Christiana?
It's very intense. I mean, it's so close to home and to our community, and we have so many loved ones that were around the general area or at the synagogue at the time, and the fact that it impacts our community as such a safe community, it's heartbreaking.
You know, I grew up next door in Farmington Hills. I know how tight-knit this community is. I mean, I have friends who grew up here. Have you been in touch with people who are very close to Temple Israel? And I know you just mentioned, what have they told you?
Well, currently...
I spoke with my son earlier, and his best friend's mom was in the temple at the time. She made it out unscathed, thankfully. We also have some other friends that were there at the time. So we don't specifically know what their status is yet, but we're waiting for details just like everyone else.
Okay, but right now you're waiting, and obviously it's been 3 hours of this lockdown, and it must feel like it's going by as an eternity.
Of course, it's very heartbreaking, and it just feels it's so saddening, and it's ungodly that this even happened in our community.
All right, Brad and Christiana, thank you. Did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying you can see some of the buses in the background. They're starting to come in, so hopefully the students will be released soon.
Okay, thank you so much, Brad and Christiana. Waiting to pick up their kids here at West Bloomfield High School. Give you another look at the school right here. I mean, it looks like a normal school day on the outside, but on the inside, obviously a lockdown situation. Very tense. The coordination between West Bloomfield Police, the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, also, neighboring agencies, Farmington Hills Police out here. There's been a years-long running of robust coordination for public safety. Obviously, there's been a lot of tightening of security at particularly Jewish community sites, and since the beginning of first the the Israeli Hamas war, and then of course in the last 2 weeks since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran taking place, there's been even more security. I can tell you this, by the way, I covered an event that Attorney General Dana Nessel held at that very same synagogue, Temple Israel, about a year ago, where she was talking about some state policy matters as well. Questions of there was a discussion about a rise in anti-Semitism that came up and how state agencies are working to deal with that as well. And that event, the organizers the security was so tight for that event, they did not want members of the press reporting where this event with the Attorney General was taking place until after it took place, again, at that same facility, Temple Israel. So just to give you an idea, this was, of course, a year ago when the Israeli-Hamas conflict had been at its height going on. There had already been a boosting of security at Jewish synagogues and community centers across Metro Detroit, and even more so since the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran took place 2 weeks ago. So you can only imagine there's even extended efforts now to harden security at several religious sites, particularly Jewish community sites across the area. And we did talk with Sheriff Bouchard briefly about that. We're going to run that sound a little bit later. But that's the latest here at West Bloomfield High School right now. Again, a lockdown, according to parents, going on for about 3 hours now. We did reach out to the West Bloomfield district. Haven't heard back yet. I'm sure they're quite busy making sure everybody is okay here at the school. Parents waiting to pick up their kids, and but everyone here locked down and safe. That's the latest here at West Bloomfield High School.
All right, Dave Kitchen for us live tonight. Thank you for that. All right, Jessica Dupnack, man in the desk here with us to talk a little bit about what is happening inside and what happened inside. You talk about security at a place like Temple Israel. Lay out the land for us in terms of what it is they're looking at. A guy rams his car into the actual synagogue, doesn't really get through, but he did try to ram through some glass doors. What was right there?
So if you know the facility, it's very highly locked down. I mean, even we would park a news vehicle there. We're there 5 minutes and there's some kind of security contact or police contact. They take it very seriously, especially in the last couple of weeks with what's going on internationally. That is incredibly heightened. We know Sheriff Bouchard and his OCTAC team, they go into synagogues, churches, train these folks for these exact types of situations. So this is a well-oiled machine. You heard the sheriff say it earlier. Everything went exactly how it's supposed to. Now, in terms of logistics, and I don't want to, reveal too many trade secrets, but from folks that have actually worked inside the facility, it is very outfitted with some serious, very expensive security measures. Even as we talked about before, the sidewalk, something as simple as barriers on the sidewalk. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this is all unpacked and how security will change, because you have somebody who's in a truck that was able to, unfortunately, ram through the doors, and that would be considered, what police would call a soft target at this point.
And a breach at that.
And
but
a breach.
My question, though, Jess, is when you look at a vehicle like this, and we haven't had a real good shot of it yet, but the vehicle, obviously, it wasn't able to get all the way through, was it?
So
at this point?
From what the sheriff said, it was able to get in. He mentioned it was in the hallway. Now, what that looks like exactly, I don't know. As we talked about before, a lot of smoke, a lot of, damage in that area. So it'll have to be, take a minute before it's assessed, but they were able to get in. Now, the good news is their security team is made up of very trained, highly trained former police officers from the area. They know the area, they know the culture of the area, they know the tempo. So to be able to respond in that kind of way, you have some of the best former officers in that situation for these awful situations to be able to handle it. I mean, you talk about that's a fast response time.
100%.
You've got kids, little kids, babies, a nursery right in that area. So for the fact that nobody was hurt is pretty incredible.
We should mention, though, that the culture of every community in our rich, diverse area here, these centers of worship are not just places of worship. These are places that are community centers. And as you say, places where people learn, kids are going there. But you talk about babies inside of a building. I mean, this is something that it's so horrific to try to wrap your head around why anyone would want to do this. But the fact that the security officers were able to neutralize this and stop this guy from doing it is so much credit to them.
Yeah, and actually I was told that, it's 6 months to 6 years old there in terms of the children. Wow. And there's a dismissal time at that point from the synagogue into the school. And sometimes these kids, they walk outside. So you don't know. And what I really want to know is about the premeditation in this situation. I know the sheriff said there were some things and he was being a little bit cryptic in terms of the planning and all of this. Was this a random sort of on the way, on a whim attack, or was this something that was definitely more premeditated?
And they didn't have any, at least as of the preliminary information we're getting, no information that that there was some kind of threat that was coming their way. No one online had said anything about this particular place. But you know what? Across the entire metro area, and we should mention this. Like, I'm a Hindu guy. If you're a Christian, Jewish, Muslim, whatever you are, this affects and hurts us all, because this Jewish community is united, but they unite with others in our community as well. And in moments like this, we want to bring in members of that faith into our newsroom and into our studio. Rabbi Bergman with Adat Shalom Synagogue. We thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'm sorry that we have to talk under these circumstances, but I know that when you go today with the people who come to worship, what will be your message to them about what we saw unfold here today?
The messages are what affects one person affects all of us, but what gives strength from one person gives strength to all of us also. And so we're going to try as hard as possible just to continue doing what we're doing. I think just showing up is the best response and being part of the community and not become hateful because of it. I've actually already gotten a beautiful text from someone from a local mosque that we're very friendly with, and he sent me something from the imams of Michigan condemning it. And I said, this was just a beautiful moment to see, and to not become the enemy.
And you don't
have to take it on, but it's hard. It's hard.
And you bring up a good point. We don't want to jump to conclusions about who might have carried out this attack. We are so quick to pit one group over another, and that just increases and fuels the flames here. And I think that's an important message, too, to wait and let things sort of settle.
Yeah, absolutely, just to see what happened. But, unfortunately, we're shocked, but we're not real surprised either. This has been happening all over the country in different places, and it's been very challenging. And but we've had outreach though from all over the world. I mean, people from other countries were texting me to see how I'm doing, and but it erodes a sense of trust and security, and also, do we still belong here? That's what people are trying to challenge us with,
And the unified answer for all of the reasonable, good, wonderful-minded people of our community is, of course, a resounding yes, of course. But in moments like this, the vulnerability is felt and the hate is felt. I do want to kind of reflect on what we're looking at here, Rabbi. Four different screens showing the images from that particular temple that have unfolded in the last 3.5 hours. As we see that, sadly, as you say, in this country, you replace the banner at the bottom with another city, and it looks as though it has happened everywhere. And so it affects all of us. But Jessica was pointing out the security issues. And I just want to ask you this. How much can you fortify a place of worship before it doesn't feel like a place of worship?
Well, that's exactly our dilemma. And the problem is so you can fortify the inside, so they do something in the parking lot.
Right.
You fortify the parking lot and they sit outside. These are all in neighborhoods.
Yeah.
My subdivision that I live in, I can walk to my synagogue. So we want to be as safe as possible, but knowing that we can't be hermetically sealed either. You don't want to be so safe that it becomes a prison or a museum or something that's not feeling like it's their place. I think that's the hard. But I don't want to say I'm an old guy, but I'm an old enough guy that I'll be okay. I'm a bit rattled, but I think of those 5-year-old kids, those 6-year-old kids. I think about our families of young children, and it's you want to protect everybody, but also knowing that you can't. But you're just trying to be smart. And what I'm hoping is that people then don't react by saying, "Well, everyone's got to carry now," because that's also not a solution to this either.
And Rabbi Bergman, question for you. In the last couple of weeks, I know that Sheriff Bouchard had touched on this, that they've been in constant contact with the Jewish community in Oakland County in terms of maybe beefing up security, being extra vigilant, kind of given the climate internationally. Have those conversations been had at your synagogue as well?
Absolutely. We have a security team. The sheriff has been great. Local law enforcement has been great. I am constantly in touch with our synagogue's in Farmington Hills, so the Farmington Hills chief of police, the mayor. Law enforcement has been wonderful, so that's been the comforting thing here. We've always been taught that as long as the government and law enforcement are willing to protect us, we're okay. When that changes, we've probably been most worried about the situation about the lone wolf. We weren't really worried about larger scale necessarily, though of course we're always worried, and we're not worried about the government.
Well, I find
so that's been helpful.
It's important and noteworthy to say that, look, people are prepared, security teams are looking out for things like this, but it really does, I find it striking also that the place of worship is usually the place where you want to let your guard down because you're in the presence of God. And so you literally bow your head in prayer and you put your hands like this. It is literally the most vulnerable place for people to be. Not to say there were prayers going on at that moment, but that is a place of great safety, solace, and prayer.
We talk about sanctuary. That's really what it's all about. What it is. Well, that's what, for the last several years, I used to leave my cell phone in my office during services. I have my cell phone with me all the time in every part of the building. There's not a minute I don't have my cell phone with me, because we're just knowing that it's possible. And just have to be ready. My head is always on a swivel, you know, whenever I see someone come into the sanctuary, like, do we know that person? And I hate feeling that way. I'm generally a reasonably trusting person. And I'm usually the kind of person that you have to prove to me why I shouldn't trust you. And it's getting harder. And we want to be open. And on the other hand, there's a vulnerability that, like, I don't want to explain to a family why we were over-trusting.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing about you is you're very calm. It's almost like you've been through this before, which is kind of a sad place to be, that you sort of expect this in a way. How does this change anything for you moving forward, seeing that you kind of already are aware?
Just knowing that my job is to keep the spirits of the community up, to keep us from becoming hateful, to keep us from being cut off, because you know what, just then the bad guys win. They know they can't stop all of us, but they can stop us from being who we are. By the way, I meditate a lot. Like that's a big part. I teach meditation at the synagogue, and that's. But you know, we've been through this a lot before. But also, you know, I try to explain that, you know, we've been through a lot as people the last few thousand years. We're still here. Sure. We're still going to be here, and the way we've been here is by sticking together and not becoming vengeful.
I have a text from someone from the Jewish community who said, I am sick to my stomach. Thank God everyone's okay. I was just there the other night, you know, for a big event. This is unreal.
Oh, yeah, last night there was a big event.
750 people, I believe. Yeah. But she said she's sick to her stomach, and it just kind of that hit me when I looked at her text. She's a friend, and I thought, wow. You have to be sick to your stomach. And I got to say this again, because I think it's really important. We live in a community that's so rich with its diversity that we shouldn't pretend for a moment that this is an attack on Jewish folks alone. Their building, their time, their place. This is our place. This is our community. And if we don't think like that, we're going to go right back to the other and the other, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the nice things about this community is that there really is that even if people don't love each other, they at least respect each other and create space for each other. And but you know, this is really, you know, this has resonated around the world already. You know, and this is it really it's a punch to the gut, but it's not a fatal blow, so to speak, to us. And I think, you know, the bad guys keep. You know, what I share with my congregation is what the bad guys will never understand is that our superpower ultimately is joy in the face of all this challenge. And that joy is despite what's going on, and sometimes it's because of what's going on, but that we always hang on to that sense of possibility and optimism and hope. But there are days it's harder than others. And, you know, I think I've got the rabbis and clergy and educators at Temple Israel, we're all connected. You know, we're all friends. We all know each other. Sure. We're with each other. You know, we're rivals occasionally because we're always trying to get members. But, you know, it's a friendly rivalry, and we're all here for the same.
I think you're here with us here today to remind us of the reason that the fight does continue despite bad people doing things. This was one guy.
Yes.
We got to keep that. This is one guy. We wouldn't be having this conversation had it not been for the choice of this one guy to try to do some harm. But the message that's coming out of this is about unity, it's about love, and it's about continuing community, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, I think that prevails. And it's just a shame it takes this to bring unity. Like, I would love, I'd love other ways. But, you know, the responses I've been hearing from all sorts of clergy from different denominations and religions, just to check in, and everyone's checking in with each other. But it does, you know, we're brave and we have courage and we're going to go forward, but it still took something from us today. Absolutely. And it's going to take a little while to get it back. And also, it costs us a fortune to defend ourselves and protect ourselves.
That's a really good point.
We spend money on educators, on programs, send kids to camp. we as a community are spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to stay safe.
Stay with us, Rabbi, here on the desk. I know Jessica gets a lot of information from some of the sources that are kind of working this case right now. So we're going to take a quick break from the conversation. I know you can't be here for a long time, but stay with us here for a moment.
Absolutely.
And Jessica, let's get to you, because I know you've been looking at your phone. Clearly, you've been getting more information about what's happening.
Trying to get some more information. I think the biggest thing that we're trying to unpack right now is what was inside the truck that was able to breach those doors earlier today. We do know that some sort of chemical agent was discovered inside the truck. Now, my source is saying that typically that indicates some kind of explosive device. Now, we don't know that, and there's a wide range from highly sophisticated to something you make in your garage. We don't want to make those, leaps at this point, but that's something they're trying to unpack at this point now. And they'll be also looking for weapons.
If you did have inside the vehicle, let's just say, something like plant fertilizer or something that you were using for something recreational, that could also then be determined to be something that could be a flammable agent, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly why it's hard to make those conclusions. And we're so used to seeing, unfortunately, these types of incidents that we leap right to, oh, it's a pipe bomb, it's a homemade bomb. But you're right. This guy has a truck. Maybe he had something in the back of the truck that exploded or something like that.
Tools and other chemicals, things that are back there. But the fact that your source is telling you right now that they're going to be testing for that is important. I do want to say that again, Aaron, one more time.
We're going to actually talk to Dave Kinchin. He's standing by at West Bloomfield High School. We talked to him just a little bit ago. The school's been on lockdown for about 3 hours or so. Dave, if we could send it over to you and you could fill us in on what you got.
Yeah, the lockdown has just been lifted here. Take a look right now. This is West Bloomfield High School. You can see kids are leaving school right now. This all just happened. You can see all the buses lined up. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department, let's point, Brett, down this way. You can see West Bloomfield Police, the Oakland County Sheriff's Department here. As soon as the word came through to lift the lockdown here that had been in place at West Bloomfield High School for 3 hours, we saw 3 Oakland County Sheriff's SUVs, Suburbans, coming in here to basically usher everybody out. And you can see folks are leaving right now. These are probably a mixture of students and some parents. We talked with Brad and Christiana earlier, and they said that they had been texting with their kids. They had been waiting to get everybody out, or waiting for their kids to be released from the school, because what they told us is that the school district, that the school administration specifically was doing a head count, determining how many kids were going to take the buses, which are, you can see, moving right now on their way out. There's other kids. Looks like this is a very organized system here to get these kids onto buses and out of here under very significant security with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department here on hand at West Bloomfield High School. So that's what's happening now. A 3-hour lockdown from what folks had told us here. And West Bloomfield High School, this is really a very close-knit community. West Bloomfield is very large relatively for a township, but it's a very tight-knit community. Farmington Hills Police, Oakland County Sheriff, West Bloomfield Police, obviously all working in tandem on all of this, as you pointed out, Jessica, of course, with robust coordination from the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. There's a rich partnership that dates back many, many years, and we talked with parents here waiting to pick up their kids at the high school, and what they basically said was that they know people who go to Temple Israel all the time, and just they're in absolute shock as they were waiting to get their kids here. I want to see if one of these parents, let's do this. I'm going to try to see if we can get some of these parents picking up their kids to see if they can talk with us here. Actually, there might be some guys in here. Just stay with us, folks. This is live. We're going to just try to coordinate this as we're moving. But let's see if these guys can, they might be waiting to pick up some folks as well. How you doing, sir? Good. I'm Dave Kinchin with Fox 2. I imagine you have kids here at West Bloomfield High School, right? Can we talk to you a little bit? We're on live here. Just want to get your thoughts on all of this. Paint the picture of what you've been told. What's your name, sir?
Phil Brown.
Phil, you've been waiting how long to pick up your kids here?
Well, I have 3 kids in the school district, so they usually pick them up at 2. What time? Phil, what time do you usually pick you up? 2:23.
Okay, we heard this lockdown had been going on for about 3 hours. Yeah. What's been going through your mind when you heard about all this?
It's okay, because we get emails and texts from the school district, so everything was pretty good. And they gave us what happened and everything. So
yeah, I mean, you hear about a lockdown at the school, with this tragic incident that happened nearby. What went through your mind right away?
As long as they're safe, because they have their phones.
Okay.
You know, as long as they're safe, I'm good.
Gotcha. So being able to keep in touch with your kids, that's the main thing.
Right, exactly.
Gotcha. All right,
And
Phil.
then the school district gives, they give more than enough notifications for the parents. So that's a good thing.
That's relief to the parents from the school district. Good.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Phil Brown, did you say?
Phil Brown.
All right, Phil, thank you for your time, sir. Really appreciate you talking to us live on Fox 2. So, again, the situation seems to be certainly calming here. Give you another live look. I mean, this is everybody leaving the school. I don't know if this is maybe a checkpoint. Just looks like West Bloomfield police on one side of the street there, Oakland County Sheriff on the other. You got parents here coming in to pick up their kids. You've got a very organized process. The buses all appear to be gone right now. The lockdown, a 3-hour lockdown here at West Bloomfield High School that has been lifted. I want to tell you something else just real quickly. You know, about a year ago, we covered an event at Temple, Israel. Attorney General Dana Nelson was talking about some political matters, but also about the rise in anti-Semitism that had been taking place in recent years. This was about a year ago that happened, and the good folks at the Temple had such tight security. In fact, we met some of the security team out there just talking with them on camera about a year ago, and they did not, they didn't even want the location of this event with the Attorney General publicized until it was over for high security reasons. Of course, at that point, the tension in the Middle East related to the Israeli-Hamas war that was going on now with the strike that took place 2 weeks ago with the ongoing military operations, the U.S.-Israeli joint operations in Iran. Obviously, security boosted even more. We talked with Sheriff Bouchard about how outside of this, there is extra protection and extra hardening of Jewish community and religious sites across Metro Detroit right now. And I believe, Jessica, you probably talked about that as well. There's federal agencies that generally help with state and local on this type of thing. That's the latest that we can tell you, at least here with this lockdown that's been lifted at the high school. And we're going to continue to follow other angles of all of this. But for now, reporting live in West Bloomfield, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
All right, Dave, thank you for that live report. Obviously talking about kind of the ancillary, what happens when you have an attack on one place is the entire community gets kind of stunned into alert mode. And that's when everyone moves and says, let's lock down and let's make sure that the young people and the kids and our seniors are all safe. And we're joined, by the way, by Rabbi Bergman with Adapt Shalom Synagogue. And it's so good to see you. Thanks again for joining us here. We're getting texts from all over the place. And I just find that, you think about the heart of this matter. If you're just joining us, there's a situation that unfolded right about noontime today where someone slammed their car into Temple, Israel. That person has since died. It's not clear at this hour if that person took their own life or was shot by security, but clearly that person was doing something along the lines of what we saw in Grand Blanc, which is when another truck hit a church in Grand Blanc. That person then had explosives in the truck. We're learning that they're now testing chemicals in the back of the truck that hit Temple, Israel today to determine if there was something inside that truck that was an explosive. These 4 unique pictures showing us 4 unique perilous scenes from earlier in the last close to 4 hours now that's been unfolding in Metro Detroit. West Bloomfield, a tight-knit community, kids, young people inside of that synagogue earlier today. In fact, I had a text from a friend saying, I didn't send my daughter to preschool today because she has a cold. Her room was on lockdown. Hard day for our community. And as parents of Jewish kids in West Bloomfield, we've been frantic all morning. And the parent group texts are just horrific. And I think the reality of this, Rabbi, we lean on you as a faith-based leader. You hear words like, my stomach hurts, frantic. This has been really hard on us. What do you tell people who come to your synagogue, who go to these temples and say, hey, I just want a good, safe place to go, and now I feel like that's been taken away from me for now?
Yeah, and I definitely understand sort of like that instinct, but the fact is that these places really are far more safe than they aren't, and that we really work hard to keep people safe. But the danger is a community falling apart more than anything else, and a community distancing itself, a community to stop functioning, a community that acts out of fear. And this, when it first happens, you don't want to start telling everyone, oh, it's fine, don't worry. What you want to do is listen and hear the pain, and then gradually begin some of the healing by showing that life can return. Maybe not exactly the same, but it can be something beautiful and powerful, and that we're here to assure each other. But I know every Jewish parent in America, and I'm one of them. My kids live out of town, and they're adults. But there was a twinge, to say the least. So we're leaders in the community, but we're part of the community too.
Certainly.
And it is a lot, but it's really that coming together will make us stronger than not showing up. And when we show up, we're stronger.
Showing up is so important. And so for those out there today, tonight is probably the safest night of all that you could imagine because of the high alert security. We saw, police agencies from across Metro Detroit that are going to be wrapping their arms and their patrol cars around buildings right here, right? And that makes you feel good, I'm sure.
Yeah, oh, for sure. But sad that it's necessary. Yeah. Like that's the part. I mean, I grew up in Oak Park in the 60s and 70s, and it was just a very different. Like you never thought about these things. I mean, you were worried about the weather, or and there's always crime and stuff here and there, but there was nothing that felt so personal. And again, when it's against one of us, it's against all of us. But I think that's the beauty of it as well. And it's been overwhelming seeing the community response. The Jewish and non-Jewish coming together. And
well, we've seen this, unfortunately, unfold before in other places. Churches across America have been victimized by lone gunmen who've come in and hurt people. We've seen this at temples, mosques, you name it. But I guess my question to you is, how do you process hate when it's directed against you? And I think that's probably a question of maturity and maybe some evolution. But it seems hard if someone is attacking people. In this day and age, we just pick up our phones and you post something someone didn't like and someone's attacking you. This pales in comparison to the kind of thing we're seeing here. How do you process this kind of hate?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And part of it, I do it with my own therapist.
Yeah, right.
Going to be honest. But, it wakens up a lot of generational trauma, too. Just about everyone I know in the Jewish community has generations of trauma behind it also. But it's also, we have generations of strength behind us as well, and knowing that we get through things. It's hard not to take it personally, and I think it's really coming together as a community and sharing the pain of this. I think it's not a good thing to expect people to get over it too quickly. Yeah. That in Judaism we have a mourning process. When someone dies, there are rituals, and then after a week there are rituals, and 30 days. And there's a process of going from your deepest grief to sort of back in the world. So I want to make sure that we're not pushing people too far to be, don't worry about anything. We've got it all covered. Because first of all, I don't even believe it, because the world's a scary place. The whole world is a scary place. But if we show that we show up every day, that we're here to support each other, that services will continue, classes will continue, that over time it will be better. But if I just tell people, just get over it, don't worry, we're fine, they won't believe me, I won't believe me, and it doesn't help. And so I think that walking through this trauma together, though, will help.
The trauma that everyone's feeling today because of this is in part caused clearly by international events that are happening. So when you have this military attack in Iran and unrest in the Middle East, how closely do you monitor that when you're framing something like this?
Well, we monitor it, but the fact is there have been anti-Semitic attacks well before this. Yeah. And there were anti-Semitic attacks well before and well before and well before. I think it's getting more notice and coverage, honestly, because of the international piece of it. But these things have been happening there have been a lot of attacks. They get underreported. There have been a tremendous number of anti-Semitic attacks the Jews just haven't reported. Yeah. Because they just didn't necessarily go anywhere or get the kind of coverage. So you can link it to some extent, like maybe this particular person in this particular moment because of what was happening, but it doesn't explain all the other things when there was
5 years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago,
80
right?
years ago.
80 years ago,
100 years
of course,
ago. So all those things. So I hesitate to draw direct parallels, because even if everything, and it would be great if everything in the Middle East got solved tomorrow, I'm not sure this stops.
Well, anti-Semitism is obviously is a huge problem in our community, in our country, and in our world, and we hope that it's addressed by each and every one of us who has any responsibility to talk to others out there to diminish hate. Rabbi Bergman, I want to thank you for your time.
I appreciate you doing this. It's so reassuring to the community to have this kind of coverage.
Reassuring to have you on camera talking to everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Well, Jessica, I know we are continuing to follow this breaking news story. That the good news, you can say it's developing because the breaking part of it is over. The fact that this person has been taken out, the person who ran their car into the Temple Israel around noon today, as you see here from your graphic, this all kind of unfolded. A security guard was hurt, taken to the hospital, but now we understand that we're going to be talking to some officials out there who have some good perspective.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know that, too, that the feds have been brought in very quickly. They work very closely in tandem with local law enforcement. We actually have on the phone right now retired FBI Special Agent Mike Harrigan. Mike, can you hear us?
I sure can.
Mike, tell us a little bit about your assessment of all of this. It looks like a massive scene. I'm sure you've seen the footage at this point. What's sort of your take just on the wide front of all of this?
Well, I think what you look at is the Jewish community, temples, and other Jewish infrastructure has been the target of attacks for decades. There's been a lot of hate against the Jewish community. Now, what we don't know at this point is who the person was, or at least I haven't seen any reports that, what their background was and motivation. Because we have to remember, it's not just the issues in the Middle East. While that draws our attention here, there's a deeper issue against the Jewish community, as I say, that's gone on for very, very many years. So we don't know if it's linked yet. But I think what you see here is that the security response within the synagogue, and it's unfortunate that in a place of worship you have to have armed security, but in today's world that's the reality. And most Jewish temples, synagogues are prepared, and they have emergency plans in place. And thankfully in this one, where an individual utilized a vehicle to breach the perimeter, that they were quickly able to neutralize him before he caused extensive damage and loss of life here. So I think it points to their preparedness, and that luckily more lives weren't lost here. So that's a positive.
We have on the phone right now retired FBI Special Agent Mike Harrigan. And Mike, I want to talk a little bit about what happens next. So obviously they're clearing the building. They're checking for any potential secondary devices. What about in terms of now figuring out who this person is? What are investigators, both federal and local, doing at this point in time, several hours after the incident has happened?
Well, I think you have to realize that behind the scenes, the federal investigative authorities, the FBI, ATF, and others, spend a lot of time before these events building relationships, building agreements, building protocols. So in a situation like this, they were ready. They were ready to respond. And what we have now is a multi-agency approach. And that's what you need in these circumstances. You need everybody on board because you have to figure out what this person's background is and whether there are ongoing threats either to this location or in the greater view here, other synagogues or other religious institutions or other Jewish organizations across the country or the region. So that's where the teamwork comes together. The Bureau brings that national and international reach where the local police department brings the local investigative skill, the knowledge of the area, the knowledge of the persons in that synagogue, and hopefully the knowledge of this individual if he's on the radar somewhere. So they all have to work together here. And that's what's going to happen now is you want to look down into his motivation and whether there was a wider or there is a wider threat to anybody else in that area or across the country.
Sir, real quick question before we let you go here. In terms of your hypothesis on all of this, and again, I know we're guessing at this point, does it look like this is something that was planned, or does it look like something where someone just snapped and decided to do this today?
Generally, when you have explosives involved, that takes a degree of planning. If it was somebody who was just on the whim, I'm just going to drive the car through there. But if it turns out that explosives are found in there, that's very hard to throw together on a whim. It takes planning. So that alone is an aspect of this case that investigators are looking at, saying, hey, this individual's planned this for sure. It looks that way. So we're going to approach it. And as they do in all these cases, they approach it as planned, and they approach it from the fact that it could be part of a larger conspiracy or a larger threat.
Question for you in terms of, and you can't get into the minds of someone who is trying to do this, but when you first strike a building like this, someone who's getting into the mind of someone who's like that, what is their intent? What is the next step? Is there something else that they would usually plan to do?
It depends on what the planning was. If it was simply somebody who was, let's say, mentally challenged, somehow under duress, they had some kind of disturbance, and they just drove it in there because they wanted to just attack this thing, and they were going to breach the doors with the vehicle and had no plan, and no weapons, no explosives. But in this instance, with explosives in there, normally what they do is they're going to use that vehicle to breach security, because most organizations that feel they are targeted will have enhanced construction techniques, enhanced barriers, enhanced doorways, where you would need something, generally a vehicle, to breach that outer perimeter. And then we look at, did they bring a firearm in? Were they then looking to exit the vehicle and then cause death, or potentially detonate the vehicle with themselves too, possibly, to cause a greater mass casualty situation?
It's just a terrible, chilling conversation to have. And we thank you, though, for putting things into perspective. Thank you, Mike, for your time here on the phone. We appreciate your perspective.
You're welcome.
In Rube, I took a break for a second to make a couple of phone calls. I am learning some new information, not concrete enough to share at this point. But, these investigations unfortunately follow a pattern, as you know, after this. And so once the scene is cleared, which we saw sort of the relief in everyone's faces, now it's a matter of trying to figure out who this person was. And that's why I asked the retired FBI agent there, kind of what are these next steps? We do understand that there was some evidence from the scene that was able to lead police and investigators into a direction of who this person is. So at this point in time, it does appear that they are looking to make moves in maybe some second locations, not second locations of attack or where people should be fearful, but maybe where there's some further evidence about this individual, where it would lead to maybe some more information. As we keep talking about, was this premeditated and that kind of thing. So right now, that's where investigators, or where this investigation stands. We're just not going to be talking too much about locations and stuff. We want to keep the officers and investigators safe, because those are the ones that are going to get all of the answers for us. And of course, we don't know booby traps and that kind of thing, and secondary scenes where there could be danger. At that point, I'm not hearing anything about that, but it definitely seems like they're moving in terms of figuring out who this person is, what they were up to, if they have any associates.
You're talking about an area in southeast Michigan that's more than 4 million people wide. That's a large swath of people from across our area. And when they're trying to figure out, perhaps by way of license plate, looking at the truck, who's this truck registered to, who are the family members who could have been registered to that truck, and then locating that through the breadcrumbs, and pretty definitive breadcrumbs as to the area where that car or truck may have been registered. It didn't take long out in Grand Blanc for them to figure out who that person was.
Couple of hours, few hours, yeah. And the thing that we learned in Grand Blanc, and we were waiting for a bit for them to breach this house, was they had to wait for search warrants. There is a chain of command that has to happen. So you may see a little delay terms of that. But we're going to kick it over to Dave Spencer, who is on scene right now. We've been checking in with him all afternoon following this breaking news. Dave, fill us in.
Yeah, Jess, I'm about a mile away from the temple itself, and just minutes ago, we saw a great scene. We saw some of those families that were reunited with the kids that were in daycare kind of make their journey up again, close to a mile in the cold and the wind here. They were carrying their children on their shoulders. We watched a SWAT truck kind of pull over, noticed the fact that all these families had to walk a good distance to get to their vehicles, to get to their homes, and they loaded up that SWAT truck. They got on board, and they were able to kind of usher them kind of a surreal scene to see little kids getting into that SWAT truck, all for a good reason, to get back home, to get back comfortable, to get back with their loved ones. I did try to stop and chat with some of the people that were walking by. They just said they were too shook up at the moment to say anything about their ordeal, what they experienced, kind of the emotions. But you can imagine, as any parent can, some of the emotions that they were going through, and to be able to walk away from that, thankfully, without any injuries suffered to any of those kids. The moments of panic, sheer panic, as those parents waited to be reunited. And again, this all happened close to lunchtime, around noon, and here we are close to 4 o'clock now. All that time to get back home, very exhausted mentally, and then to make that nearly mile-long journey back. It was a good sight to see, as kind of in terms of the police presence, it's starting to break down even more. Again, we got pushed back. We were right close to the scene earlier today, and then as police said that this is all part of the investigation, they kept moving us farther and farther back. So now as we sit close to a mile back, close to a subdivision here, where we are going to hopefully speaking with some people who attend that temple and give us some perspective about what it's like in there, and how they're dealing with this as they process what transpired today. But I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that some of those kids, most of those kids, are now leaving their reunification center, where they were kind of brought with their family, and they're back home now. So a pleasant sight to see in a day filled with terror. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Dave, you say it so well. A day filled with terror. If we can get back to Dave for a second here. Question for you. You're a dad yourself. You saw the pictures of those kids that are being walked out, and you look at their faces, and it's hard to tell, but it's just so terribly sad to have them have to look at the world through this lens that all of us as adults sadly already have to see. But you can just see it in their face. They have to be so shaken up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, because all of this, they're just being led by their adults, and you really have to give it to those people that were in charge, the adults here that took the leadership role to make sure to get those kids to safety, and probably a monumental task to keep everyone calm in the face of such danger, especially in the early moments when you don't know what's happening yourself. You're worried about your own safety, but clearly sacrificing that for all of these kids. And there were dozens of families that were being let go. I don't know the total number of kids that were at the daycare, but just the sheer number that we saw here close to a mile away was at least a dozen of them. So that's a lot of families. That's a lot of children that you're responsible for. That's heavy on a lot of hearts, and my internal gratitude goes out to those people who sacrificed and made sure that those kids were safe and then happily reunited with their families.
We're so grateful those kids are okay here today, and we're reporting that that's the case instead of something else. But Jessica, you pointed out earlier, this building is not just a place of worship, it's a place of community. And, kids, I think I got a text while you were on some calls from a friend of mine whose daughter was sick and was going to be in that school under lockdown. And, this is a little kid. And you think a little bit about what that feels like. Initially, in the moments after something like this happens, it's kind of like you kind of have your initial relief. Yeah. But then there comes a period of like, wow, what was that, right? And you kind of feel for the people in that community.
And just kind of as Dave was talking there, you've got fire, you have someone who rammed a vehicle, you've got gunfire, total chaos. And the fact that no one was hurt in all of this is incredible. You're trying to shuttle as young as 6 months old to 6-year-old. These are babies out of all of this chaos. Get everyone to safety. I mean, that scene is just so terrifying, and it's unbelievable how not only just, we've talked so much about law enforcement and their incredible response. What about the teachers,
Absolutely.
right? The teachers, the daycare workers and all of that knew what to do, that I'm sure grabbed little kids, got everybody out of there. I know there's a security plan in place, but what a terrifying situation for these kids.
And Jessica, you talk often about the law enforcement approach to things, and one thing that we often don't think about right away is the security folks who often are retired law enforcement who are working in these places of worship. And I know one of those folks is Mike Harville. He helps. We now are getting confirmation that the man was armed with a rifle. And that's something that early reporting
that's what
you
we
had
been hearing, is that there was a rifle found in the vehicle, but because there was so much fire and that kind of thing, we held off on reporting because things can look a certain way. But chemical agents found inside of the vehicle and a rifle at this point. We have confirmed.
It eerily seems like so much of a copycat from what we saw in that Grand Blanc situation, in which the person had both of those as well. Mike Harville does security at churches, teaches and trains places of worship all over Metro Detroit, how to deal with this kind of a threat. And Mike joins us on the phone. It's always good to talk to you, Mike. Thanks for being with us here today.
Absolutely, Rube.
Mike, I want to give us an indication. You're getting new information. Jessica's sources had indicated that there was a rifle. We just now confirmed that inside the vehicle, plus possibly some kind of incendiary devices or explosives. Kind of paint the picture for us. What do you look at when in a situation like this?
Well, it's interesting that this scenario is almost identical to what happened in Grand Blanc, where there was explosives or incendiary devices inside the vehicle. And so when we spoke earlier, I talked about how if a vehicle crashes into the building, we want to approach it very cautiously. We want to check and make sure the person's not having a medical emergency, but be very cautious with it, because then this is another thing that you may be coming across. In fact, if you can look from a distance and tell that the person's not having a medical issue, then you're better off to stay away from the vehicle and allow law enforcement to get there and handle it.
You know, in times like these, when there is sort of an intensified climate for the Jewish community right now, what are those conversations like in the weeks, leading up to an event like this, obviously, that was unforeseen? But how does that happen, and what are those conversations in terms of beefing up security?
Well, a lot of places are doing just as just that, beefing up security, talking to people in their congregations, in their schools, and making everybody aware of what's going on. And then if there is a security presence, they're getting more people involved. I know in some churches, they're probably asking more people to serve each Sunday when they may have teams that serve in shifts. They take turns and they rotate through the weeks. And some churches may be asking everybody to serve for the next few weeks, which I would advise.
And what about the ability of that truck to make its way inside, at least partially, to the facility? I mean, to me, that seems a bit of a soft target. It's odd in the sense that this temple in particular is very, very much outfitted. What do you make of that?
Well, I find it interesting they were able to find a vulnerable spot, because I know the Jewish Federation is very good at protecting their buildings. And to have found a vulnerable spot is a bit unique. And so I think, for somebody to do that, first of all, they need to have a bit of a hefty vehicle to do it. A little subcompact car is may not even get in the building to cause some damage. So they're going to need a rather hefty truck. But at this point, I'm sure what's going to happen is the Jewish Federation is going to step back and take a look and say, okay, what can we do better to protect this building in the future? Which we're all going to be doing that.
Well, by the way, just as we continue our conversation with you, Mike, we understand President Trump is going to be addressing the nation about this incident that happened in West Bloomfield today. And I think that does speak volumes about the kind of unified voice that this entire nation has when it comes to standing firmly against this type of violence and this type of threat against anyone in our country, but namely here tonight in the Jewish community. So again, President Trump will be addressing the country, and as he does that in a few minutes here, we're going to go live to the White House for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Mike, you're looking at 4 scenes, perhaps if you're watching this on television as well. Talk for a moment about, people say, wow, like I was driving out from the Rochester area, and on the way, of course, Oakland County sheriffs were out there. But on the left top part of your screen, I saw a lot of tanks coming from all over. Then when I got on I-75, there I saw them again. Every school on the way had police there. Police were all heading there, from Keego Harbor to Macomb County deputies. Talk about that unified front against this type of a threat.
Oh, absolutely. There's a system called the Incident Command System, and we talked about this earlier. And so when a situation like this happens, the call goes out, and all the law enforcement agencies hear about it, and everybody comes to add support. And in fact, I heard at one point with the Oxford shooting, there were 300 vehicles that responded to that shooting. So they come from everywhere. And when they get there, then one individual is appointed as the incident commander, and they take charge. And then there is a hierarchy, so to speak, an organizational chart that they have that they put people into certain roles, and everybody has a role to play. It's a very well thought out and very well organized system that was implemented by FEMA after 2011 or after 9/11. I'm sorry.
And Mike, we talked to this earlier with Rabbi Bergman, a local rabbi here, and, talking about how do you make places of worship not a fortress? And it seems like even in some of the most well-secured facilities, there are such things as a soft target or a vulnerable space. What do you do? I mean, how much more can these facilities take? Because it sort of seems like the folks that the bad actors in all of this, they find a way if they really want it bad enough.
And that's going to happen. They're going to search, and usually, if somebody has done something at a church or a synagogue, and I can't speak to this particular situation, but in 90% of the cases, they've already been there. They've scoped out the location and found some vulnerable spots. They've been looking. And the biggest thing that we can do is put things outside the building, like bollards. They've been talking about that. Or you could do landscaping type stuff that could stop a vehicle. Big boulders can work and still look rather pleasant as part of the landscaping. But then having a security presence where it's noticeable, it's a deterrent. And having a vehicle outside that's got a light and signs on the vehicle that when somebody pulls in the parking lot, they see their security here, and they know that this is not going to be an easy target, especially when they get inside and see people that might be somewhat uniformed, that they know these are security people. If you go back to the shooting that happened in Nashville at the Christian school down there a few years ago, the shooter had left a diatribe, and she wrote that in that diatribe that she had visited 2 other schools and noticed they had no presence in the parking lot, a security presence, and she knew she wouldn't be able to get her guns into the building, so she chose the school she went to.
And Mike, talk a little bit about the response. We don't know exactly the whole lay of the land and the timeline, but these security officers, I'm told there's 2 or 3 staffed at any given time at the temple. The fact that they were able to neutralize the threat, as they say, very quickly before anybody could get hurt, that's some pretty incredible response time. It
is. In fact, people that are in the security realm are usually referred to as immediate responders because we have the first responders, but the first responders still take a few minutes to get there. And so a lot can happen in just 2 or 3 minutes. So you have your immediate responders, and it's a pretty well-known fact that what stops a gun is another gun. And so if you have a bad guy with a gun, having a good guy with a gun can save a lot of lives.
That's really, really important. I do want to just point out, and you can comment on this, Mike, we're getting alerts. And by the way, if you see Jessica and I on our phones, we have sources who are texting us, plus we have information from the station that they're telling us. So one of the things I'm hearing right now, this is the second one I've gotten, an alert from different cities. Huntington Woods now basically saying, look, we are aware of what's happening out in West Bloomfield. Think about it, Huntington Woods. And they're saying, we're aware of it, and we're going to be on high alert because of it. Then we heard that from Ann Arbor as well. Talk for a moment about the importance of that.
You know what? We actually have President Trump, as you had said earlier, Roop. He will be coming. Mike Harrigan, thank you so much for talking with us. We're going to go now to the president here in just a second. He will be directly addressing what's happening here in Southeast Michigan, which is very fast for the president to come on and start talking about this just hours after an incident, which signifies the importance.
Yeah, and here's the president now with his comments. Take a listen.
Good afternoon. Please sit down. It is wonderful to see here in the White House so many incredible women this afternoon. The strength of America is closely tied to the role women play in shaping their children's character, education, and morals.
Women sing.
The values
right now
cultivated
to First Lady Melania Trump. And please understand the reason we cut away from that is because we are continuing our coverage right now on the West Bloomfield Synagogue attack that occurred earlier today at noon. We are expecting the president in this event that is, by the way, a Women's Day event. That's why you're seeing First Lady Melania Trump. We expect the president to address the situation in West Bloomfield, but we don't know when he will get to that because, as you hear, First Lady Melania Trump right now is addressing the women in the room as a Women's Day event is taking place.
It may be a point in time to update the investigation group and some of the calls that I've been taking in terms of where things stand now. I know that now the security threat is diminished at the school, although you still see heavy police presence. You can tell the tone and the tempo has calmed down. Now what investigators are doing, they're trying to track who this person is. And I'm told that they are having movement in terms of identifying this person, possibly moving in on a second location in Southeast Michigan. And when I say second location, that's not of attack or of threat, but possibly a place, a home where this person lives, a business, maybe an associate of this individual. So that's what's happening right now. And they're going to, once they make that residence or business, as I said, they will clear that, check for any other explosive devices, potentially weapons, and then they will start to sift through electronics and that kind of thing to get a bigger, more clearer picture of who this person is and why they would have attacked this temple.
Jessica, as we kind of lift the curtain, and again, if you're just joining us, the reason we're not going full right now with the video and audio of First Lady Melania Trump is because that's not the reason we're at 4:15 on the air right now. It's because it is because of the West Bloomfield Synagogue attack. President Trump is expected to talk about it in this event that is already happening. But as we wait for the president, I do want to ask you a little bit about the investigative tools that this team has in front of it. You have Oakland County Sheriff's deputies. Then you have the FBI. You have other agencies that are assisting. But the bottom line right now is the evidence that they have in front of them is who was this guy, if they've been able to identify him by way of ID. But it's really that truck that he was in that's going to be an indicator of.
That's it.
That's the DNA of the location and everything else, right?
That's it. I mean, we look at Grand Blanc and so many of the other mass shootings. Unfortunately, it's as simple as a license plate.
Yeah.
It's running that plate, even running the VIN on the vehicle, and then tracing it back from there. While this may have been a premeditated attack, we don't know. But from our experts, it seems like there was some kind of planning that went into this. There are still a trail of evidence, and most of these people, all of these people, end up getting found out relatively soon. And a lot of them want that, right? They want the notoriety in all of this. So it does seem like law enforcement is moving very fast in that. We have confirmed a rifle was found in the truck that was used, some kind of chemical agent, possibly some kind of bomb or explosive incendiary device. Now they're working on a second location connected to this suspect, and that's where the movement is right now. But as we talked earlier, you got to wait for search warrants. It is a coordinated effort.
Yeah.
You have to go into that second, third, fourth location, assuming that there's a booby trap, assuming that there's explosives, and that takes a lot of coordination, especially when you're dealing with all tiers of law enforcement.
I find it also noteworthy that you heard Sheriff Bouchard say pretty expressly that it's not clear at this hour, when he was doing the news conference about an hour and 20 minutes ago, whether this person took his own life or whether he was actually caught in the barrage of fire. Here's the president now, more on the West Bloomfield Synagogue attack. Take a listen.
Well, thank you very much. Movie star, can you believe this? Can you believe it? That wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to have a nice, normal life. But she's terrific and big success. And I think it was #1 last night streaming. It went on streaming last night. It was #1. So I don't know. Maybe she's getting a little too big for the White House. We'll have to think about it. Anyway, thank you, honey. She really is something. And I want to really congratulate you, and I want to thank everyone for being here today. Very exciting. It's always exciting to be with you. We love women. Women are the whole deal, okay? And today is very special because we celebrate Women's History Month. That's what it's about every year. And before we begin, I want to send our love to the Michigan Jewish community and all of the people in Detroit area following the attack on the Jewish synagogue early today. And I've been fully briefed, and it's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen. On another front, an entirely different front, the situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. but they really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big price right now. We're honored to be joined by many extraordinary ladies, working moms, and amazing women who are making history themselves. You really are. I want to thank Second Lady Usha Vance, who's a fantastic person. Where is Usha? Usha? And really, you have been such an inspiration to a lot of women. Usha, thank you very much.
President Donald Trump at the White House talking at a Women's Day event, but not avoiding the big headline of the country and the world right now, essentially saying we'll get to the bottom of it, talking about the people or the person in charge of coordinating the attack on the West Bloomfield Synagogue, saying the eyes and the hearts of the country are with the people of the Detroit area after what happened here today. The president, not mincing words when he says we'll get to the bottom of it. I think his FBI that is under his behest will certainly be working with Mike Bouchard, the sheriff, and others to get to the bottom of it.
And that's where the federal response is so important. They have a lot more tools in the toolbox than a lot of the local agencies, just sheerly based on funding. And some of those tools will really help to escalate and move this along a lot faster.
And we should also point out that it wasn't just but a few months back that at the very place at Temple Israel, the FBI helped in a coordinated drill of sorts to try to help train all of the worshipers there on what can happen in an attack like this. And so, look, the FBI was helping with a coordinated, drill. We had tornado drills growing up. Now they have these drills. And sadly, that's where we live right now. But that just happened back in January.
And that's part of the reason we just got a final number in terms of how many students and staff, 140 inside at the time. All are accounted for. All are reported safe and not hurt, which is huge. I mean, when you think of that undertaking group, when we just look at the chaos from here, from the screen, imagine being there, being able to get 140 kids and staff members out unharmed, especially the little ones, right?
Sure.
I mean, that does take a coordinated effort, not only that, but unfortunately training. And it's something that we just learned. The FBI was there in January. I know Sheriff Bouchard is huge on training in places of worship. And you look at 140 safe students and staff, and that training pays off.
Yeah, I mean, there is certainly a collective sigh of relief, not just in West Bloomfield, but in the entire country, that whoever this person was who was trying to do this type of harm wasn't able to do it. We should mention the only injury that we know of right now is from a very heroic security officer who was working at Temple Israel, and that person was injured as, from what we understand, hit by the vehicle. Yeah. So, it is curious, and it makes you kind of wonder in those moments what was happening. If this guy in this truck rams into the building, Jessica, and then we don't know if the gunfire that was exchanged was, did he shoot himself or was he shot at? Did he try to ram the building more than once? Did the security guard get hurt in that process? Where was the security guard? Through the glass doors? But Jess, give us an idea again as we look at these four images. This was at the front or at least one of the entrances that had glass doors. Is that right? Yeah, it's very interesting to me because we know, even being in the field and stuff like that, when you're by Temple Israel, even if you're parked in your news vehicle for a couple of minutes, you're having some kind of contact with security, with police officers. It is, don't want to say fortified, but pretty close. You've got a lot of big donors that donate to that temple to make it a safe place. And here we are with a bit of a vulnerability. I want to ask Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. She's you called me back because we were coordinating something later. Congresswoman, we're live on the air right now. Would you be ready to just say a few words to everyone who's watching right now about the community and what happened in West Bloomfield? You're live on the air right now with us.
Of course I would. I'm horrified, like everybody else is, and I'm grateful that that nobody was killed other than the shooter himself, and we need more information about that our children were not hit. But I think we all have got to start to think about what is happening in our country. But more importantly, in Southeast Michigan, people are living in fear, and we're living in fear that what happened today was going to happen. And I'm grateful to the security that was so alert and helped save people. But I want us to think about, people should be able to go to a place of worship, whatever your religion, and feel safe. And nobody feels safe. And the kind of security people are having to hire for churches. and what is going on in our communities.
Well, and this is a community also that boasts of having some really great, rich diversity, Congresswoman, as you know, and are so proud of having been, being from this community like I am. You have Muslims and Jews and Hindus and Christians who together work together. Don't you think, in a sense, even with this attack, that this community, this region can teach the rest of the country on how to kind of deal with the aftermath of something like this? Don't jump to conclusions. Don't try to go after other people. Just let law enforcement do their job. Wouldn't you say that's a gift we have here?
I think we do know how to do that. Post 9/11, we did it very well. Today, the Muslim community has been very, very quick to condemn the action, to reach out to their friends. And we do need to show people how to do that. But what I want to urge everybody to do is start to stand up to hate wherever and whenever we see it. We've done that before in this community, and I think it's becoming more important than ever.
What does that look like for you when you say stand up for hate in little and big moments, right?
That's when somebody says something that needs to be called out, I call it out. I try to be there for people when they're hurting, when they need empathy and compassion. And I have been trying for a very long time to bring people of different perspectives together to listen to each other. There are a lot of people of different faiths right now that are just feeling that fear, that stress. And we need to understand that each one of us is dealing with that, and how do we support each other?
Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, you'll excuse me after we put you on the phone if our producing team continues to text you to try to coordinate getting a Zoom with you later on tonight. But I want to say thank you for taking the call, and we'll be in communication. We'll be talking soon. I'm glad nobody was seriously hurt in this, and that this person, the threat has been neutralized. But thank you for your time, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
And
Congresswoman Debbie Dingell.
We want to go back to the scene now. It's been a minute since we checked in there. Still a very active scene. That's where we find Lauren Edwards with an update for us on the ground to talk a little bit about what she's seeing now. What's going on where you are, Lauren?
Jessica Roop, I can tell you we've been out here for a few hours, and behind me is JCC, the Jewish Community Center of Metro Detroit. And we were just seeing, I would even say less than an hour ago, families still out here reuniting with kids that were bussed in. Definitely saw some emotional reunions. Talked to one man whose wife works at JCC, texted him 10 minutes before they went on lockdown. And he says that she was shaken and panicking, but the moment they got together and they were reuniting and hugging, it was definitely an emotional scene, but it was emotional throughout the parking lot, even inside, just with families reuniting with their kids. I can only imagine just what they're going through, the toughness of it all, the uncertainty of it all, not knowing in those hours, in those moments of exactly what happened. Now, we also were told that the press conference, there's one that's going to be coming up pretty soon, is over there, and we do have a crew that is closer to the building. We actually just decided to stay closer to Drake Road to see if we can get families as they're coming out. And I can tell you, no one really wanted to stop and talk, but we were trying to just even get a comment and a word about the emotions that they're feeling, what's inside of them, what they're thinking, because again, I can't imagine what a parent is feeling at this time, what a loved one, a friend, a neighbor is even feeling at this time. But again, we spoke with someone whose wife was inside, and he was shaking himself, and they were just texting back and forth. And, you constantly think of the questions of what could have happened. And sadly, I should say, fortunately, things weren't worse, but it was enough to be shaken. And so we've just been out here. This is Drake Road. That's to my left, JCC over to my right. And we've seen families reuniting over there and then also pulling off and driving away from the scene. But it's just been very active, very busy out here all day, as it has been all throughout the area, because this is just a tragedy. Again, kids are fine, staff is fine, but nonetheless a tragedy, just thinking of the questions of what could have happened. So we're going to continue to stay out here, but Jess, I just have to send things back to you of, just thoughts, so much thoughts, so many questions still left unanswered that we know that's going to hopefully get answered in that press conference that's coming up. And again, I just want to stress that we do have a crew inside, closer to JCC, on standby, waiting for, I believe it's Sheriff Mike Bouchard, who might be speaking on it all, or just any authorities. And I also want to bring up, forgive me if I'm rambling, because there's so much that's happening. Multiple agencies out here between Birmingham and Farmington and West Bloomfield and the FBI. We saw SWAT trucks going on. So this is definitely, it was an active scene, and I'm assuming they're still investigating all that's going on. We're going to continue to stay out here and give you guys updates as we get them.
All right, Lauren Edwards for us live tonight. As you say, this has been breaking news. So clearly, there's a lot of different pieces and parts of this story that have been unfolding. We want to get you up to date if you're just joining us on what we have going on right now. This is breaking news after a synagogue in West Bloomfield was targeted. And certainly in that particular situation, one person was inside of a truck, apparently rammed into the synagogue, Temple Israel right there. And from there, that person was neutralized. We don't know if that person was killed by his own gunfire or by gunfire from a security guard. That one security guard was injured. All of the people inside of Israel are okay.
Yeah, 140 staff and students. We do want to remind folks this is a place of worship. It's also a daycare and school, so you have children as young as 6 months old to 6 years old that were able to get out safely. Now, once investigators were able to get the scene under control because there was a fire that occurred after he got into the school, once they were able to put that out, they were able to detect some kind of chemical agents, which does signify possibly a bomb or explosive device. They were also able to retrieve a firearm from that vehicle as well. And as you said, it's a good point, Rube. We don't know if that person was able to get any rounds off. We don't know how he was killed, if he was killed. I know Sheriff Bouchard alluded to earlier that sometimes in these situations, when the bad guy is trapped, they end up taking their own life. So they're still trying to process that scene. I'm just working on some new information right now in terms of a second location as far as identifying maybe a house that this person was affiliated with or a business. And that's what investigators are working on now, is sort of piecing that part of it together to get some more information on if this was planned, why it was planned, and all of the important questions that we want to know.
Sheriff Bouchard had a lot of answers to some of those questions that we want to know earlier today when he talked to reporters, essentially saying at this point there was no known threat against Temple Israel. However, the planning that could or couldn't have happened in this particular case is now critical, and that's the work that law enforcement has in front of them. Sheriff Bouchard had also had this to say about the investigation. Take a listen.
Here's what we know so far. A car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. It's been complicated because there was some fire, to say the least, with that vehicle. We believe that individual is deceased. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever, okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay. So far, that's our information to this point. We have agencies from all over. Obviously, ATF is here, FBI. More than likely will be taking the lead on this based on some of the preliminary investigative information we have, but we're not going to go into that at this point. But we want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active. We're still clearing the area. We're going to clear vehicles for any explosive devices, the building, etc. Unification of the families and the kids are in progress. We've accounted for everybody that we believe was in the building at the time. So we're on path to continue to maybe pivot to, is there anybody else involved, and the investigative side of what's happened.
There you have it. Sheriff Mike Bouchard talking about what he knew at that time. That was a news conference held just about an hour and 20 minutes ago. His next news conference, Jessica, scheduled for about 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll learn more. And it sounds like at that point we will have some more concrete information, because I think a lot of the folks, and not even only in the Jewish community, want to know why. You know, we're so quick to, again, pit groups against each other and kind of create our own profile of who might have did this. But we can't jump to those conclusions at this point at all.
No, you can't. And in Grand Blanc, that was proven right away that, there was the online chatter that had indicated it was one person when in fact it was not that person. Right. But we mentioned Grand Blanc because there is so much of a parallel in terms of how all of this began, how it started one way, how it ended in a good way nothing like it, because in Grand Blanc, sadly, you had 4 people who died, and then the shooter. In this case, you have someone who began the attack the same way, Jessica, ramming a truck into a building, and then from there, trying to continue on with an attack.
And we've talked a lot about Grand Blanc. A viewer just messaged me and said, let us not forget about Wayne and the church there that we covered extensively. Very similar MO. There was a truck used. It was rammed into the side of the building. And to Congresswoman Debbie Dingell's point, she said there is something about Southeast Michigan. I mean, we've now had 3 of these scenarios in a very short amount of time. It begs the question, what's going on here? What are the links? What are the patterns and that kind of thing? Because you are seeing this very specific way and mode of operation when it comes to these attacks.
Yeah, and this whole situation in terms of what was next for this this person who did this, was this person planning on using the rifle that was in the car? Were those incendiary devices or explosives in the back of this truck? What were they going to do next? And that horrifying question, of course, brings a lot of chills to many people in this area. But I think today there's a sense of calm, at least in the last hour, as those kids finally were reunited with their parents. You saw them in that dramatic video. Dave Spencer showed these babies in their parents' arms as you saw tanks and police cars lining the streets. And there you have it right there. And these kids walking through the ditches to get back to where they needed to be in safety. A very sad situation, but one that we're keeping very close tabs on. At the end of the day, one person was hurt. The person who was in the truck ended up dying. How they died, we're still trying to figure that out.
And on the other side of the break, we'll be talking to a former ATF agent who was actually on the ground at January 6th, has vast knowledge about this type of thing. We'll talk to him in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, I need
like a vulnerable point in this building to be able to ram his truck. What kind of, in your experience, planning goes into something like this?
Well, you actually kind of pinpointed it. There would be, surveillance of the location, trying to find that weak spot. And that's why, agencies such as ATF and FBI work with houses of worship to identify any weaknesses and other vulnerabilities that they could take it upon themselves to then harden their location, try to mitigate these weak points. So we do have safe places to go worship and congregate with your fellow parishioners, if you will.
And Paul, when you were with the ATF, obviously your expertise was firearms and explosives. When you hear something like they had a chemical agent in the vehicle, how much caution do you take with something like that? And as you explore maybe those second and third locations connected to the suspected shooter, what kind of caution and preparation goes into this? You can't just start bursting in doors that are related to this subject. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, yeah, of course, whenever you start doing these follow-on locations, you're always worried about, those chemical agents, any other, quote, booby traps, if you will, things that a bad actor would put in place for law enforcement to find. And that's why we have such specialized men and women in law enforcement at the federal, state, local level. They are specifically trained to go in there and mitigate these things to make it safe for law enforcement to go in, conduct their investigation, and to ensure there aren't secondary, tertiary locations that, could potentially harm somebody.
Former ATF agent Paul Vanderplow on the phone with us right now. One more question for you, Paul. We are also anxious. We don't have much patience when it comes to letting the investigation play out. What would you caution our viewers and just ask people in the days ahead as we work to get more answers on this, what would have been just an incredible tragedy?
Yeah, and you said it, patience is needed. The men and women who are going to be conducting this follow-up investigation, they're specialists in their field. These things take time. It takes time to do it right. It is not CSI. It's not what we see on TV. It's very methodical. It's very plotting. And it's because we want to make sure that we're going to catch everything we need to make sure people are safe. And then if there is anybody else involved, to be able to assemble that evidence to bring forth charges down the road properly, and that can hold up in court.
Paul Vanderplow, thank you so much for your insight on all of this. We appreciate it. Thank you, and have a great day, okay?
Thank you.
Some really good perspective there from one of Jess's sources, obviously someone who understands very well how this investigative process is going right now. There's two levels of the story that are unfolding at the same time. You have, on one hand, the investigation, which is critically important. On the other hand, you have the trauma and yet the relief from the community at the same time. And both are taking their course at the same time. And you heard President Trump. You heard from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. This is not a Democrat-Republican issue. This is an American issue and a tragedy, again, not because this person didn't succeed. That would have been awful. But because the person even tried.
That's right.
And the person tried to do something that could be so abhorrent, so awful, so tragic, and wasn't able to do it. This person failed at their mission to hurt a lot of people. And that's something that we should all take a little bit of solace in here tonight.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, this is the third attack on a place of worship in a very short period of time here in Southeast Michigan. And it's a little bit of rinse and repeat at this point, using vehicles, armed, possibly explosive devices. It'll be important to find the connections between all of this in terms of prevention and that kind of thing. It sounds like the FBI came to Temple Israel not that long ago in January to outfit these folks on what they need to know. But moving forward, we know, Roop, that this changes how people worship and what they do in their places of worship moving forward to prevent this kind of thing from happening, although it's very tough to do so.
Well, and that's the thing is, how much of a fortress are you creating around your places of worship and learning? Right now we can tell you that, as we say, lawmakers on both sides of the political coin are putting their politics aside to talk about what needs to be done from a leadership point of view. Senator Alyssa Slotkin just moments ago speaking with the media about what she's learned in West Bloomfield. Take a listen. All right.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Let's
As you
go
can
back
imagine, there's a lot going on.
There's a lot
right
going
now.
on and a lot of people with things to say, and that includes Scott Wolchek, who is actually on the ground right now. He's been there all afternoon with a very good vantage point of what's going on. Scott, it looks like things are still very busy behind you. What's sort of going on in terms of an investigative standpoint?
Hey, Jess. Yeah, the last time that we left Sheriff Bouchard, he was saying they're really looking into that truck that's inside of the temple to check to see if it has IEDs, what kind of chemicals could have been in there. Once that thing caught on fire, that really added another layer to that investigation. So that's what's going on. That's why you're seeing, obviously, still a huge police presence, but we have been here for hours and we've seen a lot of fire trucks, police, all leaving the scene to an extent. But we know that this investigation is still going strong. Throughout the day, we've had a lot of different parents. I'd say maybe about 45 minutes ago or so, a lot of parents came out from Shenandoah. They were released, all carrying their little kids. Really just heartbreaking to see everybody highly emotional. I was able to talk with a family who had a little girl, and they said, hey, I was in Troy and I got the call. My initial fear was the worst. Panic sets in, and they got here. They said they were obviously thankful nobody got hurt out of this, especially none of the kids. But super scary situation. They're very thankful to have this security team here at Temple Israel that really took care of business here, and then the amazing show of force from EMS has been incredible as well. So that family obviously very shaken up, holding their loved one very closely tonight, but we saw many other just grief-stricken parents. But you can only imagine how much scarier it would be if that security team hadn't stepped in immediately. They were ready for this.
If we still have Scott there, I'd like to know, too, a little bit about, I know where Dave was stationed by the reunification point with these families and that kind of thing. Have you seen any of those interactions, Scott, at all, in terms of folks being reunited and some of the people that were inside? We understand there was 140 staff and students there.
People who had been able to park up here at this area with us and were able to actually walk over to the school, little ones, and they all came walking their kids out. So we haven't seen that exact moment of, oh, there's my kid right there. These parents had gone for quite a walk, and super emotional, very, very just couldn't really process it. You could see it in their faces when I tried talking to them as well. It was just a thing where the emotion was so high. I mean, I hate to be, the parents were terrible thing. That moment of fear when you get here, you see this police presence, you wonder what is going on with my child. And it sounds like the people over at Shenandoah took excellent care of these kids, kept them safe, kept them feeling comfortable, and the parents have been very thankful for that.
You wonder what these parents were obviously heart-stricken to be away from their child during a time where they know they were in fear, but those kids had to have been feeling a lot of it as well. Scott Wolchek, real quick question for you: are you seeing fewer cop cars there, fewer police squad cars there, or are they diminishing? What's going on behind you?
They've been slowly pushing out. They're still here. They're still keeping us pretty far back, but we have seen a lot less of the police officers, especially all the guys in the, in the straight up army gear with the long guns. Those guys are long gone. All the undercover guys, well, the ones that I had seen are out of here, but we still have a pretty high presence over here. And of course we do have a little bit of sound for you guys, I think, if you want to take a listen to that.
Relieved that everyone's okay. Definitely scary situation, not knowing, and I can't say enough about the response, from everyone from the school, the Shenandoah, how helpful they were. Everything was great, but
Yeah, and so that was that father that I've been talking about just a little bit ago. He and his wife, they were as calm as they could. They had their kid. Nobody was crying, anything like that, but they're able to put the daughter in the car. And even during that interview, the daughter chimed in and said, hey, they had tissues for everybody. So a little bit of levity in that situation, but a very, very scary thing. I'm sure they're going home, hugging everybody tight, and just thankful that this wasn't a worse outcome.
And Scott, I would imagine, obviously, the school and the daycare is probably going to be closed for some time. Did you get any indication from that dad there? How worried is he going to be to send his little girl back there? I mean, that's the thing, is what happens next for these families? I would imagine a lot of fear.
A lot of fear, but I think that there was some comfort there, knowing that this security team really was on the ball with this. I mean, when this thing first happened and all the reports are coming in, imagine the fear that you have as a parent of what is going on. Even us who are in the news business, we're trying to get to the bottom of it right when that situation happens. You get to a scene like this. Many people have never seen something like this, and for your kid to be in that building must be pretty scary. So even though the kids are safe, they're happy with the security, I would imagine coming back to school in the next week, it's going to be unsettling. Probably dad's going to call off and just say, hey, I'm just going to hug my kids close today.
You don't blame them for that. Scott Wolchek for us live tonight. Thank you so much as we continue to watch this kind of developing story that's been going on all afternoon long. We'll let you get back to work because we have you at the top of the 5 o'clock as well. And as we do that, by the way, you're seeing us with our notebooks and our phones. So many people are calling and texting to want to offer support and comments. We have a special edition of The Pulse coming up at 7:30, talking to a therapist who's of Jewish faith about how we can process this from 5 to 7. We have 2 hours worth of coverage for you with our reporters on the ground, experts, of course. And now we understand investigators not only on the ground, but also in the sky, Jessica. We understand there's chopper activity in Metro Detroit. They're looking for something. Yeah,
you could hear the chopper activity all afternoon, of course, in West Bloomfield. But we have been tracking. It's not hard. I mean, everything you can track nowadays. And we have been watching choppers, police choppers, I should say, zero in on different locations in the Metro Detroit area, looking for a second location that is related to that suspect, whether it be a home or a business. As far as I understand, they haven't made entry anywhere yet, but we are monitoring that very closely because that will be sort of the second piece of all of this, and that really is where someone's home with their electronics. That's where we'll get a lot of these answers in terms of what precipitated all of this and why.
That forensic deep dive into electronics is not necessarily fascinating at an hour like this, but it is definitely compelling, and it's something that people have to look at, listen to, and look closely at, because I think right now you kind of go, okay, you reverse engineer this whole thing and say whoever did this decides to ram their truck into, clearly, right into the synagogue, has a rifle with him, has in the back what appears to be at least some incendiary devices, easy for me to say, and inside of that, there's this entire investigation to say, let's reverse engineer this and figure out what was this person's intent. And that online footprint, text messages, calls, right? Not just social media, but those texts and calls are important too, aren't they?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. You look back at something like Columbine, for example, and how long it takes. You got to read through notebooks. You got to look kind of the old school way, play VHS tapes. Now it's very easy in a lot of these departments, especially the locals and of course the feds. You plug that phone into a device, it can reverse engineer, as you say, and you get a lot of those answers. You can find the Google searches and that sort of thing. And I think part of this is, we talk about lone wolf or whether they were affiliated with some kind of bigger group or agency. That's also going to be important too, because you can't just assume that this was one individual just because there was one individual found at the scene. They could have accomplices, and it's really way too early to rule all of that out at this point.
And what's truly sad about any attack that you look at, whether it be the Boston Marathon bombing that Lauren Edwards talked about covering back in Boston so many years ago with the Sarniov brothers and their pressure cookers, or you talk about these people now with trucks. You cannot stop people, as the rabbi said, Rabbi Bergman earlier, from doing what they want to do.
That's it.
And you cannot let them win. And so what does that look like? Well, it means that Rabbi Bergman left here, and at 6 o'clock will be addressing his worshipers. I think it's really important to keep in mind that fear and this type of a story that unfolded that is all too real for these family members. It is easy for us to say at this hour not to be afraid. People are shaken up. But eventually, the eventuality has to be that people get back to the places where they want to go. The question is, how will they re-enter these places? How do you go back to a Temple Israel having this happened to the building?
Yeah, especially sending your little ones. And we talked to Rabbi Bergman from the Adat Synagogue here locally, and he was saying how much the Jewish community spends on security enforcement. He said we could be spending that on education or sending some of these kids, to educational trips, but instead we're spending it on fortifying these synagogues, which is very scary. And I know that they've been beefing up security in the last few weeks, given the international climate. And we actually talked to another rabbi here locally from Friendship Circle, sort of reacting to all of this, because I know this happened at Temple Israel, but there is a large Jewish population. That means this will absolutely have a trickle-down effect. So I'd like to listen to what that rabbi from Friendship Circle had to say.
They are obviously very shaken, but they are strong, resolved to stay strong and to build their community. They're a beautiful community. West Bloomfield is a beautiful community of so many different stripes, and we're a melting pot here of everyone, and everyone is supporting each other. And thank God they're amazing clergy, and they're doing very well.
All right, we're continuing to watch this story unfold right now. And as you can imagine, the big question that people have is, what was this shooter thinking? What was the motivation? And right now, there are so many people who have, pieces of information that are coming in. We're processing it, but being responsible, as Jessica, we always are here. We're not going to report hearsay. Oftentimes people will hit us up and say, I'm hearing on social media this, that, or the other. And even if later you find out that that was true, there's a vetting process that has to take place from our end out of respect to you. Because we want to make sure that we're getting, and respect to the facts, that we're only giving people information that's been confirmed. And so right now, we have so many questions about who this shooter was.
Yeah, and it goes back to being a seasoned journalist and realizing it's not about being first, it's about being right. And there's so much chaos that follows these sort of mass shooting or attempted mass shooting situations. You got sources coming in from all over, and you really have to vet that information. But what we do know is there was a weapon found in this man's vehicle. There was possibly explosive devices, and it does appear that law enforcement is moving in or has moved in on a second location that is connected to this person.
And with that, we know that we have so much more information with many reporters on the ground right now. The West Bloomfield Synagogue Attack getting the eyes of the world, of course, on Michigan right now. We're going to have more on this coming up in our next 2 hours as we have a special edition of Fox 2 News at 5. That'll continue until 7. And then a special edition of The Pulse that'll be coming up at 7:30. We're talking to community leaders and everyone affected by what happened in West Bloomfield. We'll be right back.
working for you. This is Fox 2 News at 5.
Fox 2 continuing to follow breaking news after a synagogue in West Bloomfield Township is targeted. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ruparaj.
And I'm Jessica Dupnack. We've been following this all afternoon. Police say a man crashed through the front entrance of Temple Israel before being shot and killed by security guards.
That's right. And right now we have live team coverage across West Bloomfield Township at the synagogue, the reunification sites, and the neighboring areas as well.
Now, Camille Amiri has been on scene all day for us today. Bouchard earlier. Let's start with you. What's going on behind you, Camille?
Yeah, so Jessica, right now we're actually at the JCC. There's going to be a large press conference at 6 o'clock tonight that we're going to be learning a lot more information. So we are here and in position. But in the meantime, let's break down everything that happened. Let's take a look at some video. So obviously just a very chaotic situation earlier today in West Bloomfield at Temple Israel when it came out initially as shots fired and as an active shooter situation. Right now, police are still trying to work to determine if that suspect actually did fire any shots. We do know that he used his vehicle as a weapon, that he drove that vehicle straight into the synagogue, straight inside, and ended up hitting one of the security guards. One of the other security guards, we're not sure if it's the same one, but there was a gunfire, and we do know that that suspect is deceased, is dead. We don't know if he shot himself or if the gunfire that shot him was actually from one of the security guards. Meanwhile, we are happy to report that no injuries, no children at the daycare, no staff members were hurt. This is still a very chaotic and hectic situation as it continued to unfold all afternoon. We did speak with Sheriff Bouchard a couple hours ago, and this was his briefing with us. And then also we did get a chance to talk to some people who were on the ground witnessing all of this. Take a listen.
A car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever, okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay.
When I got to this corner, there were about 10 police officers, and a woman was running across the street with her cell phone, and she had that look of horror, as if I was telling people, do you remember 9/11? People's expression of their face. So I told my mom on the phone, oh my gosh, something is bigger than like a car accident.
It's sad, you know. I got kids that go to school out here, so it could have happened to anybody, anywhere.
Now, in the hours that followed this, there were lockdowns everywhere, synagogues around the area, schools, churches, and businesses on lockdown until police gave the all clear. Again, at 6 o'clock tonight, in a little less than an hour, we're going to learn a lot more here at the JCC, a very large press conference with all law enforcement, including the FBI. But I can just tell you, I mean, a lot of people just thinking worst case scenario. Thankfully, and it's just something to be said that no children and no staff members were hurt. Reporting live, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
And Camille, you're talking about 140 students and staff that were able to make it out safely. We know that the FBI came in January and trained these folks for these exact scenarios. What's the mood of law enforcement there? You've been to these shooting scenes before. What's the mood out there in terms of the investigators at this point?
Well, I mean, every police officer who was in the area was all hands on deck. I have not seen this many police ever since maybe Grand Blanc or since Oxford. But Sheriff Bouchard says that they did everything that they were supposed to do. The investigators trained for these things too, and that everyone trained and knew what to do and was able to neutralize the threat very quickly. Still a very horrific situation. Could have been way worse, but investigators still have a lot of work cut out ahead of them.
All right. Camille Amiri for us live tonight. Thank you for that. And we are continuing to follow this news story, of course, that has really captured the eyes of the nation and the world. Hillary Golson continues our team coverage tonight. Hillary.
Yeah, so we're just learning new information. We just got on the scene here in Dearborn on Gully, not very far from Ford Road, where we believe that a home tied to the suspect is here. And so we were talking with investigators about any information they could confirm to us about their search. As you can see, there's almost no activity behind me, and that is 100% by design. There are some law enforcement, federal law enforcement agents working this scene undercover. I had a chance to speak with one source who told us do not approach the home, and so we're being very careful about the information that we release. Obviously, the most important thing here is that we don't compromise the investigation. I had a chance to speak with former special agent Ken Gray, who explained to me what they're going to do now. Obviously, this is an investigation in conjunction with the FBI, the ATF, the FBI here taking lead in the investigation. And so I asked him, well, what does that mean necessarily? Are we talking about a definitive tie to domestic terrorism? Once again, you have to be very circumspect about coming to any conclusions about that. That's something that the FBI is going to be asking. Certainly, part of what they're doing is likely conducting searches using warrants. It takes time sometimes to get that confirmation from a judge to be able to go in and do their investigation. So at this point, the only thing we can confirm is that for sure, there is some undercover investigation happening here in this area. We're watching it, monitoring it to see what might develop, and being very careful about the information we provide as not to compromise investigators' work here. Back to you.
Hillary Golson for us live. We have a lot going on here in the studio as we're continuing to process this information that you're bringing to us as well. Hillary, obviously this is such a dance for law enforcement, as you know, because they don't want people to be tipped off, and they're also trying to do their job and be transparent all at the same time. That can be a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole lot to certainly cover, a lot of territory to cover. You know the distance, of course, between West Bloomfield and Dearborn, certainly a very long way. Who knows exactly what the specific connection is? We were also looking at another residence not that far from here. That scene is clear. So again, the most important thing that I can say is that we were asked not to approach the home. We were told that by an undercover officer. We're going to respect those wishes, and we're going to give them a little space to do their investigation. And of course, in these places that law enforcement are, we want to also encourage the public not to come here because you can impede their investigation and certainly put them or yourself in harm's way, Roop.
For us live tonight. Thank you for that. And we are continuing to follow these breaking developments. We can confirm right now between Jessica's sources and my sources, it appears as though the person they're looking for, the shooter, is indeed from Dearborn Heights. We also have an understanding that it's possible that one of his family members was killed in Lebanon this weekend. And because of that, perhaps there was some kind of a vitriol and the anger that came from that. Again, this is coming from a source that's very close to the investigation, saying that apparently family members were killed in Lebanon this weekend. So this is certainly a messy situation and one that we are continuing to follow.
Absolutely. And we're going to kick it back to Scott Wolchek, who has been on scene for us all afternoon today. And Scott, when we talked to you before, you were describing the scene when these parents were reunited with their children and how just incredibly sad and tough and moving all of that was.
Absolutely, Jess. Yeah, you know, we saw probably about 45 minutes ago a bunch of parents holding their little kids, just walking down the sidewalk, coming out to this parking lot. There's a little strip mall right over here on the corner of Drake and Walnut Lake. You're looking at the temple right there. So the kids had been going to the school there, and they were quickly evacuated over to Shenandoah. And when these parents walked out, I mean, their faces were shocked, you know, absolutely grief-stricken, although none of the children were hurt. Just imagine the fear as a parent of getting that call, you know, the panic that sets in. We actually were able to talk with a family who had picked up their little girl. Take a listen to what they had to say. What emotions have you felt throughout the day?
Panic was definitely the first one. You know, they did try to give us whatever updates they could, so that was helpful to hear that. And then, I mean, overcome with joy, obviously, once we knew she was okay and everyone was okay. It's a super scary situation, and I'm just glad that everyone that matters was okay.
Do you want to say anything to police and the security?
Incredible. Literally everyone. top to bottom. They couldn't have been better. The staff, like I said, even Shenandoah, that took everyone in at a moment's notice, made all our kids food. Crayons, literally M&Ms, snacks, waters, the teachers, everyone was just incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, we couldn't be more grateful, more thankful for them.
Wow.
They had tissues also, our daughter says.
And hearing that, you've also got to be grateful to those educators, right? This is something that they train for as well. And we saw some of them as they were walking out as well, with those parents just totally grief-stricken and uncomfortable, to say the least. They were having so much emotion, and just imagine how bad it could have been if that security team was not on the ball. Remember, we are seeing this situation still playing out. We've had a lot of police vehicles leaving the scene, but a lot of them are still here. They have been checking out that truck to see if there were any IEDs or chemicals loaded up inside of it. For now, reporting live West Bloomfield, Scott Walczak, Fox 2 News. Jess, Root, back to you.
Yeah, Scott, you take a look at a situation like this where now it started at noon when this truck first hit this building, and now it's 5 hours later. Even though we know that the scene is secure, the kids are safe, the trauma of this really just that sigh of relief comes with a lot of trauma alongside that, because what happened today was not normal and certainly wasn't good.
No, it was not. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fear. I would imagine a lot of parents not going to want to send their kids back to school. A lot of parents who don't maybe not even of the Jewish faith might see this and say, hey, you know what? It's almost the weekend. I'm a little worried about what's going on. So you're going to see a lot of extra caution from parents, especially after what you just reported, Roop and Jess, about the possible motive behind this thing. Very unsettling to hear.
It is indeed, and we'll continue to follow every single detail. And Scott, good work on the ground. We'll continue to follow this with you as well. As you can imagine, so many people across the world are talking about this. The president earlier talking about this. The governor here in Michigan responding to the situation, calling it heartbreaking. You're looking at a statement that was released from her office. She says, in part, Michigan's Jewish community should be able to live and practice their faith in peace.
And Attorney General Dana Nessel echoing that statement, saying, quote, anti-Semitism has no place in Michigan and cannot be tolerated. She goes on to say it's more important than ever we come together, stand with our neighbors, and confront hate whenever it appears. Now, we want to bring everyone up to speed. Police say a man who attacked a synagogue in West Bloomfield Township is dead after being shot by security. He drove through the front entrance of Temple Israel shortly after noon today. We're told the security guard was struck by his vehicle, but no one else on site was hurt. We're talking about 140 staff and students that were there today, and this investigation remains active.
We'll be right back with our continuing coverage. Fox News' Hillary Golson is standing by that active scene in Dearborn Heights, and we'll have the latest on that with Hillary. And also Lauren Edwards is continuing our coverage as well.
Parents were reunited with their kids at the Jewish Community Center. I'm Lauren Edwards in West Bloomfield with more coverage ahead.
And we're also looking at a high wind watch right now for pretty much all of southern Michigan. We'll have wind gusts up to around 55 miles per hour. We'll take a little look at your forecast coming up right around this break.
Our team coverage continues with Fox 2's Lauren Edwards. She is at the Jewish Community Center of Metropolitan Detroit right now.
This is where families are being reunited after a very tough day. 5 hours of grueling waiting out there. Lauren, how is everyone doing now?
Rube, Jessica, grueling indeed. That's the perfect word for this. We've been outside the JCC along Drake Road for several hours, and reuniting is what we've been seeing all afternoon. Definitely an emotional day. I wanted you to get a close look at a couple that we saw who were reuniting as well. An emotional reunion for the two of them hugging on the side of Drake Road. Now, it was the same scene inside the JCC, the Jewish Community Center. Families met with their kids, and police say the kids were bussed in after everything that happened. And after they all met up, we saw dozens and dozens of vehicles leave. But Fox 2 spoke with Sam Bennett, whose wife was inside JCC. They were the couple just hugging there. And he says she texted him 10 minutes before they went on lockdown. And here's what he had to say just simply about being by her side for the first time again.
Knowing that she's here and she's okay. She wasn't at the temple, but she was here, with the kids who were potentially as a part of what happened. And she's very shaken up. I just want to get home and be with her to make sure she's all right.
And I know when I asked him, who else is pretty much shaken, and it's everyone in this awful situation that's happened. Now, again, like I've said, we've been out here outside of JCC along Drake Road, which is over to my left, and we've seen a ton of vehicles leave, but there's more coming in. They're getting ready for that 6 o'clock press conference, which is going to be happening, which I know that we are going to carry live. So please stick with Fox 2 for all updates. Reporting live here in West Bloomfield, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
And Lauren, you've been there from the beginning. There was so much police presence there, an unbelievable amount. What is it like there now in terms of law enforcement, just kind of in the general area? Are they pulling out? What's the mood there?
I can tell you, Jessica, within the last hour, it's calmed down a little bit, but it's really just a little bit. We saw Birmingham, and we saw West Bloomfield, and we saw Farmington, and definitely Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and so they're still here, not as tight and strong of a presence, but they are still out and about, as I imagine this investigation is going to take weeks to really figure out all that happened, because I know so many of us have questions about what happened and why it happened.
All right, Lauren, thank you. We'll check in with you in a little bit later.
And stay with Fox 2 as we continue to cover the attack on the synagogue in the Jewish community and the investigation still in its early stages tonight. You can always find all of our coverage that has gone online already online on Fox Local and on Fox 2, always your home for live breaking news.
Well, today was a chillier day compared to where we started off earlier this week, with most of us Monday and Tuesday well into the 70s. We only saw temps in the 40s today, 44 in the city right now, 38 Muskegon, temperatures in Fort Wayne at 46. Likewise for those in the Chicagoland area, but it's a lot colder up near Marquette. They're in the upper 20s right now. Now, our wind conditions are a little breezy, but they are manageable. I think our winds over the course of the next 24 hours are going to begin to kick up, which is why we have that high winds watch in place for all of central and southern Michigan. That extends, though, all the way back out into the Plain States. So it is a large area that has that watch out. We're also looking at winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, and watches. So this next system is really packing a punch across the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley. Now, right now, we were dealing with just some lighter showers, some light rain mixing in with maybe a few wet snowflakes, especially up near the thumb, but that's going to stay north of us at least for right now. A good bulk of the precip isn't arriving until early tomorrow. Some snow showers eventually transitioning back over into a light wintry mix, and the snow we see tomorrow is during the morning commute. So we're going to be dealing with some heavy wet snow at that time. Now, accumulations are nothing astronomical, about an inch and a half about north of M59, so up near northern Oakland and northern Macomb County. Temps tonight will be falling through the 30s. Wind conditions tomorrow anywhere between 50 to 55 miles per hour. Certainly going to be a windy one for sure. Low 40s Saturday. We're back to the 50s on Sunday. Extended forecast shows more up and down with additional rain snow mixes through next week.
I'm Dave Spencer, live in West Bloomfield. An overwhelming amount of law enforcement here on the scene today after the attack at Temple Israel. We're talking to neighbors, those close to the scene, to see how they are processing the information and reacting to all this in real time. A live report coming up.
following the developing story on that attack at a synagogue in West Bloomfield Township.
Police say that the attacker is dead after being shot and killed by security guards. We're told he crashed his car into the entrance of Temple Israel. Thankfully, no one else was hurt. Now, Fox 2's Dave Spencer is live now with reaction from neighbors. What are they saying, Dave?
They're taken back. They're trying to process this, as we all are. The response from police was immense, and it was intense because they were arriving in such force and such volume and such speed as well that it was hard to understand what was going on, because this was all before the news reports of what truly was happening was reaching the neighbors' ears. So we had the chance to speak to people that live right in this neighborhood, right in this condo complex that I'm standing next to, which is Greenbrier and Walnut Lake Drive, which is just basically a couple blocks away from Temple Israel itself, basically a 1-minute walk from here. We had a chance to speak to a lady who lives right on the corner, operates her business out of her home, and she said that she just heard police car after police car, figuring that there was a crash somewhere on Walnut Lake, but it just didn't stop. And then she went outside to see what was going on, and she noticed that police cars, state police, county, West Bloomfield, federal agents from ATF were parked all along Walnut Lake Road. I've never seen a sight quite like that myself either when I arrived here on scene some hours after the initial call came out, and officers gearing up, putting on body armor, grabbing guns, and heading down to Temple Israel, not knowing what they're getting into, but knowing that they had to respond as quickly as possible. And then that scene played out for hours afterwards, and then the scene moved back. We got pushed back even farther, about a mile down the road, so they could continue to process all of the evidence. Now we are back closer as they shrink down the scene, concentrate their efforts on making sure that there's no more threats. But you're going to hear from yourself one of those neighbors of what they describe happening earlier this afternoon.
Heard cop, and I just kept counting, and I said, that's not normal. So I came outside and I saw police cars, and I saw an ambulance and a fire truck. I'm like, bad accident. Then they just kept coming. So I came and stood right here, and I heard one of the officers saying, active shooter, shots fired.
She goes on to describe the parents that started to gather at that corner, and then they were escorted to a staging area where they were able to reunite with their families. And then hours later, roughly 4 hours there, where is the scene that's playing out right now, where those families with the kids from the daycare are being let out and had to walk close to a mile to get back to their vehicles where the parents were kept away. Even a SWAT truck had to deliver about a dozen families, kids getting into this SWAT truck with their parents and guardians, and being escorted up the hill so they don't have to walk in the cold after everything that they've already been through. Smiles on their faces as we've been talking about how they were taken care of by the staff and the people at the country club who took them in after that terrible tragedy, putting themselves in harm's way. Just remarkable stories that are coming out of here, and this is just hours after everything is still being processed. The area here at Greenbrier and Walnut Lake, they're having people closed so they can continue their investigation. I'll send it back to you guys.
And Dave, you're a dad watching those families. I mean, they had to wait several hours watching the chaos unfold just like we did. And we didn't know for several hours what was going on. I can't even imagine what those parents were thinking, seeing the tanks and the men with lawn guns out there.
Yeah, I mean, I've covered some pretty tragic scenes. The splash pad shooting in Rochester was a similar scene where police cars were lined up. This was eerily reminiscent of that. And then you're right, those parents that were right here at this corner, which is still about a block and a half away, and then getting the news that they could go be reunited with their ones in the country club, the kids from the daycare, and they sprinted towards that because the panic that must be setting in those moments of not knowing if they're going to be okay, the news that's going to come out. When we hear active shooter now, our mind goes to the worst possible place. So thankfully, that was not the case here in West Bloomfield.
And Dave, thank you so much for bringing us that footage, really putting a face on all of that. This is what it's about, and it's about the 140 kids and staff members that were safe in Temple Israel. Thank you to some very fast-acting and well-trained security guards tonight. Dave, thank you.
You got it.
And this is Dave Kitchen here at West Bloomfield High School on lockdown for several hours as all of this chaos unfolded. We talked with parents. More after the break.
We are continuing to monitor breaking news out of West Bloomfield Township as we've been following for the last 5 hours. A gunman is dead following an attack at Temple, Israel.
Now questions rise on how to keep other places of worship safe as we move forward. Fox 2's Hillary Golston live in Dearborn Heights for us after speaking with an FBI specialist. Hillary?
So here's what we can tell you. We're over here on Gully near Ford Road because there's a home here that we know, according to the information that we were able to get from our search, is tied to the suspect who we've said repeatedly is now deceased. Now, I did speak with a former FBI special agent about what may be going on here in Dearborn Heights. We've also talked to, on the scene, a few undercover agents, including one who told us not to approach the house in question. So, of course, we're going to respect that at this point. What they're going to be doing now is conducting a thorough search. The FBI is going to take the lead here through the Joint Terrorism Task Force to determine a motive and whether this incident qualifies as domestic terrorism or possibly even a hate-motivated attack. Agents will work to completely identify the suspect, examine the background here, analyze any digital footprint, phones, computers, social media. They're also going to reconstruct the suspect's movement before the attack using surveillance video and security video. License plate readers will be of importance here. Cell phone data. Investigators are going to interview witnesses, family members, co-workers, really anyone who may have had contact with the suspect to determine whether this person acted alone or had any kind of ideological ties or accomplices. The ATF is going to also be focusing here primarily on the weapons, the explosives component of the case. Their specialists are going to analyze any explosives material recovered from the vehicle to determine exactly what type of device or materials were involved, how it was constructed. All of this is going to be telling. Now, something that Ken Gray, the former FBI special agent who we've worked with a number of times, who has really incredible insight on all this, that he expounded on is obviously the potential ties to what's happening in Iran and whether there was some dissatisfaction or potentially a person disgruntled over activity happening there with the U.S. and Israel trading strikes with Iran and what's been happening in the Middle East and the region. All of that, again, are leads that the FBI is going to track down in conjunction with local authorities, and it can take time sometimes to secure search warrants. I suspect not just the home here will be searched, but likely other places, maybe even other vehicles, domiciles, who knows? All of that is something that's under investigation. The most important thing that I want to communicate to you now, though, is that if you are in this region, don't come here, don't approach. The word from the undercover agent I talked to is please do not approach the house again. I want to underscore that. They don't want looky-loos coming over here, but part of the reason we're stationed here is because we want to see if in fact a search warrant is executed, that we're here to capture that and find out what may unfold from the investigation as they do their work here in Dearborn Heights. Back to you.
Yeah, Hillary Close for us live tonight. It is so important for everyone to stay out of the way of law enforcement and also keep any of kind of those incendiary feelings that they have about groups right now under control, because this is not the time for any of the temperature to be elevated.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And not to come to any conclusion. So what I just expounded on there about why the federal predicate is necessary here to elevate it to the FBI taking the lead here is obviously because they're looking into the issue of potential ties to domestic terrorism. That's not a confirmation. That's just an investigatory lead that is obvious here in this. The coming days and likely weeks will give us more information about who this person was, what they were motivated by. But I think if we all just remember that investigators have to do their work, that I think alone can help to bring the temperature down. And just remember that the thing we have to hold on to is the fact that all of these children and workers, except for, of course, the security guard who was injured, are safe. I mean, this is an example of things working, of a safety plan working.
We're glad they did, obviously. Hillary Golson for us live tonight. Thank you. Our team coverage continues with a very tense situation at West Bloomfield High School as anxious parents waited for students in that lockdown.
Fox News' Dave Kinchin continues our team coverage for us. That lockdown's been lifted. Dave, what's going on now?
Yeah, school's out right now. A delayed departure, about an hour of a delay of kids getting out of West Bloomfield High School because of that lockdown that went on for 3 hours here. What we did see, we saw 3 Oakland County Sheriff's Office Suburbans rolling in along with West Bloomfield Police right before all the students were given the all clear to leave West Bloomfield High School and get on the buses. There were lines of buses waiting for those kids. Now that's a normal into the school day. What wasn't really normal, we're told from parents, is how long they had to wait as that lockdown took place. Parents telling us that school administrators were doing a head count, trying to determine how many students were getting on the buses and systematically coordinating that, and again waiting until they had that extra police support out here in terms of the sheriff's office and West Bloomfield Police lining up the school to make sure everybody was safe as they were getting out, getting onto the buses, or getting into the cars of their parents when they came here to pick them up. In fact, the sheriff's office just left here not long ago. They stayed here possibly for, I don't know if anything was going on after school, but they stayed here for some time after school officially, after the lockdown officially lifted and everybody left to go home for what was an elongated end of their day here. Meantime, we do know that parents were telling us that the West Bloomfield School District did a great job of keeping them updated, communicating everything that was going on, when their kids could be picked up, coordination of that, sites, that type of thing, location. Meantime, there's parents we talked to who are so close to Temple Israel, not just geographically, but in heart and soul. Many people who have worshiped there, who have friends and family who use Temple Israel as a community center. And in fact, we covered a story there about a year ago, and the security was tight then. The Attorney General, Dana Nessel, held an event there talking about the rise of anti-Semitism that was taking place even at that time in the country, and organizers did not want the location of that event published until after it was over. There was heavy security then when all of that took place, and so obviously that's been boosted since today, and even after today, even more so. But we do want to get to parents that we did speak with as they were waiting. Now, this sound is going to be a little bit dated because this was in the heat of the moment as parents were sitting in their cars waiting, trying to communicate with their kids via text to see what was going on in the school, how they were doing during this lockdown, as they were anxiously waiting for their kids to come out and get into the cars and get home to safety there. So let's go to that sound right now.
It's so close to home and to our community, and we have so many loved ones that were around the general area or at the synagogue at the time, and the fact that it impacts our community as such a safe community, it's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking, and it just feels it's so saddening, and it's ungodly that this even happened in our community.
The nearby communities, Farmington Hills, Southfield, also great communities with large Jewish populations, all reaching out to West Bloomfield. You know, this is a fairly large township, but in many ways it's pretty small because everybody knows everybody. Me growing up next door in Farmington Hills, a lot of friends, a lot of Jewish friends in this community, and everybody knows everybody. A lot of people worshiping at sites like Temple Israel, and everybody feeling this tonight. People from this area who now live in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, reaching out on social media, sending prayers to everybody back home impacted emotionally with all of this. Yes, certainly this could have been much worse, a lot of people are saying now, but the times that we're in, the environment that we're in right now, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of coming together, but still a lot of rattled nerves, obviously, at this hour. We're live at West Bloomfield High School. Dave Kinshin, Fox 2 News.
And Dave, given the climate in the Middle East right now, it had places of worship, especially Jewish synagogues, beefing up their security already. You talk about the trickle-down effect of something like this. What does that look like in the coming days for the schools in that area?
Yeah, you know, unmarked vehicles for sure, unmarked law enforcement vehicles, a lot of monitoring of social media, people reporting anything suspicious that they know. A lot of this is just redoubling efforts that already exist through broad-based federal, local, and state law enforcement partnerships.
That's right, Dave. We'll talk to you very soon. Thank you so much. Our team coverage continues just ahead. Fox 2's Lauren Edwards is also live in West Bloomfield Township for us. Lauren.
I can tell you that at 6 o'clock is when authorities are going to give another update. But before then, you're going to get a close look at the reunification and all the families that you reunited here in this parking lot outside of JCC. I'm Lauren Edwards with more coverage coming up.
Authorities set up a family reunification site tonight after this scare in West Bloomfield today.
Parents and loved ones, Jessica, have been really directed to the Jewish Community Center as a place of solace and peace as police continue their investigation nearby. Fox News' Lauren Edwards is live outside the JCC tonight where families have been getting together. And Lauren, what are you seeing there? I'm sure lots of tearful reunions.
Absolutely, Roop and Jessica, we've been out here for hours, and it's on this very parking lot where families, loved ones were hugging their kids, embracing them, holding them just a bit tighter today because of all the circumstances. I want you to take a look at one couple that we saw actually reuniting over on the side of the road, over on Drake Road. It was a husband and wife, and as soon as they saw each other, they hugged each other tight, and it was the same scene, as I just said, inside JCC, families meeting their kids, hugging them tighter. A couple doing so on Drake Road. Now, police say that the kids were bussed over in after what happened this morning, the attack, and after they met with the families, they immediately left. Dozens of cars we saw just pulling away, and we spoke with Sam Bennett, whose wife was inside JCC. He says that she texted him 10 minutes before they went on lockdown, and here's what he had to say, though, about when he first learned about what happened.
It's really tough because, you know, if Temple Israel can get attacked, any of us can, because it's a very, very safe place. There's a long driveway to get into it. So it's definitely a very scary situation. So we're all just on hyper vigilant about everything.
So at 6 o'clock inside JCC behind me is when authorities are going to give an update. I was just inside and I saw not just authorities coming in, but community leaders, Jewish leaders also coming in, and they're going to address everyone just with an update on everything. Please stick with Fox 2 for all updates as this continues to develop. Reporting live here in West Bloomfield, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
All right, Lauren, thank you. We are continuing to monitor this breaking news story out of Bloomfield Township. A gunman is dead following an attack, I should say West Bloomfield. A gunman is dead following an attack at Temple Israel.
Well, back here at the station, Fox 2's Brandon Hudson spoke to a local rabbi. And Brandon, what message did he share with us today? I know that these rabbis still have to face their congregations.
Yeah, so this is a busy day, and you heard Dave Kinchin talk about this earlier. So many people have a tie to Temple Israel, and so did Rabbi Aaron Bergman. So I asked him today, because he has service at 6 o'clock, I said, what is the message that you want to share to your followers following an attack like this? Here's what he had to say.
Showing up means that the bad guys don't win, and that they can't stop people from being in community and connecting, and that we're not going to return the hate, but that we're going to, the best thing we can do is to continue to live our lives, like with some integrity, with some encouragement, and some wisdom and smarts, you know, to make sure, but to make sure that it doesn't change us into people who give up on others.
So, Rabbi Bergman was saying he doesn't know how many people will be attending service today because so many lives are impacted by this. But you can imagine, you go back to Oxford, you go with the Michigan State situation, that so many people turn towards their faith when you see situations like this happen. So he said even if people don't come in person, they may reach out on Zoom. And this is where tonight, after everything kind of calms down, people will start to heal. And that's where faith leaders come in handy.
Speaking of being calm, what I noticed about him when we had him on set earlier, he was so calm in this sense, almost like he was used to it, which was really sad to me that he has to be used to something like this.
Yeah, this isn't a surprise for him. And we spoke to some other Jewish community leaders earlier today. Not a surprise for them. But it's just a situation where they can't, again, you hate to hear them have to say this over and over again, but they can't let the bad guys win. Sure. And they can't show that they're afraid to get back out in their community, even though there's attacks like this that try to keep them from being out there in the public.
You know, you often see after shootings like this, after Grand Blanc strong, West Bloomfield strong, whether it's a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, a Hindu, it doesn't matter. An attack like this is truly an attack on all of us, right? As people.
And we should understand that. And because, when you reach out to some of our most marginalized communities, or even some of our communities that, get attacked in this kind of situation, it's up to a lot of people who watch this and see this and say, well, how can I help?
Sure.
And even saying, how can I help, doesn't mean you have to financially give something. It just means showing up or even talking to a friend who may be directly impacted, just being there for somebody. It all starts with just one action.
Support is definitely a commodity that's needed right now in this community. And Brandon, thanks for bringing that home for us here tonight. Thanks for that report.
We're going to go back to the scene where all of this happened in West Bloomfield. We're checking in with Scott Wilczek. Scott?
Hey, Jess. Yeah, outside of the Temple police force is still going strong out here. Remember, I caught up with a family that was bringing their little one out of Shenandoah. Hear what they have to say coming up soon.
And also more winter weather on the way. We're considerably colder than where we started off this week. Lots of 40s, lots of 30s. We're anticipating to see our numbers fall to close to freezing overnight tonight with more snow chances out ahead of us. Also big time winds. So we'll have timing on all that in the forecast coming up right after this break.
We're going to take just a moment away from our continuing coverage on that breaking news out of West Bloomfield to check today's weather.
For that, we go to Stephanie Mead. Stephanie, looking at the pictures behind you, a little different than what we had behind us. Kind of a mixed bag out there, it seems.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow we're going to see more so of winter-like weather than anything else. So we started off the work week on a pretty good note with temps in the 70s, and we're ending the work week with temps in the 40s and more snow. Live look over the Detroit River, really great picture. It's a little breezy, but very much manageable. We do have that high winds watch that'll go into effect late tonight and through the entire day tomorrow. We're anticipating wind gusts up to around 55 miles per hour. So it is going to be a very gusty day across pretty much the southern half of the state. We did see a little bit of light moisture earlier on in the day. That is now gone. It's up near parts of the thumb where they're still seeing some remnants of some lighter showers, some lighter snow showers there. But here's that next system that's going to impact us. We have winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, and then this is also going to crank up our wind conditions too over the course of the next 24 hours, but it's also going to give us snow. Inconvenient timing on this, too. During the morning drive, we'll see periods of some moderate snow, some heavy wet snow. It's going to continue through the afternoon, too. There is going to be opportunities for mixing as well. And then as we head into this upcoming weekend, we're looking at more snow. Accumulation, nothing too large, about half an inch south of about M59. Areas north picking up 1.5 inches to possibly 2 inches. But gusty wind conditions tomorrow in excess of 55 miles per hour. 44 tomorrow, low 40s Saturday. Sunday, we're approaching the upper 50s, but that doesn't happen until later on in the evening. Very active next couple of days with additional opportunities for snow and some rain. Roop, over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Stephanie. We are just a few minutes away from a live news conference that we're expecting from the Sheriff's Department on this West Bloomfield Synagogue attack. We continue to follow the latest details, of course, as it's affected so much in our community. The investigation is still in its early stages. We'll be live on air and online through 8 p.m. And our coverage continues on our stream after that. You can always find all of our coverage on Fox 2 and Fox Local. Again, we are awaiting a news conference just about 5 to 6 minutes away, hearing the latest in the investigation. Stay with us.
We are live inside the Jewish Community Center where a large press conference will be going on regarding the situation at Beth Israel. Stay with us.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. An attack on a synagogue near Detroit. An armed man driving a truck with explosives into the Temple Israel Synagogue and school before shooting. Security shooting back before the car erupted in fire, leaving the driver dead. 140 children were at that school. Thankfully, though, none of them hurt. Synagogues have been on high alert since the start of the Iran war.
The team inside that building was very queued up. The chief had communicated directly with their head of security weeks ago.
A deadly shooting at a Virginia university now being investigated as terrorism. One person was killed and 2 others injured inside of a classroom at Old Dominion. The shooter was also killed. Police say he was convicted of supporting ISIS back in 2017 and was released from prison in 2024. Iran attacking more energy targets in the Persian Gulf. striking 2 tankers off the coast of Iraq, sparking huge fires and killing 1 person. The new supreme leader says in a statement he'll close the Strait of Hormuz and warns the U.S. military to leave. Still no confirmation, though, that the new Ayatollah is even alive, following reports he was gravely injured. And NASA is shooting for the moon, literally. The Artemis 2 moon mission launching as early as April 1st. Technicians clearing the rocket and the site repairs for liftoff. 4 astronauts will take a voyage around the moon. In New York, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Working for you. This is Fox 2 News at 6.
It's been a frightening day in Oakland County after a man armed with a rifle slams his truck into Temple, Israel in West Bloomfield. We're continuing to gather information about what exactly happened. So all of this has been unfolding since midday this afternoon. The good news is no children or staff were hurt at the synagogue.
And right now we're standing by from an update from the Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard, who's been the one has been in contact with us. But we do know, and we have learned just in the past hour or so that the shooter is from Dearborn Heights. We understand one of the sources that we've talked to, a government source, actually said that the shooter's family member was killed in Lebanon, which could explain maybe why this attack happened. But we're hoping to hear that officially from law enforcement sources at this point.
Yeah, so FBI and other community leaders are expected to gather at the JCC. We're told that at 6 o'clock, I think Camille Meary is inside, Lauren Edwards is outside. But look, this has been a very traumatic day for many people in the West Bloomfield and surrounding Jewish communities and really the community here in Metro Detroit as we are going through another type of attack that we have seen far too many times in the last few years. But this one seems to have a direct tie to what is happening or appears to be happening overseas.
That's right. And we'll check in with Camille Meary. She's had her pulse on everything today, and she is standing by waiting for that press conference. Camille, tell us what's going on right now where you are.
Yeah, right now we are inside the auditorium at JCC, and it is a packed house. There's so much media here. Community leaders, religious leaders, lawmakers, we're all anxiously awaiting for Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to arrive. Expected to be here any minute. We're also going to hear from those local leaders. It's not going to be just police. We're really hoping to learn more about what led up to this and exactly what we know, what happened. We do know that this happened around 12:30, that this suspect drove his truck straight into the Temple, Israel, slamming into it, a fire cause erupting, people sent to the hospital with smoke inhalation. Thankfully, no children at the daycare and no staff members were hurt. We do know a security guard was hit by the car, and he was taken to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. And we also know that the suspect was taken out, that the suspect is no longer a threat. The threat was neutralized. We do not know, though, if he was shot by gunfire coming from one of the security guards here or if he was shot by himself. He actually shot himself. We do have some sound from Sheriff Bouchard and from some witnesses from earlier today. Take a listen.
A car came to the facility, breached the facility by driving into it, was engaged by security. We believe there is one individual deceased in the vehicle. No kids, this is the important thing, no kids or no staff was injured whatsoever. Okay? So we have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment. That individual should be okay.
When I got to this corner, there were about 10 police officers, and a woman was running across the street with her cell phone, and she had that look of horror, as if I was telling people, do you remember 9/11? People's expression of their face. So I told my mom on the phone, oh my gosh, something is bigger than like a car accident.
It's sad, you know. I got kids that go to school out here, so it could have happened to anybody, anywhere.
People were absolutely terrified. Lockdowns throughout the area this afternoon at synagogues, churches, daycares, schools, businesses. People just really fearing the worst. Thankfully, though, like we said, the threat was neutralized fairly early and nobody was seriously injured. Those kids at that daycare, the staff, 140 people, all okay. But of course, very shaken up, the emotional toll that this takes on people. Every time something like this happens, we think worst case scenario, and often many many people are shot and killed. This time, thankfully, that did not happen, but still there's so many unanswered questions. Jessica, as you said, the suspect from Dearborn Heights, I know we have a crew in that area. Of course, they're going to be trying to figure out exactly what led up to this, what prompted this man to do this. Meanwhile, this press conference is expected to start at any moment, and when it does, we will bring it to you live. Brandon, back to you.
Yeah, Camille, so unfortunately, we've spoken to some community leaders who say they're not surprised by something like this happening. We do hear people talking in the background as you're doing your live report. You have media there? Do you have people from the community there as well that just want to get some answers, just like you?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people here right now. I mean, there's lots and lots of media from all over the state. I think probably even maybe some from the country, too, because this is obviously garnering national and international attention. We have a lot of community leaders here. We have religious leaders. We have lawmakers here, and just also people, Jewish people from the community. I've seen a lot of people just give each other hugs and just taking a deep breath and a deep sigh and trying to decompress. But there's just so many unanswered questions. And when something like this happens, it is just so traumatizing because we've been through this over and over again, right? And every time nothing can prepare anyone for what's going to happen. And as you heard from that man in my story, he said, this can happen anywhere to anyone. And I think that thought is just really, really hard to really think about, but it's true. Nobody is safe. This can really happen anywhere. So again, I'm going to wrap it up and send it back to you. And of course, we're going to have this press conference live as soon as it happens.
And we'll get back to you as soon as that happens. Camille Mira, we do appreciate it. Thank you. So as this attack is leaving the entire community on edge tonight.
Fox 2's Scott Wolchek is live in West Bloomfield Township with reaction from families. And Scott, we saw some video earlier of those young ones being reunited with their families. And important to note, these families had to wait several hours not knowing what's going on before they could hold their little ones again.
Yes, can you only imagine that? Not to be cliche, but a parent's worst nightmare, right? And you can actually see we're still out here just down the road. It's still blocked off, Temple Israel, and they are still doing that investigation. Hopefully in that press conference, they'll say whether there were IEDs, any type of device in the trucks. But for now, yes, we have had throughout the day families coming out here with their kids and meeting just up the road at the JCC. But we saw many distraught parents holding their little kids, ages 1 to 6, everybody carrying their kid, tears on their faces, and really trying to do their best to hang in there. Imagine the emotions you had to process throughout the day. I did catch up with a family who had brought their little girl out of there. Take a listen.
We're just so grateful. We're so grateful, and we're grateful for the staff and the teachers and everybody there. You never think in your life that you're going to have to experience anything like this, and just the community coming together to be there for each other. It's just, we're feeling very blessed and lucky right now. Definitely scary situation, not knowing, and I can't say enough about the response, from everyone from the school, the Shenandoah, how helpful they were. Everything was great, but shaken for sure. Now, so do you guys go to that temple? Our daughter goes to preschool there. Okay. Oh my gosh. How old's your kid? 4.5. 4.5. So at least they got the kids out so quickly. They did great. The staff did amazing. The security, amazing. Did everything we hoped that they would in such a tough situation.
A very tough situation. That security on the ball, because we know that this suspect drove that truck through the doors 40 to 50 feet into the building before they were taken out either by security or by themselves. Of course, we're learning more about who that suspect is, and I would imagine at this press conference that's happening any moment, we will learn a little bit more. For now, reporting live, West Bloomfield, Scott Wolchek, Fox 2 News. Jess, back to you.
And Scott, I'm so curious to know, because Temple Israel is just notoriously a lockdown facility. We'll park our news vehicles in the region and undoubtedly have some kind of contact with security or local police officers. Yet this suspect, was able to find a vulnerable spot in the building and actually get his truck inside. Thankfully, the threat being neutralized. But many questions about the security there.
Yeah, and I know that Sheriff Bouchard in his press conference, he had said he's been to this site before. You know, actually the guy who's head of security is a former cop, so they seem to know him well. Obviously, they were prepared for this. They knew exactly they didn't know this would happen. This is a worst case scenario, but they were ready for anything, especially with what's been going on in the world, the level of threats that have been out there for the Jewish community. They didn't have any direct threats here at the temple, according to Sheriff Bouchard, but you can only imagine, what are they going to do now? You know, are they going to have to get those Jersey barriers and things like that? Is that what some of these community centers, temples, synagogues are going to have to start considering for security?
Unfortunately, I think you're right, Scott. We'll see some definite enhanced security protocol moving forward. Thank you so much.
Well, team coverage continues with Fox News' Lauren Edwards. She's at the Jewish Community Center of Metropolitan Detroit. This is where families are being reunited. Lauren, so we saw Camille inside the building. What are you seeing outside other than the number of cars that are behind you, police cars?
There are a number of cars. I can tell you just within the last 10 to 15 minutes, Brandon, we saw more authorities go in. Holly Police, DEA, Homeland Security. We know FBI were going in as well. I was just inside and it is packed in there. I know they're waiting for community leaders and just so many people are going to be speaking soon at that press conference. But we've been out here for some time and this is the site of where families were reuniting with their kids, holding them just a little bit tighter after everything that happened. Police were telling us earlier that the kids were bussed in and they were able to reunite and hug their loved ones here, and then immediately after dozens and dozens of cars went out. We also ran into a couple. The man's name is Sam Bennett, and he says that his wife was inside JCC texting him minutes just before they all went on lockdown. Very, very visibly shaken by the whole thing, and he just shared with us, what it was like when he learned about everything that happened.
My first thoughts were, who do we know who has their kids there? Who do we know that's there? My wife, a couple coworkers had their kids there, so it was definitely a very, very scary situation. And I just wanted to get here as soon as I could to make sure I could observe and figure out what was happening.
And when he did finally reunite with his wife, it was a really touching and sweet, emotional moment. They held each other so tightly, as anyone impacted by this, especially directly impacted by this, they're doing so tonight. Now, again, that press conference beginning in just moments, and we will be carrying that for you live. So viewers, please stick with us. Stick with Fox 2 for all updates as this investigation continues. Reporting live here in West Bloomfield, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
Look, Lauren, I know you can't be inside at the moment, but if there is a question that you would like to ask, either it's the FBI or any of these community leaders, what would you like an answer to in this kind of situation?
Well, I have so many questions. I want to know about the security guard. I want to know how that person is doing. I want to know why. And I know that's such a hard question, Brandon. It's a hard question to answer. Motivation, why? I remember speaking to a sheriff years ago, and he always said to me, is there ever going to be an answer that is good enough that they're going to give you for why? And I was like, no. And I keep thinking about that. Whenever these tragedies happen, it's the why is important, but it's also, it's not important at the same time. But it's good to know that all the kids are okay, staff is fine, but nonetheless, a tough emotional day for so many people here.
Lauren Edwards, we appreciate your help. Thank you so much. Jessica.
Well, Governor Gretchen Whitmer has responded to the situation, calling it heartbreaking in a statement. She says, in part, Michigan's Jewish community should be able to live and practice their faith in peace. Attorney General Dana Nessel also weighing in, echoing that statement, saying, quote, anti-Semitism has no place in Michigan and cannot be tolerated. She goes on to say it's more important than ever that we come together, stand with our neighbors, and confront hate whenever it appears.
A community is reacting, continuing to process what happened here in West Bloomfield, a tragic situation, a scary situation. We're talking with the people who live close to Temple Israel and those who attend, coming up in a live report.
And we're also looking at our next system impacting us as early as tomorrow, bringing snow and wind just west of us. We'll have timing on this next system for you coming up in the forecast right around this break.
We're back now with continuing coverage of today's attack at Temple Israel, a synagogue in West Bloomfield. We're still standing by for an update from the Oakland County Sheriff.
So investigators say the attacker is dead after being shot by security. We're told that he crashed his car into the entrance of Temple Israel. Thankfully, no one else was hurt. Fox News' Dave Spencer is live now with the latest. Dave, what can you tell us from where you are in West Bloomfield Township?
Yeah, Brandon, let me give you a little lay of the land here. I'm about a half a block away from Temple Israel, where they have a roadblock situated here, meaning that cars traveling down Walnut Lake can only turn left or right here onto Greenbrier into one of the subdivisions, so they cannot continue on because obviously they're still processing that crime scene. And I can tell you some of the new emergency vehicles that are coming here on scene trying to get through this barricade and being allowed access to are other police agencies that have makeshift barriers to put up around the scene. We saw a truck from Novi carrying these barriers. We saw another one carrying bright yellow ones to set up close to the area where all of this transpired to make sure that no further damage happened. All of this happened roughly 5-6 hours ago now, around noon, where we had a chance to talk to some of the people living in this neighborhood, close to the golf club, close to the country club where they did the staging, and they all described the same thing, just the amount of police was overwhelming. The speed at which they were arriving here on scene, likely seconds after getting that call. And when you get that call, you can only imagine the all hands on deck response. So you saw state police, you saw the county, you saw West Bloomfield, of course, you saw neighboring agencies, and then you saw ATF. And then immediately they pull off as quickly as they can, off onto the shoulder, sometimes jumping a curb, parking in people's lawns, all understandably, to rush into the scene, put on that body armor, get those guns ready, because they're not knowing what they're getting into. And then obviously, once they arrive on the scene, realizing that the threat has been eliminated, but still hours after, police do remain here, still processing the scene. It's quite a sight for all the neighbors and the people who attend the temple to take in.
Quite a few, I guess there were, I don't know if they were parents, but just right here. And then all of a sudden they started running that way, and the police were talking to them, and they just kept running. So when I went back in the house and watched the news, that's when I learned that something happened with the daycare. So when I said, oh, those must be kids' parents. And so they just kept running that way.
You can't even imagine then, right? The parents and the feelings going through their
oh my gosh. My heart was just breaking. I was like, this is horrible. Where's the love?
No, I don't have a problem going back there. I mean, I know how much security we have at that temple. So, I mean, you guys were, all the police, all the sheriffs, everybody, FBI, they were on top of this.
Yeah, that last person you heard from, Mr. Goodman, attends Temple Israel and has his whole life, and he commented on the security and the amount of cameras, the amount of training they go through, the amount of seen and unseen security forces there, some undercover. So he was taken back that this could even happen there. He said he's always felt safe and will, as you had just heard, will feel safe to continue to go back there. It remains to be seen how safe those families with the 140 kids that were in that daycare will remain. You could kind of hear it from that one witness who described the parents running to the school once getting the clear to go be again with their kids. And then we watched them kind of march back after hours of kind of being inside the staging area, the reunification center, and then kind of getting to go home again, the relief on their faces, the fact that so much care was given to make sure that these kids could be kids and not have to process this in real time. The volunteers that stepped up and put themselves in harm's way to make sure all those children could stay safe and be with their families as we kind of wait for that next step and learning about what took place and why. Answers that may or may not come tonight, but as you know, we're standing by to hear those answers just moments from now. I'll toss it back to you, Brandon.
Yeah, Dave. So unfortunately, we've seen this far too often in another Oakland County community. How do you see this community coming together in the next few days to try to comfort each other and try to heal?
I think they're going to get tighter. It's going to be more solidified, right? They're going to be here. The media is going to be here. We have national media here. This is a huge story. But yeah, we'll have to see in the coming days. Back to you.
All right, Dave. Thank you.
The attack at Temple Israel also creating a very tense situation at West Bloomfield High School. Anxious parents waited for their students following today's several-hour lockdown. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin continues our live team coverage tonight. Dave.
Yeah, a massive ripple effect here at West Bloomfield High School. While it's all clear now, the school day's over. The end of that day was pretty traumatic for students here at West Bloomfield High School. A 3-hour lockdown ensued. Students not leaving class until several Oakland County Sheriff's vehicles and West Bloomfield Police got here and made sure everybody got out okay. A pretty tense situation seeing that. We talked to parents who waited for several hours, texting their kids inside. They were anxiously awaiting their ability to leave the school so that they could pick up their kids and get home safe and just process the day's traumatic events. I want to play some sound from Phil Brown, one of the parents we spoke with, as they waited for their kids to come out. Listen. Okay, we heard this lockdown had been going on for about 3 hours. Yeah. What's been going through your mind when you heard about all this?
It's okay because we get emails and texts from the school district, so everything was pretty good, and they gave us what happened and everything. So
yeah, I mean, you hear about a lockdown at the school, with this tragic incident that happened nearby. What went through your mind right away?
As long as they're safe, because they have their phones.
Okay.
As long as they're safe, I'm good.
Gotcha. So being able to keep in touch with your kids—that's the main thing.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, parents crediting really the district for getting timely information out right away, giving a hat tip to the West Bloomfield School District tonight. Reporting live at West Bloomfield High School, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
All right, Dave, thank you. We are going to take a quick break and be back with more coming up. It'll be very casual. Just, probably first and foremost, just your reaction to all of this, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can look at us when you're talking, and they'll move the cameras and stuff around.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we'll introduce you and kind of look out the cameras and then.
Now let's listen into Sheriff Bouchard.
Tragically here in Oakland County again. So we've been through a number of these things, and the one thing that I want to make sure the local community is aware of first and foremost is this community works together hand in glove. This community takes care of each other. And we have been communicating regularly. I have been texting the chief, not just in West Bloomfield, but every place that's got significant houses of worship, Jewish facilities, synagogues, temples, you name it, over the past 2 weeks. Obviously, what happens around the world sometimes affects us, so we have to think about it and be prepared for it. So we've been talking. I texted actually the head of security from the temple 2 days ago and communicated some information to him. So the first thing the community should know is that we, not just today, work together. We work together all the time, our state, our federal, and local partners. Number one. Number two, we train. In our world, preparation is important. We hope and pray it never happens, but that's not a strategy. Preparation is. So all of us have been training together for many years for active shooters or active assailants, mass casualty events, and tragically we've had way more than our share. So that is ongoing and is in place. The third thing is important to note, no children and no staff were hurt. So we know there's evil in the world, and we know they only have to get it right once, and sometimes they do. They may not come on anybody's radar and they show up, but what happens when they show up, that's where training and preparation kicks in. The security staff did an amazing job. And you'll get some of the details on that, but they stopped the threat. No kids, no staff were hurt. Now there were some injuries and things that had to be taken care of. One of the head of security was taken to the hospital. He got knocked down by the car when it breached the building, and we've had 30 law enforcement officers taken to the hospital for smoke inhalation. So a lot of our folks from my SWAT team and other agencies are still in treatment because that building became engulfed when the car, and we'll learn all of that through the investigation, why it became engulfed in flames, what was the ignition source, and I think the ATF is taking the origin of that source and origin of the fire. But in any event, what it did, it caused terrible, terrible smoke in that part of the building. And so when all of our people collectively went in that building to search out the threat, to remove innocent, a lot of them took in significant amount of smoke inhalation, and they're at the hospital being treated. So I also know you're going to have a lot of questions. A lot of those questions can't be answered at this point because it's super preliminary in the investigation. You know, all of us have thoughts of maybe why this happened, but we don't operate in a world where we can presume something. We have to determine it through investigation and specificity. And that is a work that's in progress as we speak. All of us will work seamlessly together to get the answers, and then it will be called what it is. Obviously, it's a hateful, terrible thing, right? But what drove this person into action, that has to be determined by the investigation. We can presume, but we have to find those facts, and that's going to happen over the next days in time. So we won't be able to get into a lot of the evidentiary questions, but we're available to make sure the community understands that we are still on a very heightened platform. And the most important thing that I would tell the community, don't be afraid to call us. If we're not your own local police department, call your local police department. We'd rather respond to 100 nothings than miss one real deal. The only way we prevent something like this is to get a call. Something's off with my son, my brother, my boyfriend, whatever the case. I saw something posted. That's the only way we interdict, because people are more likely to see or hear something before us. So if you see or hear something, you have to communicate that. And then we can intervene and hopefully prevent. But if we can't prevent, then we respond and mitigate. That's what happened today. And I think based on the early information, it happened flawlessly. So with that, I'll kick it over to my friend Chief Young from West Bloomfield Police Department.
Thank you, Sheriff. My name is Dale Young. I'm the police chief of West Bloomfield. I want to share with you how we got to where we are today. So today we received a 911 call which came in around 12:19 p.m. It was about an active shooter situation at Temple Israel where the individual drove into the building. West Bloomfield officers arrived on scene under 5 minutes. Temple security officers engaged the individual and neutralized the threat. Our officers, combined with area agencies, cleared the building multiple times and safely and successfully evacuated all children and staff. This is an active crime scene, and we are examining every angle related to this situation. I will now turn this over to the FBI for further comment.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Runyon, last name Runyan, and I'm a special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office. This is a deeply disturbing and tragic incident, and our deepest sympathies are with the victims, their family, and the entire Jewish community. The FBI is here working with our state, local, and federal partners to investigate this incident, and I can confirm that we are leading the investigation right now as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. As my partners have said, this is an active and ongoing investigation with an active crime scene, and I ask for your patience as we process this evidence and pursue every lead that has come to us and that we have developed thus far. And what I can share is this. There was one subject involved in this incident who is now deceased. And as my partners have said, we've had no victim fatalities. I would not be able to provide additional information at this time on the subject or his motive, as our goal is to protect the integrity of this investigation and to ensure that we give you accurate and timely information as soon as we can. The FBI was notified of active shooter at Temple Israel at approximately 12:45. We immediately activated and deployed all of our crisis response resources, which includes our SWAT team, our crisis negotiation team, our evidence response team, our special agent bomb techs, our weapons of mass destruction team, our cellular analysis survey team, and our victim services, as well as more than 100 agents and analysts to ensure that we are actively mitigating and responding to the active threat, but also pursuing diligently and methodically every lead that we have. My ask to the public is a few things. I know everyone wants information now, but I ask that you be patient as we are still processing this scene and still pursuing everything that we can and that has come to us to date. Second, we've activated a digital media tip line for any witnesses who has photos or videos of the incident today. They can upload those at www.fbi.gov/West Bloomfield Attack, all one word. But the public can also report through our call line at 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any information about this incident and or any other suspicious activity that you see around in your community, your life, your places of worship, your schools. As the sheriff said, we all need to remain vigilant, and it takes the whole community to ensure that we remain safe. I also understand that congregants may have left some personal effects at the synagogue, and as soon as we have a reunification site to get those effects to the affected victims, we will be sure and release that as soon as possible. I want to thank our partners and the first responders and the security personnel at Temple Israel who did an excellent job at mitigating this threat, and we're very grateful for their bravery and their service. Next, I'd like to bring up offer up Stephen Ingberg, the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit.
As the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Detroit, I'd love to say I'm shocked or I'm surprised, but I'm not. This is something that we trained for. Thank you to all of the law enforcement officers who stand behind us and the many who don't. Thank you to our Jewish community security team. This is a tough time. It is a tough time, but we will get through this. We will get through this together. We will get through this stronger. And we'll continue to be loud and proud of being Jewish. This will not change us. This will not deter us, and we will continue. With that, I'd like to turn over to Rabbi Ariana Gordon of Temple Israel.
Thank you so much. As you've heard, there's so much that we don't know. We're going to be processing all of this in the days and weeks to come. But what I do want to say is a huge thank you to our law enforcement, to our Temple Israel security team, and to our early childhood center teachers who were the true rock stars of the day. They ensured that all of our children remained safe and calm throughout the entire day and got every single child safely reunited with their parents this afternoon. And for that, I can't express my gratitude enough. We are really appreciative to all of you for making sure that everyone made it home tonight. Thank you for being here.
Okay, I think that's it. Obviously, we can't get into evidentiary questions, as I said, but I think the message is clear that we all stand united, stand together, whether it's federal, state, county, or local. We're committed to keeping this community safe,
If you think you can target the Jewish community in this county or anywhere in this state, you're wrong. We're going to not only stand in front of them to protect them, we're coming for you. So with that, thank you.
All right, you have been listening to a live news conference from the Oakland County Sheriff along with federal law enforcement. We did learn that the FBI has now taken over this case as the lead.
Yeah, Temple, Israel remains a crime scene. Sure. Not a lot of questions answered there. We couldn't get many on the evidentiary front. We couldn't get answers on too much happening. We did get somewhat of a timeline from when this began, 12/19, right. But after that, we still didn't get any other answers related to what happened. It'll be a while. They're asking people to be patient. And again, there is a digital tip line. There's an FBI tip line. So if you see anything like this happening in the future, if you see something, please say something, because it can prevent incidents like this happening in the future. We're going to be back with some more live coverage of today's attack. That's next.